with emotion. It's how I feel, too, and I rest a hand over my lap to try to calm myself down. I'm not sure how well it's going to work because her nipples are pointed against the thin material of her shirt. I can practically see the outline of them, and there's so much more of her I want to know. Fireworks, I manage to say, and her eyes move to my gym shorts. I'm a horrible person for moving my hand away and letting her see the effect she has on me. I don't want there to be a shred of doubt in her mind this is because of her. They'll probably go off for the next 10 minutes. Right, New Year's. Madeline touches her mouth and presses her thighs together. That was thanks, thank you. I think that will help with some good luck. It was very nice. Nice. I don't want her to feel nice. I want her to feel like she's on top of the damn world, like she's never experienced something so good, and I want to be the one to get her there. No problem, I say. I should check on Lucy. Madeline stands and fixes her shirt. She brushes her hair out of her face and keeps her attention on the floor to make sure the flashes of light didn't wake her up. Right, yeah, okay. I have morning skates, so I hook my thumb over my shoulder. Head to bed. Bed, right. She rolls her lips together. I hope you sleep well. You too, I say, because I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Good night, Hudson, she says, and she practically runs down the hall toward Lucy's room. I climb off the couch and stare longingly after her for a beat before walking to my room and locking the door. I pace across the floor and dial Maverick's number, waiting for it to ring. Hello, he answers, sounding like he's been asleep for hours. Hud, you okay? Did I wake you up? Yeah. Maverick yawns. Emmy and I passed out around 9. What's going on? I did something, and I'm not sure if what I did was wrong. Hang on. There's the rustle of sheets on the other side of the line and murmured words. Sorry, didn't want to disturb him. Talk to me, Huddy. Kissed Madeline at midnight, and whoa, what you did. Yeah, except she ran away from me. I pinch the bridge of my nose and sit on my bed. I make sure to keep my voice low. The walls are thin and I don't want Madeline to overhear me. I kissed her and she ran away from me. What do you mean she ran away? Maverick sounds more awake now and I can hear his frown through the phone. Are you a bad kisser, Hayes? I never thought I was. She seemed to like it, I think. That's the impression I got based off. I snap my mouth closed. I don't want to share too many details. Now I think she might regret it. How long did the kiss last? I scratch my ear and stare at the wall. A few minutes, and she was an eager participant. Her reactions made it seem like she was an eager participant. So did the way she said my name and how she pulled me closer to her. Yes, I say, but now I'm unsure. Damn it, Hudson, you're not helping me here. She kissed me first. Now we're talking. Sounds like she has feelings for you. Those feelings probably scare her because she doesn't think she's allowed to have them, and that's why she ran away. I sigh and drop my head against the wall. She's become my favorite person in the world, and I'm confused because I don't do stuff like this. Stuff like what? He asks. Kiss women I'm not dating. Why did you? I couldn't help it. I've been thinking about her for weeks now, and it felt like the right moment to do it. Wow, Maverick chuckles. You're down bad, aren't you? Yeah. I put a pillow over my face and groan. I might be. I know you're someone who likes to fix problems and make everyone happy, but this is an instance where you need to play it cool, man. Let her decide how you all interact. If that's to pretend like it never happened, then so be it. You like her working for you, right? Obviously. Interrogating her about what went wrong is a surefire way to get her to leave. I'd never do that. I just don't want to mess anything up, you know. You didn't mess anything up, dude. Maybe I am a bad kisser, I mumble. I don't do hookups and I get the impression she's not looking for a relationship. I guess I need to write this off as a one-time thing that won't happen again. Sucks, Huddy, but never say never. Emmy told me the first time we got together it was only going to happen once. Now look at us. Happy as can be, Maverick says proudly. Married, in love, and hopefully going to have a big family one day. That could be you all too. Yeah. Maybe, I say, even though I don't believe myself. Thanks for listening to me, Mav. I appreciate you. I'm always here, Maverick yawns, except when I'm falling asleep standing up. Go back to bed, old man, I'll see you in the morning. Night, Huddy boy, don't kiss anyone else. I couldn't even if I wanted to. 30 Madeline Hudson kissed me the other night and it was the best kiss of my life. It was a full-body experience, toe-curling, heart-stopping, magical. It was like he wanted to consume me, like he wanted to possess me, and I haven't stopped thinking about it. I close my eyes and I see him. I take a shower and I feel his presence near me. I've replayed every moment of that night over and over again in my head, the touch of his tongue, his fingers wrapped in my hair, and how I wish he would have pulled on the strands. Those few minutes with him were the most I've been affected in years, and I hate that I had to be the one who stopped us from going any further. I know what would have come next if I kept kissing him, and as much as my body wanted that once, that my brain is yelling at me to slow down, to consider the long-term impact of what could happen if we crossed that line, and I can't let it happen again. It's been weird in the few days that have passed. We've avoided each other, but it hasn't been intentional. Not totally. He was out in Salt Lake City for a game the Stars ended up losing. I went to bed early last night and something is off. There's tension in the air, an awkwardness almost that didn't exist before, and I need to get my head out of my ass. I can't go the rest of my life without seeing him and confronting him for the first time since he made me tremble. While we have the condo to ourselves seems like the best way to solve this odd dynamic between us. He's been walking around the living room for the last 30 minutes, playing with the dogs. I hear his heavy footsteps, the murmur of his voice before he whistles for Gus and Millie to come over to him, and I take a deep breath. I open my door and march down the hall with my head held high like the badass woman I am. "Hey," I say when I get to the living room. He jerks his neck up and drops the squeaky ball he's holding. When our eyes lock, I realize how much I've missed him. How I've come to love the time we spend together, and I bite my lip to hold back a wide smile at the sight of him. "Ready for lunch?" "Yeah," he coughs, clears his throat, then clears it again. "Do you want some help?" "Sure, you can be on tomato duty." He laughs at that, and so do I. It's silly to be making one kiss a big deal. I know he doesn't do one-night stands. He's looking for is a relationship, which is something I'm not interested in, and there's only one way this ends. Us as friends, and I hope that's good enough for him. I lead the way to the kitchen and grab my apron off the back of the pantry door. Hudson sets up a cutting board and slides a knife my way. "Haven't seen you do your trick in a while," he says. "Say please, hockey guy." Hudson's mouth curls into a wicked smirk. "Would you please show me your knife trick, Mads?" he asks, and it feels like he's flirting with me. It feels like I like it. "With pleasure." I grab the base of the knife and spin it between my fingers. The movement is perfected after years of handling the equipment, and I smile when I stab the board with the tip of the blade. How'd I do? A goddamn 10 out of 10. Nothing new there. What are we making today? Sandwiches. Boring, I know, but I thought I could do fresh pasta and meatballs for dinner tonight before you head out on your 2-game road trip tomorrow. Feels like I've been away from home a hell of a lot lately, and it's only going to ramp up as we get into the second half of the season. What are you and Lucy going to do while I'm gone? We've done all the museums and landmarks. Given it's January and freezing outside, curling up in front of the fireplace with the dogs sounds like a hell of a good time. They love going to daycare, but I know they're glad to have company around here. I unwrap the sourdough loaf I made the other day and cut off a few slices. "Hey, I was thinking, can we talk about what happened on New Year's?" "What happened on New Year's?" "You already forgot," he blushes. "Like I could forget that. I just wanted you to speak it into existence. We kissed, then you ran away from me. Did I do something wrong? Was it not good for you?" "It's not that," I say. "I told you it was nice." Hudson spins his hat backward and carefully cuts the tomato into thin slices with a smaller knife. I'm momentarily distracted by both movements. I remember. I was there. I don't want to say it was a mistake because I don't regret it, but I don't think we should do it again. We have a good thing going right now, and adding a physical component to it could mess things up. Is it okay if we acknowledge the kiss happened but agree to move forward as friends? Is that what you want, to be friends? 10 minutes ago, when I marched in here, I was certain it was. Now when I look at him, I'm not so sure. It would be so easy to pull him to me again, to press my mouth to his and spend longer learning what he likes, learning what it would take to get him to say my name again, but I can't. It's not about me. It's about my job and the stability it's bringing to Lucy's life. I get to tuck her in every night. I get to help with homework and see her in the school's talent show. I'm around for the big moments I missed when I was working around the clock in Vegas, and that's more important than a second kiss or something more. Yes, I finally say. There's a flash of disappointment across his face before it melts into a smile with a dimple and some eye wrinkles. Marvelously beautiful and marvelously not mine. Then that's what we'll be, friends, he says. And there are no hard feelings, Madeline. I'm a big boy. I can handle a kiss without it breaking my heart. His hip bumps mine. Don't hide from me anymore, okay? I want to see you. He is big, I think, and I blush at the memory of how affected he was under me, the press of his body against mine, and how I desperately wished he slipped his fingers up my shirt. I promise I won't hide, I say. Good, I was starting to think I'm a terrible kisser. Hudson laughs and the noise fills the room. It fills a part of my soul, too. Thanks for not damaging my ego. You're definitely not terrible. You took my breath away. Huss sounds a lot better than nice, he teases, and I blush again. Don't make me regret this conversation. I'm sorry, last thing, and we'll never talk about it again, he says, and his voice drops to something soft and sweet. I was worried I made you uncomfortable, and that was never my intention. You could never make me uncomfortable, I say, meaning it. Plus, I kissed you first. You did. There's pride behind his words. Smugness I haven't heard from him before, and it makes me warm all over. I wasn't going to stop you. If you wanted to keep going, I would have been okay with it. I haven't let myself imagine what would have happened if we kept going, but now I am. His mouth everywhere. I'll remember that. I whack a head of lettuce with the knife a little too aggressively to help kick my thoughts to the curb. Now that that's out of the way, what should we talk about? Wow, not a subtle segue there at all, Galloway. I'll help you out. Hudson drapes a dish towel over his shoulder. If you could only eat one meal for the rest of your life, what would it be? Chili. He looks up, surprised. Really? It's my comfort food. I had plans to make it while you were gone. That was my mom's favorite food, he says, and my heart aches. Did she like to cook? She spent every day in the kitchen. It was her happy place. She tried to teach me, but nothing stuck clearly. She used to tell me to be grateful for my pretty face, my smart brain, and my athletic ability because I couldn't cook for shit. He sets the knife down and his shoulders shake. I think he might be crying, but then I hear the laughter race out of him. She would have a field day with the social media comments. What was she like? I ask, eager to hear more. If I tried to describe her, you'd think she wasn't real. That's how special she was. Mom cared about other people more than she cared about herself. She was always laughing except when it came time for my hockey games. Then she was yelling from the stands. Some of the guys on my team teased me when I was younger, but I'd rather have a mom who was loud than a mom who wasn't proud of her son. She was kind and patient, even when she didn't have to be. Her heart was so big. He pauses and takes the slices of bread. You two would have gotten along. You think so? I know so. You remind me of her. She was the world's best mom. And so are you. I'm not sure you are. I see your selflessness and adoration for Lucy. It's tangible, Madeline. I feel it when I'm around y'all, and it's the most beautiful thing in the world. It's the highest compliment anyone has ever given me, and I lock it inside my heart to keep it safe, to come back to when I'm having a rough day. I try my best, I whisper, but it's hard sometimes. I bet it is. I'll never pretend to know what it's like to be in your shoes and take on all the roles you do, but you make love look effortless. So did my mama. That's exactly why she would have liked you. Thank you. I wipe under my eye, fully intending to blame the tears on the onion I'm about to chop, not my emotions. Not him complimenting me in a way I'm not sure I'm worthy of. For saying those things and sharing her with me. Worth finally coming out of your room? Hudson asks, and I huff out an exasperated laugh. I grab the dish towel from his shoulder, roll it up, and flick it at him. He yelps and reaches for my arm. His fingers wrap around my wrist, and he takes the towel from me. Take it back, I say. You're fast, but not as fast as me, Maddie. The nickname sends a shiver down my spine. We're staring at each other, and his eyes bounce to my mouth. Maybe I'm just trying to play fair, I say. I'm stooping to your level and holding back. Why? I can take it. I can take anything you give me. His thumb moves up the inside of my wrist. It's a slow drag, skin on skin contact, and I almost gasp when he pulls away. Friends, right? Friends, I repeat, hating the damn word. 31 Hudson Puck Kings Easy-E were home with back-to-back nights off. No games, no practice. What are we doing to let loose tonight, boys? Sully turning my phone off and spending time with someone I like more than you. G-Money Piper, obviously. I'm down for anything. Cap, you in for a night out? Mavi, nope. Emmy isn't feeling well and I'm staying home with her. Me count me out too. My shoulder is finally back to 100%, but now my legs are sore as hell from those drills we ran the other day. Y'all have fun. Call if you need a DD. I'll pick you up. Easy E-I-I, Huddy boy. You're a real one, Mitchie. What are you doing? Mitchie, there's an art class I've been wanting to try. They finally had an opening tonight, so I'm on my way there. Easy E, damn, G, guess it's just us. Sully, I'll be shocked if the city doesn't burn down. G-Money, aw, that's his way of saying he loves us. Sully, in your dreams. I set my book on my nightstand and turn off the light. After dinner with Madeline and Lucy, a hot shower and a 20-minute stretching session, I'm ready for sleep. The room plunges into darkness and I turn on my side. I stare at the wall and wonder what Madeline is doing on the other side, glad she's not hiding from me anymore. I bet she's watching TV. She told me about the reality shows she puts on to decompress at night. There's one in particular she likes where people get married after only knowing each other for 90 days. The idea sounds so bonkers, I'm kind of intrigued. She's normally so quiet I sometimes forget we share the wall behind my headboard. I can't hear any muted noise tonight, and I figure she must have gone to bed. She looked exhausted after dinner with heavy shoulders and a slowness to her step. There was a delayed reaction to everything I said to her, and I cleaned up the dishes before she could protest, so it was one less thing she had to do. I hope she's getting enough sleep. I hope the dogs aren't bothering her, and I really hope I'm not bothering her. I yawn and close my eyes, heading to the brink of unconsciousness myself until the sound of a low buzz fills my room. I prop myself up on an elbow and glance around. The noise isn't my phone, and it's not the dogs out in the living room. It can't be the smoke detector I changed the batteries last week. I don't know what the hell is going on, and that's when I hear it. A long, drawn-out sigh from the other side of the wall. It sounds like fuck. It's Madeline relaxing with some sort of device. A massager, I'm guessing, judging by the noises, and my heart pounds. I stare at the barrier between us like it's going to crumble if I glare at it, and I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do. Cover my ears so I can't hear her. Lock myself in the bathroom until she finishes and pretend like it never happened. Move out of the building and change my name. All three are good options. All three take the high road. All three make me look like a stand-up guy. But what the hell do I do instead? I lean against the headboard. I drop my head back against the wall, and I listen like a goddamn creep. She sighs again, but it's different this time. Raspier, deeper, needier, and my mind races. What is she thinking about? What setting does she like to use? Is the device enough to help her relax, or is it just to tease? Does she use it during the day, What kind of stimulation does she prefer? Does she use it on her muscles, or is it only for tension relief? Madeline's device shuts off, and I hope she's not done. I hope she's just getting started. I'm greedy, feral to hear more, and when the device starts back up, it's been switched to a faster setting. Some variation that adds a pulsing sensation to wherever she's using it, and I recognize the change in the tempo. I'm proud to admit there's a solid 3 seconds where I consider slipping on my noise-canceling headphones and attempting to sleep. But the other side of my brain, the side still thinking about kissing her even though she said it's not going to happen again, wins out. I'm a good guy. I've helped others and gone above and beyond for my community. I've racked up a lot of good karma, and I hope the gods above don't judge me too harshly when I yank down my pajama bottoms and wrap my hand around myself. God, one touch and I'm on fire. My imagination is running rampant, and I try to remember the last time I got off. A few weeks ago, a month or two, I don't even know. Tonight I'm desperate for it. It's like I'm in there with her. I can hear her sheets moving, and I picture her on her back, her head against the pillows and her legs stretched out. I don't know if I'd want to be beside her so I could watch, or behind her so I could help guide her through it. So I could whisper in her ear and put a hand low on her stomach there if she wanted help. Does she do this every night? If she does, why haven't I heard her before? Is it a special occasion? Is she making a video and sending it to someone else so they can watch her unwind? Is she thinking about me like I'm thinking about her? I hear a fuck from the other side of the wall, and I bite my lip so I don't say it back. I pull my hand away. I spit in the center of my palm, then start again. This is filthy, completely unhinged, but I don't care. I stroke myself up and down, and for the first time in months, there's an image of a specific woman in mind as I relax into the satisfaction. Her. We agreed to be friends. I know we said what happened on New Year's isn't going to happen again, but I wish it would. I wish I could knock on her door and join her on her bed. Hell, I'd be happy to stand in the hall and watch from afar. I'd be happy to keep my hands to myself until she told me I could touch myself, could touch her. And if she let me join, I'd make it so good for her. I could be gentle, rough. I could hold her close, or I could make love to her and kiss her soft and sweet. I'd get on my knees and beg, or I'd ask her to say please if that's what she liked. I'd call her perfect. I'd tell her how well she was doing, how pretty she is when she's taking 2 of my fingers, then 3. I would do anything she wanted. When a soft "oh" echoes through the wall, precum leaks from the tip. I'm not going to last long. Not when there's a bump against the wall and I pretend it's either her head or her hand. Not when another fuck comes next, followed by a gasp. Christ. This is the best kind of torture. I grip myself tighter. I jerk up and down. There's no rhyme or reason to my movements except to match the pace of her device. I'm going straight to hell, but I can't find it in myself to care. I'd rather be a sinner with her than a saint with anyone else. I'm straining to hear what other sounds she makes. I'm greedy for more of her and trying to commit the noises to memory, so in the off chance I ever do get to touch her again, I can make sure I'm doing it right. I'm not going to let a device be better than me. I rub my thumb through the precum and coat my length with it. My strokes turn sloppy and uncoordinated, and I want to get there at the same time as her. I want to fall over the edge to the sounds of her release. And when the device clicks up to the next speed and she pants out a strangled "fuck, yes," I lose it. I bite my collar, tempted to yell out her name. My hips lift off the bed and warm, sticky cum covers my hand. It runs down my still hard length, and a soft groan sneaks out of me at the vision of Madeline helping me clean up. Her touch at the base of my shaft and finding out how deep she can take me down her throat. "God damn," I whisper. I fumble with the lamp next to my bed. When I turn on the light, the mess in front of me is downright embarrassing. I've never come like this before. My entire body is hot and prickly as I shove my pants all the way off and use them to wipe my hands. I should be ashamed. I should go to church on Sunday and repent for my transgressions. But I don't want to. Madeline makes me want to be unbelievably bad, and maybe it's time I deserve to be something other than good. I drop my head on the pillow and stare at the ceiling. I feel weightless and a little drunk even though I haven't touched a sip of alcohol. My shirt is halfway up my stomach. My skin is splotchy, and it takes a good 5 minutes before my breathing returns to normal. On her side of the wall, there's a satisfied hum, a deep sigh and gentle giggle. She liked that. So did I, but I'm pretty sure telling your roommate you got off to them getting off goes against some moral cohabitation code. I can never ever mention this to anyone, even if it was the best release of my life. Suppressing one more groan, I clean up my stomach and toss my pants in the laundry basket. I stand, needing to shower and use the bathroom. I wish I could get a lobotomy to forget the last 10 minutes. I am so pathetic, but I also wish I had a way to hear her relax again. Friends, I remind myself in the shower as I picture her blissfully content in her bed. Friends, I remind myself when I climb back on my mattress and wonder if she's going to go for round 2. If she wants to be friends, I'm going to be the best damn friend she's ever had. 32 Hudson. I can still hear the sounds Madeline makes when she relaxes 2 weeks later. I can hear her sighs and how she breathes when she finishes, like she's proud of herself. I've done everything in my power to forget the noises, but I can't. So I throw myself into staying busy. I add 3 extra weight training sessions to my schedule. I spend time with our assistant coaches doing extensive film review. I visit Lexi at her Pilates class and I join Liam at ballet. I go to team dinner, getting there early to help set up and staying late to clean up. I buy 5 new romance books when we're in Detroit and tear through them all, not giving my brain a second of space to think about her. After kissing her on New Year's and listening to her unwind, the last thing I want to do is say something stupid that will scare her away. I appreciate her and not just her cooking so much, and pretending like none of it happened is the only way forward. There's one thing on my mind besides the buzz of her device. It's something I've been wanting to do for weeks now, and the only way to accomplish it is to follow Liam home one night after a grueling workout that had half the team puking once we got off the ice. "Is there a reason why you're acting like a lost dog?" Liam asks, unlocking the door to his place. "You're never this clingy. It's usually reserved for Miller." "I want to talk to Piper about something," I say. His mouth curls into a grin. "I'm going to propose to her at the end of the season." "You're already married, dude. Drunk weddings in Vegas still count as legally binding commitments. Their original nuptials might have been fueled by an excessive amount of tequila, but those two love each other. Liam doesn't look at anyone the way he looks at Piper, and I'm glad they figured their shit out. I'm glad they realized their feelings because they belong together. I know they do, but I'm going to propose for real, with a real ring, down on one knee. I've been sure about her from the moment I met her, and I want to make it official." "You've been sure about her even when she was married to someone else?" I ask, and he nods. "Yeah, I've never been patient about anything in my life, but with her, I'd wait 1,000 years if I had to. I'm not sure when all my friends went from being single to happily settled down with people they want to spend the rest of their lives with. I can't help but feel behind sometimes. Like I'm doing something wrong or I'm not someone a woman sees a future with. Shit, man." I clasp his shoulder and grin. "That's awesome. I'm happy for you. Thanks, Hayes, and thanks for setting my ass right back in Vegas." Liam rubs the back of his neck. He tosses me a rare, sheepish smile, and I might need to go play the lottery. "Pretty sure I owe my relationship to you." "No way. It's definitely because of your charming personality," I tease. "Fuck off," he says, and I follow him to the kitchen. I'm home, sunshine, and I brought a stray. "Hudson," Piper waves from the table where a half-dozen notebooks are open in front of her, and she closes her laptop. She must be getting ready for our game the day after tomorrow. "This is a nice surprise." Hey, little P, I slide into the chair across from her and wring my hands together. I'm nervous all of a sudden. I came to ask you for a favor. It's something I've been considering doing for a while, and I thought you'd be the perfect person to help me. Is it about piercing a certain body part of yours? She asks. I don't have any personal experience, but other women love it, apparently. What are you talking about? I heard a rumor that one of the guys on the team has a piercing somewhere private. Is it true? She presses like the media guru she is. I burst out laughing. Sorry to disappoint, but my dick does not have a piercing, and I'm not telling you who does have a piercing. I'll get it out of you one day. She caps her pen and smiles at me. What's up? I take a deep breath before starting to speak. I want to learn sign language so I can communicate with Lucy. I want to be able to ask about her day and tell her about mine. I want to know what she's saying to Madeline that makes her laugh so much. I want to be included, but more importantly, I want to include her in my conversations instead of talking around her. I should be started learning it sooner. I don't know why I waited so long, but Hudson. Piper reaches for me. Her smile is bright when she wraps her fingers around mine. That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. Are we forgetting the time I tied my wedding ring to my skate? Liam grumbles. That was sweet. This isn't about you. She waves him off and turns back to me. I'd be honored to help. Assel, that's American Sign Language can be really complex. Its linguistic features make it different from any other language, and it's its own language. It's not based off English. The grammatical structure is different from what you're familiar with, and it's very visual. Do you think I could learn some basic phrases if I practice and put in the work? Of course. I can send you videos to get you started, but you live in D.C. Gallaudet University is right up the road, and it's a private college for deaf students. You'll be more effective learning Assel from a native speaker instead of me. Really? I sit up in my chair, excited. I wonder if I could find someone to tutor me even though I'm not a student. I'd pay them, obviously. I bet you could. It would be a more authentic experience, and I'd never want to take away that opportunity from someone more qualified than me. I'll do some research and see what I can find. Thanks for the suggestion, Piper. Why don't you ask Madeline? Lucy's school is under Gallaudet's education umbrella. I'm sure she could point you in the right direction. I don't want to tell her, I admit, and Piper frowns. You don't? Why not? That's the question I've been weighing since I first had this idea. It happened when I saw Lucy zone out of a conversation Madeline and I were having because she couldn't communicate with me and I couldn't communicate with her. The notepad and etch a sketch help us get by. They're fine, a tool that works, but I don't want Lucy to have to change her way of doing things for me. I should be the one making an effort. It seems dehumanizing, like I'm talking to a piece of paper, not to her. I don't get to see the way her eyes light up when she's sharing something that made her happy. I don't get to see her smile when she asks if she can bring the dogs in for show and tell because I'm too busy flipping to a new page, jotting something down, and by the time I look up, the moment is gone. I know Madeline would be happy to teach me, but she's always doing things for other people. She deserves to have someone show up and do something for her, not because she asked, but because they want to. I want it to be a surprise, I finally say, and I'm glad when Piper doesn't press me any further. Do you want to start now? I can make you all some food, then we can go over a few things. Really? You'd give up some of your evening for me? Oh, Hudson, you don't get it, do you? Get what? I ask, confused. You've done so much for me, for the team, for Liam, for us. You organize volunteer hours for the guys. You stop to sign autographs for anyone who hands you a piece of gear. After our accidental wedding in Vegas last New Year's, your level-headedness kept us both calm. I know we're where we are today because of your ability to get us to communicate, she says, blushing. You're so selfless all the time. Helping you with something you're clearly passionate about isn't a chore. It's something I'd be glad to do. You're a good man with a kind heart, and if learning sign language is what you want to do, I'm honored to play a small role in it. Piper makes me sound like a hero when really I'm just treating people how I'd want to be treated. The right way to be treated, and that boils over to Madeline and Lucy too. Shucks, little P, I grin at her. You're too good to me. Fuck me, I guess, Liam grunts. It's like I'm not even here. Calm down, you jealous oaf. Piper pushes back her chair and claps. Food, then we'll get to work. You're going to be an expert in no time, Huddy. Me hey, sorry for the late text. I lost track of time. I'm eating dinner with Piper and Liam. Madeline, I figured you were out and about and having fun. I also might checked your location to make sure you weren't in a ditch somewhere. Me attachment. One image, what can I say? The garlic bread is a hell of a time. Are y'all having a good night? Is everyone behaving over there? Madeline attachment. One image, Lucy and the dogs are now known as the Three Musketeers. Me love that picture. I'll be back later, but I'll give you a heads up before I get home. Can't have another banana incident. Madeline, are you ever going to let me live that down? Me never, KG. I hit pause on Piper's laptop and press my palms to my eyes. I'm frustrated and tired. I'm not understanding what Piper is trying to tell me, and no matter how many times I watch the video she pulled up, I'm still confused. I don't get it. I groan and drop my hands to my lap. This is really fucking difficult. It is, but you're doing great, Piper says encouragingly. You have to remember you're an adult learning this, and it's an entirely new language. It's new words and new sentence structure. You almost have to forget what you know in English and relearn it in ASL. No one expects you to have it figured out in an hour. Hell, it's going to take hundreds of hours to even be able to communicate in basic conversation with handshapes. What's the word? Handshapes, I ask. Yeah, it's the configurations the hands take as they form words. Let's go back to learning how to tell someone to have a nice day. It's an English-dominant phrase, but it's a good starting point. Want to watch me? I do my best to mimic her. I touch my upper chest with bent handshapes. Next, I place my left hand up in front of me. I move the flat palm of my right hand across my left hand. I move my left arm with my palm down, parallel to my body, so my hand is almost touching the right side of my chest. I then take my right elbow and rest it on top of my left hand, and make my right hand close so I'm using my pointer finger to the ceiling. Finally, I start to bring my right hand into a downward motion to meet my left elbow. That's it, Piper squeals. That was perfect, Hudson. Do it again. The praise gives me a new sense of determination, and I try for a second time. Have a nice day, I murmur to myself, and she nods to me from across the table. I repeat the sign until it doesn't feel clunky. It takes me a few minutes. I'm slow and get my hands mixed up, but when I finally do the phrase correctly 3 times in a row, I'm fucking elated. I did it. I try it again to make sure it sticks. Holy shit, I did it. I'm so proud of you. Piper is grinning, and I'm not sure I've ever been this proud of myself. Do you remember how to spell your name? I close my eyes and lift my hand. I speak the letters as I try to sign them from memory. Hudsom, did I get it right? Almost. You did an M at the end instead of an N, that's okay. It's a simple fix. Move your thumb between your middle finger and ring finger instead of between your ring finger and pinky. Hudson, is that better? That was perfect, Hudson. This uses a totally different part of my brain than I'm used to. It's nothing like breaking down plays on the ice or trying to figure out an opponent. I sigh and stretch my fingers. Does it start to get easier? Eventually, but that's how everything is. You weren't great at hockey the first time you put on skates. It took some time, and now look at you. You're a Stanley Cup champion. Piper pops a grape in her mouth and tugs on Liam's arm. He's been walking around the kitchen for the last hour, claiming he didn't want to participate, but I caught him doing the signs out of the corner of my eye. If you're wanting to learn ASL for Lucy, that must mean things are going well with Madeline. She's so good at her job. The food she makes is truly next level. I feel selfish for keeping her around, if we're being honest. The world should have a chance to taste her food. I laugh. Maybe she'll open her own restaurant one day. How is it living with her? You've never done that with a woman before. Piper stands so Liam can take her seat. She lets him get settled, then sits in his lap. You seem really happy. I'm eating better. I come home from practice and I have someone to talk to. You know how hard the last few years have been for me. I grab my napkin and fold it into a neat square, diverting my attention. And I don't ever remember feeling this light, especially since after the funeral. It's really nice to have a friend around. I like that we eat breakfast together in the morning. I like that she stays up, waiting for me to get home and asking questions about my day. I especially like finding her on the balcony, and I hope as winter melts into spring, we'll share more nights out there with a plate of cookies while we have a heart-to-heart. I knew Madeline was special when I met her in Vegas, but I honestly never thought I'd see her again. I'm glad she's here. Piper rests her head on Liam's shoulder and sighs. Lucy, too. She's such a special girl. Yeah. I rub a hand over my chest. She is. I enjoy spending time with the kids at summer camp and before and after games. I can't wait to be an uncle to Mav and Emmy's offspring when the timing is right. I'll spoil the shit out of them, but I've never been sold on the idea of having children of my own. It might be because after Mom passed, I became terrified of ever doing that to a kid I love more than life itself. I don't want to make someone hurt like I've been hurt. It's the worst feeling in the fucking world. Lucy is changing my thinking. She's fun as hell. Smart, too, and it's been fun to forge a friendship with her. I've liked watching her grow and change and learn things she wasn't sure of before. I taught her how to handle the dogs on a walk, and now we do a lap around the neighborhood together every night I'm home if it's not too cold. She showed me how to put ketchup on my eggs and laughed when I found the taste revolting. I think I could handle the heartbreak if it was a kid like her. I have someone I could set you up with if you're interested, Piper says, and I blink. She works for Emmy's team in the ticket sales office. Maybe in the off-season, I say, deflecting. Things are ramping up with the All-Star game approaching. It's hell after that with only 2.5 months to go before the playoffs. She hums but doesn't ask any other questions. I'm glad you're happy, Hudson. I flash her a grin. Me too, little P33 Madeline blonde bombshell. Where do y'all want to sit tonight? In a suite. Upper bowl, near the ice. Me, a suite is not necessary. I think Lucy would love to be close to the ice so she can feel like she's part of the action. She loves when people get rammed into the glass. I'm still trying to figure out the appeal. Blonde bombshell, she's definitely going to be a hockey player. I put y'all in row 2. The first row filled up, but you'll still be right there. I also snagged you some passes so you can come and go wherever you want in the arena. There's a lounge with food, snacks, and drinks you'll have access to. It also has a soft-serve ice cream machine. Me, how many times have you visited the ice cream machine? Blonde bombshell not answering that. Me, sounds like we're getting the VIP treatment. Blonde bombshell, all first-timers should. We do warm-ups an hour before the puck drops, so I'll have a chance to see y'all. Me, I can't believe it took us until February to go to our first Stars game. Lucy is determined to get on the big screen. Blonde bombshell, I'll put in a good word with the camera guy. See you out there, Galloway. Me have a great match, hockey guy. Girls just want to have fun, damental rights, and good sex. Me help. What do I wear to a hockey game? Piper, are you coming tonight? Me, Hudson got us tickets. I'm going to surprise Lucy. Lexi jeans and a sweater and bring a jacket. It gets cold in here even with 20,000 fans crowded in the arena. Emmy, try to get there early. You don't want to miss the warm-ups. Maven, they're the best part of the game. Piper, you're so right. Last night, I watched a video some girl on social media put together of Liam stretching. I was almost jealous, but then I remembered I get to climb into bed with him every night. So climb I did. Lexi, that's our girl. Me, wow, are all of you having regular intimacy? Piper, yup. Emmy, sure am. Lexi, if men can do whatever they want, so can I. Me, my celibate ass can't wait to see you all tonight. Emmy, I'm mad I'm in Texas. Maven, and I'm mad I'm at a soccer tournament. Not really. I love watching my kid play. Me, that's so sweet. Lexi, I'm jealous I'm not in Texas, the state where everything is bigger. Sign me up. Piper, see you soon, Madeline. You're going to have so much fun. Being at United Airlines Arena for a sold-out game is different from the friends and family night Hudson brought Lucy and me to. It's also different from the game we went to back in Vegas. The crowd was sparse. Our team sucked, and there was hardly any cheering. The arena tonight is packed. Everywhere I look, fans are decked out in their Stars gear. The team's mascot, a bear wearing sunglasses and a jersey, skates across the ice with a Stars flag, and I didn't realize sports could be so fun. Lucy got a fist bump from every player when they came out for warm-ups, and even now she has her nose against the glass, watching the team finish up a drill. I see why you girls told me not to miss the stretching. It's almost hypnotic, I say. Look at Liam. Piper grins and points at the goalie with the hand not holding her microphone. He's in a full split in front of the net, and my mouth drops open. His flexibility is also fun off the ice. I've never been able to stretch like that, and he's doing it in pads and a helmet. And the rest of them, it's like free entertainment. My eyes wander over to Maverick and Hudson. They're both on their knees with their legs spread, and they're almost thrusting into the ice. I'm sure there's a physical benefit to the move. They're doing something that makes some sort of muscle limber and warm, but it's intense enough to take me back to the last time I relaxed with my device. I thought about Hudson that night. I'm thinking about him every night I touch myself lately. I pictured the device as his fingers as I circled my clit, and when I fell apart on the silicone over the span of 3 separate releases, it was a feat not to yell out his name. Watching him stretch is giving me a new visual. Us on a bed. Him holding himself above me as he slowly rocks his hips, pressing against me. The hint of a smirk when he asks how much I like being his friend. Almost makes me want to date a hockey boy, Lexi says, and I crash back to reality. Too bad they're all fuckboys. That's not true. There are a lot of good guys on the team, Piper challenges. Wholesome men who won't forget to text you back. And if I don't want wholesome, Lexi gives us a wicked grin. Then what? Then have fun, Lex. I'm rooting for you. Piper pats her arm, then taps Lucy's shoulder. She kneels down to her level, careful to not wrinkle her bright pink dress. Are you so excited for tonight? She asks, and Lucy nods. Some of them autographed my jersey. She points at the signatures on her sleeves. I'm going to bring it to school next week. Your classmates are going to be so jealous. Wait until they hear you live with a hockey player too. Piper laughs and Lucy grins at her. Your seats tonight are very good. I'll come say hi at intermission, okay? Okay. Lucy throws her arms around her in a hug and Piper strokes her hair. Your dress is pretty. You look like a princess. So do you. Piper stands looking at me when Lucy goes back to waving to the players. If you need anything, send me a text. I'm only busy right at the end of the period when I'm trying to wrangle someone for an interview, so I'll be easier to reach than Hudson. I'm sure the game is going to be fun, but I'm more excited to see you all in action, I say to her and Lexi. A rinkside reporter, the head athletic trainer, you two are incredible. If only Emmy was playing against the Stars tonight, then I could cheer on 3 badass women. Denver's assistant head coach is a woman. Lexi points across the ice to a woman with blonde hair and a clipboard in her hand. Her blue suit is tailored and fitted to her toned thighs, and she's deep in conversation with one of the players on her team. Every few seconds her eyes flick up. She scans the ice, and I wonder if she's looking for someone specific. It's so fucking fun to see us succeed. There's room for all of us in this sport. Forget what the men say. Hear, hear. I pretend to lift an imaginary glass. Go do your important jobs, I'll catch up with you later. They leave with a wave and Lucy leads us to our spot in the second row. I sit next to her, nervous and excited. This is the first time it's felt like I've had a stake in a game, and it's an entirely different vibe than watching on TV. Hudson skates by us and taps his glove on the glass. The women in the row in front of us jump to their feet and wave, but he shakes his head. He lifts his stick, points right at me and gestures for us to come down to the glass. 4 heads turn to look at me, and I give the women a sheepish smile when we walk down the 2 steps it takes to reach the barrier. He waves hello to Lucy and she beams, pointing at the miniature jersey of his eye bought specially for her to wear tonight. He's so big, Lucy tells me, and I nod. He's very tall, isn't he? I ask. As tall as the ceiling, she says, and I laugh. Are you two talking about me? He yells. She said you're so big, I tell him, and you are, even more so with all those layers on. You could take a bullet to the chest and not feel a damn thing, couldn't you? It's like Fort Knox over here. He lifts up his jersey to show off the gear I'm not familiar with, but I'm distracted. Hey. He knocks his stick against the glass again, and I jump. My eyes are up here, Galloway. I blush. I can't believe he caught me staring. I can't believe I was staring in the first place. I thought I saw a bug, I say. Nice save. He lifts his chin. Whose jersey are you wearing? Oh, Riley's. I turn so he can see the name on the back. Lexi grabbed it for me. I don't own any Stars gear, and there weren't many options in the team store. Interesting. His eyes blaze with intensity when I look at him over my shoulder. Guess I'm going to have to make a call to our merchandise folks. Enjoy the game, Mads. With a wink, he skates away from us to join his teammates lining up. When he pulls up next to Maverick, takes off his helmet and looks back at me, there are butterflies in my stomach. 34 Madeline, the puck drops after the national anthem, and it's non-stop action from the very beginning. The crowd is loud, standing when the Stars almost score and cheering when Liam blocks multiple shots on goal. Lucy knows exactly what's going on. She tries to keep me up to speed, but I'm lost when she starts mentioning words like icing and cross-checking. The first period ends with the score tied at 0, but nothing about it is boring. Lucy and I sneak down to the lounge at intermission to grab an ice cream to share, and we add way too many crushed Oreos on top. When the second period starts, the group of women in front of us stand. Every time Hudson skates by, they pound on the glass and try to get his attention. They hold up a heart they make with their hands, hoping he can see it. I'm all for appreciating a man's body. They've been gawking at women for decades, and we deserve to be the ones doing the appreciating for a change. But I draw the line at their offhanded comments. There's a sour taste on my tongue when they say things like he's attractive, and if he knocked me up, I'd force him into letting me keep the baby, and I do my best to not let them ruin our night. Maverick scores with 4 minutes to go in the period to give the Stars the lead, and the way the players celebrate his goal is absurdly cute. The game turns rough in the third period. A scuffle breaks out between Grant and a Denver player after the two start shoving each other, and they both end up in the penalty box. I watch every play while sitting on the edge of my seat. My heart is somewhere in my throat, and I didn't realize how intense the game is. Being this close adds a new layer to it. You can hear how hard the contact is. You can see the grimace of pain when they get slammed into the walls. When Hudson lands on the ground after a rough hit, I spring to my feet, checking to see if he's holding the shoulder he hurt before. I'm overwhelmingly relieved when he gets up and keeps playing. It's so fun. Adrenaline courses through me every time the Stars have possession. Every time Liam makes a diving save or lifts his glove to catch the puck, I gasp with the rest of the crowd. The other team ties it up with a goal late in the period. I expect the Stars to panic, but they don't. With 50 seconds to go, Riley tears down the ice and banks in an answering goal that sends the arena into a frenzy. Lucy jumps up and down and hugs me around my waist. The guys pile on each other while they tap Riley's helmet. The energy carries the Stars the rest of the final minute. When the final buzzer sounds and the Stars secure the win, streamers fall from the rafters. The crowd cheers, and the Hudson Hayes fan club almost loses their minds when he skates over and tries to toss one of his gloves to Lucy. One of the women snatches it out of the air and clutches it to her chest. He frowns, disappointed. "Hey," he yells, "that was for the kid behind you." Oops, she giggles. Finders keepers. Hudson meets my gaze. I shrug and pick up Lucy. It's really not a big deal and I don't want to create any issues. We give him a wave and fight through the mass of people exiting the building into the cold February air. She falls asleep on the metro ride, and when we get back to the condo, I tuck her in bed with a kiss on her forehead. An hour later, I check my phone to see if Hudson is close so I can start his dinner. I find his location down in the parking garage, and I turn on the oven. The front door opens and closes with a click. Gus and Millie come barreling down the hall and I give them each a pat on the head. There are my favorite friends. Look how clean and fancy you are with your Valentine's Day bandanas. You're so festive. Favorite friends. Hudson trudges into the kitchen and folds himself onto one of the bar stools. I didn't realize I was in second place behind the dogs. Technically, you're in third place. There are 2 dogs, Hudson. He grins. Fair enough. Did you and Lucy have fun at the game? That was unbelievable. I think I'm going to have to purchase season tickets after tonight. I hand him a bowl of salad, sliding the vinaigrette he likes his way. Luce is never going to let us sit in the nosebleeds. I like sitting close. You lose a little of the view, but being in the thick of the action makes up for it. How do salmon and green beans sound for dinner? Delicious. I'm starving. You are. I wash my hands, then pull out the fish I marinated earlier this afternoon. Is this an every night thing or something new? Hard to tell. Hudson shrugs and finishes his salad in record speed. I'm always hungry, but I've always had a fast metabolism. I'm going to up your protein and fiber next week to see if that helps. I'll also work on adjusting your pregame meals to include more carbs. You know, if the chef thing doesn't pan out, which it obviously will, because you're amazing at it, you'd have a solid career in athlete nutrition. I slide the fish in the oven and set a timer. I'm not sure I have the qualifications for that. That's not true. He drops an elbow on the island and yawns. I'm eating better than every guy on the team. Coach made a comment today about how I'm quicker than I was last season. I'm squatting more in the weight room, and that's because of how you're fueling me. Thanks for all the flattery. I smile and grab a plate from the cabinet. It's part of my job, though, just like how yours is to hit the puck. How did I hit the puck tonight? Hudson asks. Grade my game from a to F. Given I know nothing about hockey, I'd say you were a C. I tell him, pulling a random letter from thin air, and he groans. A C? Come on, what would have got me an A, Galloway? Throwing your glove so Lucy could reach. I pause and coat the pan with olive oil for the green beans. You have a lot of fans. Do I? Did you miss all the women screaming at you? Ah, his cheeks flush a dark shade of red. I tune it out. The attention makes me uncomfortable. I don't know how I'm supposed to react to someone holding up a sign with their cell phone number on it, so it's best for me to ignore it. I'm there to do my job, you know. You said hi to me and Lucy. You're different. I like y'all. You're my favorite girls in the arena, no matter what anyone else's shirt says. Really, really. I'm sorry about the glove. That was shitty of her. Everyone knows sports etiquette is to give the gear to a kid if they're around. He tips his head to the side, glancing at me. I have a closet full of stuff she can sort through. I don't want her to feel left out. My chest hurts at the sincerity behind his apology. I was teasing him. Lucy doesn't understand what she missed out on, but his acknowledgement of it means the world. Thoughtful, considerate, and lovely, just like he always is. We'll be back for another game. We'll try again, I say, and his grin rivals the sun. If you want season tickets, just say the word. I'll buy you seats anywhere in the arena. Hudson pauses. Do you want your spectating grade for the night? My spectating grade? I laugh. What are you judging me on? How loud I yelled. That's one of the criteria. I saw you cheering, so you get enough for enthusiasm. I've always been a good student. He scoots back in his chair and stands. He walks around the corner of the island until he's close to me. You failed in one area, though. Oh, I lift an eyebrow. Are you going to tell me how I can improve for next time? Turn around, he says in a low voice. My feet move in a small circle until my back is to him, until I can't see him but can only hear him and I don't know what's going on. I don't know where this is going, but I want to find out. We're friends, right? I squeeze my thighs together. My breath gets stuck in my throat. There's nothing friendly about the thoughts I'm currently having, but I nod anyway. We are. Next time you come to a game, don't show up in someone else's jersey. His fingers trace the outline of the letters spanning across my shoulders. They dance down my spine, and my eyes flutter closed. I'll buy you 100 jerseys with my name on them so you never run out. And if I don't want to wear your jersey, I ask with a hint of defiance. He brushes a strand of hair away from my neck so he can whisper in my ear. He's not touching me, but it feels like he is. I might be nice, Madeline, but I can also be very persuasive. My heart nearly flatlines at the intensity behind his words. I should be pushing him away, but I don't want to. Okay, I whisper. Next time I'll wear your jersey. Good, I see a plus in your future. He pulls his hand away and I miss the contact immediately. He claps and grins. Ready to eat? I nod again, lost for words. I don't know what I want more, to wear his name across my back or to learn how persuasive he can be. 35 Hudson Puck King's Easy E-Book Club tomorrow night. I never knew reading could be so much fun. Gee, money, you only like it because the characters are intense every other chapter. Easy E, hell yeah they are. And it's hot AF. Mitchie, I'm hosting this month. If any of you mess with the canvas I'm working on, I will make your life hell. Me, no one is going to touch your artwork, Riley. Mavi, see you losers at 6 tomorrow. Be there or be square. Easy E, your dad jokes are getting lame, Mav. Sully, not as lame as your face. G-Money, not your best burn, goalie daddy, but any chance to roast Ethan is a good day. Piper, how is the signing coming? Me, good, yeah. I'm meeting twice a week virtually with a sophomore at Gallaudet. He's really helpful. I'm still slow, but I'm getting there. Piper, I'm so proud of you. Repetition will help. Are you practicing when you're not meeting with him? Me, yeah. I stand in front of my mirror and practice. I record myself too and send it to him. He's a nice dude. Piper, I can't wait to learn what your name sign is. Me, my what? Piper, it's such a wonderful part of deaf culture. A member of the deaf community will give you a name sign that correlates with who you are as a person. Hang on. Attachment. One video, see how I fingerspell my name, and after, I make a B-thumb hand shape, place it on my chin and brush it down. That's sweet in asshole. A deaf friend in college gave me my name sign, and it's how I introduce myself. When I communicate with Lucy, she doesn't spell Piper anymore. She just uses my name sign. Me, that's really cool. Do you think I'll get one? Piper, I bet you will. If your tutor doesn't give you one, I bet Lucy will. Maybe she already has. Me, that makes me want to practice even more so I can do all of this right. Piper, I know it does, Huddy. You're doing so well already. Riley, this piece of art is really good. I stare at the canvas he has set up on an easel in the corner of his living room. You're getting good. No way. There are 8-year-olds in the class who are the next Picasso, and I'm struggling to paint a tree. Better than anything I could do. I clasp a hand on his shoulder. You're going to be a Renaissance man before you know it. Order, order, Maverick yells. Riley elbows my ribs, and I make my way to a chair by the couch. Book club is officially underway, lads. Before we get started, I want to take a moment to wish our own Grant Everett good luck at All-Star Weekend, where he's competing in the skills competition next week. May he succeed in being the NHL's fastest skater and have the most accurate shooting. Come on, Grant blushes, giving us all a grin. The only reason I'm invited is because you turned down the spot, Mavi. Not true, gee, you earned your place, I say. You're going to have a blast. We're all proud of you. Shucks, guys. He flips open his book and taps the pages. In honor of my exciting accomplishments that have no bearing on our team or the season, I'd like us to start the discussion of our dark romance book by posing a question to you all. If you were forced to eat a body part of someone else, what body part would you pick and why? I almost DN-fed this book. Riley grimaces. The thought of chewing on someone's finger literally made me gag. But you wouldn't know you were eating a finger until it's too late, Ethan challenges. I'd probably pick an arm or a toe. A toe? You're sick, Grant says. Says the guy who picked the book with intense themes in it, Liam grumbles. Accidental intense themes, Jesus, I don't want to think about that. Bet you want to think about something, Ethan says, and Grant almost tackles him. We made it 5 minutes, I say to Maverick. That has to be a record, right? It's something. He grins. Maybe Grant will do some maturing at the All-Star game. I don't have a lot of hope for Ethan. Who knows? Maybe he'll surprise us. We go around the room, talking about the book and the parts we liked and disliked. A debate about problematic behavior ensues, with Grant emphatically arguing there's such a thing as good intentions, while Riley argues it could all be considered problematic. I'm the tiebreaker and award the win to Grant, noting that red flags in fiction are different than real life. After a break for pizza, we roll into the discussion questions Maverick prepared. Another argument arises when we get into the topic of morally gray characters. Liam makes a good point about society only being able to function as long as there are people who aren't totally good or totally bad that are able to sway in the needed direction when the time calls for it. Time for a vote on the intense scenes. Maverick grabs a pen and paper from Riley's coffee table. Who would be down to be the one blindfolded and have their hands tied up? I cough and reluctantly raise my hand in the air. My embarrassment lessens when Riley joins me and the boys all cheer for us. Huddy's been watching the Juno positions. Grant lifts his arms above his head and drops them against the wall behind him. Have you ever tried this one? Very funny. I throw a pillow at him and laugh when it hits Ethan instead. What are we reading next month? A cowboy romance. A flight attendant spends the summer in a small town and falls in love with the grumpy trail guide. Connor pretends to ride a horse. Ye fucking haw. Anyone have any final thoughts or opinions about this month's book? Maverick asks, and when everyone breaks off into smaller groups to have personal conversations, he rolls his eyes. This is ridiculous. Such a sensitive soul, I tease, laughing when he flips me off. I'm going to head out. Feel like walking with me for a few blocks. In February when it's cold as shit, he shrugs and grabs his beanie off the coffee table. Why the hell not? We say goodbye to the boys, escaping before Ethan can make a convincing argument for a game of strip poker. When we get out to the sidewalk, I shove my hands in my coat pockets. I feel like I haven't seen you much lately. Everything good, Mavi? That's on me. I'm sorry, man. When Emmy is in town, I want to spend all my time with her. I went a week and a half without seeing her last month, and it was torture. You're headed to New York for the All-Star game, right? Yeah. Em is giving a speech at the PWHL luncheon on Friday afternoon. On Saturday, she and Amelia Green, the associate coach for Denver, are hosting a clinic for a group of girls at Madison Square Garden before the Skills Challenge starts. Maverick grins. I'm so proud of her. She's an icon, isn't she? I laugh. Funny how things change. Remember when you thought she was a dude from Michigan because you didn't research who she was before meeting her? I'd take our first meeting back if I could. I hate that she ever thought I doubted her abilities as an NHL player when she's out here proving herself time and time again. She knows you respect her. We all do. I'm glad. He looks up at the sky and smiles. How's it going with Madeline after your terrible kiss? Shut up. I elbow his ribs and he shoves me away. We're good. Did I tell you I'm learning sign language? No kidding, really. Yeah, I want to be able to communicate with Lucy. I've been working with a student at Gallaudet University twice a week. Feels like the bare minimum, you know. Do you still have feelings for her? Mav asks, and I nod. I'm not supposed to, but I do. Maybe they'll go away. I shrug, wishing I wore a hoodie under my coat. Maybe they won't. There's a deep pang of loneliness growing in my chest. It's become familiar at this point. The ache of being alone when all I want is someone by my side. It's not resentment. It's never resentment. I'm not unhappy other people are happy. It's fear and jealousy. Jealousy that they have someone to come home to. Fear I'll never find it. Jealousy, they have someone who cares about their day. Fear, I'll be left. Again. I already had a parent leave me. Girlfriends have walked away from the relationships we've had just as it was starting to mean something. What's next? Spending the rest of my life by myself and missing out on what everyone else gets to have. That sounds really sad. Hey. Maverick puts his arm around my shoulder. You're a catch, Huddy. Your person is out there and you want to know the wildest thing. I huff. My breath comes out like a wisp of smoke and I can't wait to hear. What? She's trying to get to you right now. It's just taking her a little while. Traffic, you know. Wow, that might be the deepest thing you've ever said, Mav. Want me to follow it up with a joke? Quit while you're ahead, dude, he laughs. Fine, look. I know being patient sucks, but it's going to pay off in the end. I promise. You're right, I relent. Holy shit, say that again, Huddy. It's music to my ears. I smirk and shove him off of me. How are you and Em doing? We're good. I'm in it for the long haul with her, and we have options if things don't pan out quite the way we want. We've talked about adoption, and we're both more than open to it. We'll see how the next few months go. And you're okay. I'm sure being away from her isn't easy. Different schedules, different road games. Y'all are taking time for yourselves, right? I can't imagine the pain they must be feeling, and saying hang in there sounds really insensitive. I hated when people told me that after Mom passed, and sometimes hearing nothing was a lot easier to listen to than forced sympathy. I remember the days when I couldn't leave my bed. Maverick would come to my apartment, sit next to me on the comforter, and not say a word. He'd stay there for hours, only moving to bring me a bowl of soup that he hand-fed me so I could put something in my body. I'm not fine, but I'm hanging in there, you know. Being here with you all helps. Doing stuff like going to the All-Star game helps. Just trying to stay positive, he mumbles. I'm here, I say. No judgment, no questions asked for anything. I know. He smiles my way. And I'm glad. We stop outside my building and I shiver. Are you okay to get home? Want me to keep walking with you? You didn't have anything to drink tonight, right? Nah, I'll manage, and I haven't had a drop of alcohol in months. Not my jam anymore. I'm proud of you, Mav. Not for the not drinking part, even though that's great, for all the other stuff. When the time comes, you're going to be the best dad. Your kid is going to be so lucky. Future starting center at Michigan, even if we have a girl, especially if we have a girl. We're going to break all the glass ceilings just like her mom, he says before grabbing my shoulders and pulling me into a hug. Look at us, two good guys for our women. You taught me right, Huddy. I laugh and squeeze him. Stop, I don't have a woman. You'll let me know when you're home. Yeah, I will. You'll give Emmy a hug for me and let her know she's my favorite of you too. I always do. Good. I pat his shoulder and pull away. Go get warm, Cap. With a grin and a tip of an imaginary hat, Maverick strolls down the sidewalk, whistling a tune. I nod to the doorman, grateful for the heaters in my building's lobby. I wait for the elevator, pulling out my phone and finding a message from Madeline there. Madeline attachment. One image had to send this to you. I grin at the photo of Lucy curled up between Gus and Millie on the floor. All three are fast asleep with a blanket tossed over them, and I tap the screen to save the picture. Me so much for the beds we have for them, right? Madeline, they've been like this for an hour. I haven't moved from the couch because I don't want to disturb them. Me to be young and fall asleep in random places. Madeline, are you on your way home? Me, I'm downstairs, actually. Be up in a second. Madeline, see you soon, BB. I laugh and click off my phone. That pain in my chest loosens with every floor the elevator climbs. When I open the door and slip inside, finding the four of them exactly where I thought they'd be, it goes away entirely. Home. 36 Madeline, it's been an afternoon from hell. Lucy had a terrible day at school, and she's been having tantrum after tantrum since she got home. My mom called to tell me my dad went to the doctor because of chest pain, and they want to run some tests on his heart. I have a pounding headache, and by the time I start dinner 45 minutes late because the evening slipped away from me, I'm nearing my wit's end. The apartment is a disaster, and the kitchen is the worst spot. There are stacks of dishes in the sink. The counter is stained with last night's pasta and meatballs. The roll of paper towels has become detached from the wall, and the onions I'm attempting to sauté are burning to a crisp, making the whole condo smell like garbage. Lucy's wails echo down the hallway. All I want to do is hold her to my chest and comfort her, but I can't. There are a million other things waiting for me. The dogs are whining at my feet for their dinner. My back hurts, and I can't take it anymore. With no one around to see my mistakes and how massively I've failed today, I lose it. I put my hands on the counter right in the sauce I've been trying to clean up for 10 minutes but keep getting distracted from because of other things and start to cry. My shoulders shake. I drop my head back. I stare at the ceiling and the cries turn into a ragged, ugly sob. It feels good to get this out, to break down and not be perfect for a minute. I could wallow here the rest of the night. "Madeline?" Hudson asks, startling me. I lose my footing on the water Lucy spilled on the floor when I tried to get her a snack earlier, but he moves faster. He's there to catch me with an arm around my waist, a hand at the small of my back steadying me. "What's going on?" I sniff. "It's been a day." He looks around at the war zone that used to resemble his kitchen. "How can I help?" That makes me cry even more. "I don't know." "Are you hurt?" "No." "Is Lucy hurt?" "No, she had a horrible day at school and it carried over all afternoon. I missed your text earlier, so I'm behind on dinner. The dogs haven't eaten. I didn't get a chance to clean up from breakfast or lunch. The onions are burnt, but I should be able to throw the rest of the meal together in a few minutes. And I'll light a candle to get rid of the smell." "No, no, no." Hudson reaches behind me and turns off the stove. He rubs his hands down my arms, and it's amazing how much better I feel when he touches me. "Forget dinner, I'll order us a pizza. Forget the mess, I'll get to it later. The dogs can survive an extra hour without their food. Are you okay, Madeline?" "I don't know. Lucy's never acted like this, and I feel like a failure. Like I should know how to handle it, but I don't." I hiccup, my throat hurts. I'm so tired. The icing on the cake of a shitty day was my mom calling and letting me know my dad is experiencing chest pains. The doctor is running some tests on his heart. It's a lot. The words spill out of me like the last drops of a wine bottle, and I realize what I've said too late. I register the selfishness of mentioning my dad, who I got to talk to this afternoon, while Hudson won't ever get to talk to his mom again. I hesitantly search his face for any signs of bitterness, for a shred of resentment for what I have that he doesn't, but I can't find any. All I can find is a soft smile, a heavy sigh, and his hands back on my shoulders like that's where they belong. "I'm so sorry to hear about your dad. That must have added a lot of stress to your day. Is he doing okay? Have you talked to him?" "I talked to him earlier. He's in good spirits." I wipe under my eye. Mascara clings to my thumb, and I probably look like a drowned rat. He's upset about the changes to his diet. He's no longer allowed to have a bowl of ice cream before bed. "That's cruel, honestly. What's his favorite flavor?" "Mint chocolate chip." I huff out the makings of a laugh. I used to tease him and tell him it tasted like toothpaste. "Your dad has some fine taste. Maybe I need to start eating a bowl of ice cream every night before bed." "You could afford it. You're made of pure muscle." "And those brownies you made last week." There's a boyish glint in Hudson's eye. "I ate half the pan." "I knew it." I try to swat his arm, but he catches my hand. He wraps his fingers around my wrist and holds me there. "Talk to me about Lucy. Do you know why she had a bad day at school?" he asks. "Her teacher told me one of her classmates teased her and then kept teasing her when she cried. They also had a fire drill and a vocabulary test, and I think it was too much stimulation." Hudson slowly lowers my arms to my sides. "Here's what we're going to do. You're going to take a few minutes for yourself, a shower or some time in your room. I'm going to order us some food, then I'll check on Lucy." "Hudson," I sniff again. "You don't have to. I want to. You do so much by yourself, Maddie, but I'm here when you need to tap out for a minute. I want to help. Let me help." Every kind of emotion twists into a knot in my stomach with the plea in his ask. There's gratitude and appreciation, fear of giving over control and careful acceptance of having someone in my corner. I bob my head in a slow nod, ready to welcome the help I so desperately need. "Okay," I whisper. The single word makes his whole face bright. "She might if you need me for anything. We'll be fine, I promise. And if we're not, I know where you are." I take a step back and turn for my room. Walking away from him is so hard because all I want to do is stay. "I'll be back soon." "Take as long as you need. We'll be here," Hudson says. "Go on, golden girl, golden girl." "Yeah." He gestures around the kitchen, not blinking at the catastrophe surrounding us. "You're the brightest thing in this room, the brightest thing in every room." Oh, I put my hand over my chest. My heart is racing a mile a minute, and I don't think it's going to slow down anytime soon, not as long as he's in the picture. "Thank you," I say. His smile curves into a beam. It's brilliantly bright, brilliantly beautiful. When he says, "It's an honor, Maddie," I know he means it. It takes a bubble bath and doing my full skin care routine to feel like myself again. An hour and a half later, I'm ready to conquer the parts of the world I've shut out. I open my bedroom door, peering into the hall. It's eerily quiet in the condo, and I strain to hear any signs of life. "Hudson," I call out, but I don't get an answer. Frowning, I walk to the kitchen. When I get there, I stop in my tracks. It's spotless. The dishes are put away. There's not a trace of sauce anywhere on the counter or cabinets. The smell of burnt onion has been replaced with a hint of orange and vanilla, and I wonder if I stepped into an alternate universe. My eyes move to the island where a bouquet of beautiful red roses sit. I break out into a grin, reaching for them. I run my fingers along the petals and long stems, trying to remember the last time I had fresh flora in my house. It's been months, years maybe, and the sight of them makes my stomach do a giddy somersault. My admiration gets broken up by a laugh floating down the hall. There's the clap of small hands, a giggle I know with my whole soul. I greedily follow the noises, pausing outside Lucy's room when I make it there. I peer inside, finding her and Hudson sitting on the floor in the middle of her bright pink rug. An army of Barbies are in front of them, from astronaut Barbie to pop star Barbie. Lucy hands Hudson one with a flashy gold dress. He pretends to have her dance, making Lucy giggle, and every part of me is warm. "Hey," I say. Hudson lifts his chin to look at me. His face breaks out into a beam that wrinkles the corners of his eyes and scrunches his nose. He taps Lucy's shoulder and points my way. "Hi, baby girl." Lucy stands and runs to me. Little arms wrap around my middle, and everything is right in the world again. "We're playing dolls. Are you having fun?" "Yes." She sighs and rests her cheek against my stomach, and I can't find any of the tears she had earlier. "I'm sorry for being mean." "You weren't mean. You're allowed to be sad sometimes. We cleaned the kitchen. Did you see? It looks so good in there. Did you pick out the flowers?" "No, that was him. He said they'd make you smile." Lucy reaches up and touches my cheek. "Did you smile so much?" Lucy runs back to her dolls. I focus my attention on Hudson, who is watching us. "You got me flowers?" I ask. "Yeah." In the cozy yellows of Lucy's room, I can see his ears turn pink. His cheeks do too. "My dad used to buy my mom flowers whenever she had a hard day. Even if there was already a bouquet in the kitchen, he'd show up with more." He pauses, the silence thick, then continues. "In the end, her whole hospital room was covered in vases. I think he hoped the flowers would bring him some miracle. The tattoo on his leg makes so much sense now. It's not random artwork or a drunken mistake he'll regret 5 years down the road. They're parts of his mom he carries with him, and to know he's treating me like his dad treated her makes me feel lucky, like I'm 1 in 7 billion. Maybe she has a garden now, a place up there where she can plant her own flowers and smile nonstop." That Hudson swallows. He plays with the dress of the Barbie he's holding, then rubs his jaw. "That's a really nice thought. I hope she does. I don't know if anyone's ever bought me flowers. Ever, not that I can remember. They're beautiful. Roses are my favorite. Cliché, I know, but I don't care. I'm glad you like them. I know they don't fix the things that didn't go right today. They don't solve the problems, but they don't make anything worse. I like that sentiment. I lean against the door frame. You got Lucy to calm down, and you cleaned the kitchen. Are you a miracle worker, bombshell? His blush deepens, cheeks bright pink. Hardly. It took us a minute, several minutes actually. I sat with her and let her cry. When she wore herself out, I asked if she wanted to help me with something. We made cleaning the kitchen a game. After, we went and got some fresh air on a walk to the grocery store up the road. Bringing the dogs helped too. You know she loves Gus and Millie. There's a thrumming behind my ribs the more he talks. It's not painful, but something more wonderful, a steady, soothing warmth. I've never experienced it before, and it moves all over my body from my spine to my toes. I blink. When Hudson hands the doll he's holding over to Lucy and gives her a smile, the understanding hits me like a ton of bricks. How I missed it before, I don't know, because it's so obvious. I have a crush on Hudson Hayes. An alarmingly real, alarmingly serious crush, where just being around him makes everything better. I can breathe easier. I can think clearer. The night has totally turned around, and it's all because of him. Maybe I should have tried harder to suppress these feelings. I'm the one who threw the label of friends on our relationship, but I don't want that to be the word to define us anymore. I want him. In any way I can have him, because he's the epitome of perfection. He's magic and stardust and everything I've ever dreamed about when I let my cynical heart imagine falling for another man somewhere down the road. He makes me believe, and that's not something I've done in a very long time. What about dinner? My voice shakes. How could I have missed all the signs? How long have my feelings been hiding from me? How much time have I wasted? Should I make something? Pizza should be here in 10 minutes. Want a glass of wine? I picked up some of that red you like when we grabbed the flowers. Would you judge me if I drank the whole bottle? Not in the slightest. Hudson stands and offers his hand to Lucy. Let's eat. 37 Hudson. Madeline is beautiful when she smiles. She's beautiful all the time, but seeing her and Lucy laugh through dinner makes my brain do this stupid thing where it pretends there's a world out there where she likes me as much as I like her. And I do like her. I caught her sneaking glances at me over her third slice of pepperoni pizza, and I panicked, thinking I had sauce on my cheek. When I asked her what was wrong, she only shrugged, gave me a coy smile, and went back to eating. What I would give to be inside her head. We watch TV with Lucy on the couch until she falls asleep, curled against my side. When she starts to snore softly, I walk her to her room and tuck her in bed. Madeline kisses her forehead, then follows me down the hall, her presence all-consuming. Back in the kitchen, we wash the dishes from dinner in silence. I drop the last plate in the dishwasher and lean against the counter. It's dangerous to be around her when I'm thinking about her. I want to take her bottom lip between my teeth. I want to know what she would look like with a hickey on her neck, and I want to pour the last of her wine in her mouth, then kiss her until she's breathless. How are you feeling? I ask, finding neutral ground. It's safe, polite. The antithesis of the war raging in my head. Much better. That time to myself was exactly what I needed. I know I've already said it tonight. I'm pretty sure it's all I've said to you since you opened your door to Lucy and me, because you've been nothing but kind. But thank you, Hudson, for stepping in, for helping me, for showing me respect in my moments of weakness. And her bottom lip quivers. God, do I want to kiss her. Thank you for not looking at me differently after I failed as a parent today. Hey. I stepped toward her so we're inches apart. You didn't fail at anything. You had an off day because you're human. Do you know how many off days I've had? Hundreds. Thousands if we're being honest, and a lot of those have come in the last 5 years. None of us can be perfect all the time, Madeline, and no one should feel like they're carrying the weight of responsibilities alone. I'm here. I know I'm not a parental figure to Lucy, but we're friends. She's in my life and I'm glad for it. That's why I'm going to be better about lending a hand. Not because you've done something wrong, but because you've done so many things right. Friends. Her laugh is a heavy exhale, a shake of her head. The sound makes me nervous and she looks at the floor instead of at me. I'm starting to hate that word. Did I do something to make you think you're not my friend? No. Slowly, hesitantly, she looks back at me. Her eyes are wide with a scorch of heat behind the brown. When you call us friends, it makes the things I'm thinking about you, the things I'm feeling for you, seem wrong. I don't know what's going on. I might be dreaming. What kind of things are you thinking about? Kissing you. Madeline grabs my shirt like she did on New Year's Eve. She wraps her fingers in the cotton, cementing herself to me. Doing more than that. You said that's not something you want. You told me you wanted to be friends, just friends. That's what I wanted before, but it's not what I want anymore. What do you want? I ask, terrified to hear the answer. You, she says, and it's my favorite word she's ever spoken. I'm not kissing you unless you tell me to, Madeline. And if I do, it's not going to be a one-time, casual thing. It's not going to be a two-time thing. It's going to mean something, just like it did on New Year's, because I'm done pretending like I haven't thought about that night every single day that's passed. I have, excessively. But I don't act on it because I don't want you to hide from me again. I don't want to mess this up. You mean too much to me. The words fly out of me. In the morning, I might regret them. I'll probably want to take them back and kick myself for being so honest, but I'm done playing games. She's ingrained on my soul, and life is too short to not tell the people you care about exactly how you feel. Madeline's grip on my shirt tightens. I wonder if she'll walk away or disappear again. She surprises me when she stands on her toes. I reach for her, cupping her cheeks on instinct, blissfully aware of how soft she is and needing to touch her like I need air. Her lips pull up into a grin. She lifts her chin, a dare there, before she says, "Forget it," and crashes her mouth against mine. The planets realign. The Earth stops rotating, and this is different from how we kissed on New Year's. This is intentional, something that has purpose and something she's doing without any provoking. The rational part of my brain is screaming at me to stop, to cool my jets and think about this for half a second, because we've been down this road before, and we decided it wasn't the path she wanted to take. The other part of my brain. The other part of my brain is telling me to walk her backward until we reach the island, to lift her onto the countertop and hold her close. So I do just that. Hudson. Her head tips to the side when I set her down. I kiss her neck and the spot below her ear. She smells like the roses she couldn't stop admiring at dinner, and I think I'm already addicted to her. Please. I don't know what that please is asking for, but I'll spend the rest of my days trying to find out. What do you need? I nudge my way between her legs, resting my hands on her knees. She leans back, palms on the counter, and knocks an apple into the sink. What do you want? What can I give you? Anything, everything. Just she wraps her legs around my waist, urging me closer. I'd tether myself to her if I could. Don't stop. The last thing I want to do is stop. I want to make you feel good. I hesitate, the last piece of my rationality coming to the forefront of my brain when I realize we're not alone in the condo. Should we do this here? What about Lucy? She's a heavy sleeper unless there's a storm. She won't wake up until morning. If she needs me, she'll go to my room first. It's probably best we do this out here. Okay, yeah, we'll stay here. I move my hands up Madeline's thighs until I reach her waist. My fingers tease the hem of her shirt, and I untuck it from her jeans. I graze the pad of my thumb along her bare skin, smiling when a soft gasp tumbles out of her. What do you like, Madeline? It's been a while. Her laugh is resigned, the hint of shyness, the cusp of embarrassed. I don't remember, I'm not sure. We'll go slow, we'll figure it out. It's been a while for me too. I rest my palm on her stomach, listening to her blow out a breath. I trail my touch up to her ribs and her heart races. Is this okay? Yeah, that's nice, she whispers. That word, I say. Her laugh is beautiful this time, full and bright. Is spectacular better? We're getting there. I kiss her again and she melts into me like ice in a fire, with her tongue, with her teeth, with a hand that rests on my hip and snaps the waistband of my sweatpants hard enough to make me hiss. God, Madeline, is it okay if I touch you? She dances her hand across my stomach, dipping her fingers in my briefs, and I suck in a breath. Like this. You can touch me however you want, I tell her. I'll like anything you do to me. I kiss her collarbone. I keep my mouth on her until she's whimpering, then I dance my thumb along the soft fabric of her bra. Her sound is wicked, a sinful thing, and when I slowly lift the material and move to the underside of her breast, she whines. Oh, okay, I ask into the crook of her neck. I kiss the skin there, her throat warm under my tongue. Too much, more than okay. I told you it's been a while, and it's embarrassing how nothing about you could ever be embarrassing. She relaxes at that, and I close my eyes, willing myself to calm down. What's embarrassing is how my body is reacting to her. It's like I've been starved and now I'm being fed. I groan when I find her hard nipple. Could you? Madeline sighs and rests her hand over mine. She guides me back down her stomach, unbuttoning her jeans and lowering her zipper. Here. I'm going to lose my mind. It's already halfway gone. I've never moved this fast with a woman before. I like to go slow, to not do everything all at once, but when I tug the denim halfway down her thighs, I become certifiably insane. I'm going to be rusty, I admit, way off my game. Better than 6 years, we both might not be perfect. She laughs again. There's no hesitation in the way she leans back and tips her thighs open wide. I know I want this. I want you, Hudson, so badly. If it's not great, we'll work on it. Can I look at you? I'd really like it if you did. My hand falls away as I step back so I can see her. I don't know where to look first, at her creamy thighs or the hint of hair sneaking out through the cut of her underwear, the hint of moisture on the white lace, or the faded stretch marks on the curve of her thighs. You are, I trail off. Words are hard to find. I can't even remember my own name. So beautiful. I touch the bow on the front of her thong. I smile when she tilts her head back and lifts her hips. I grin when I press my thumb against her clit, holding her steady when she arches her back. Hudson, she grabs my collar, nails scratching against my neck. Please. I'm tempted to rip the damn underwear off, but I don't want to rush her, so I leave them on. I drop to my knees so I can see her better, so I can hear her better, and I put my hands on the inside of her thighs. I stroke up her legs and touch her again, right where she's warm and wet. Christ, I'm a goner. Here. I rub a slow circle over her clit with my thumb. Her underwear is wet, and I can't believe I'm the one who gets to have her like this. Do you like that? Yes. The word is barely a rasp, and she moves her hands to my hair. She grips the strands nice and rough and gives a tug. That's perfect. Better than nice. I hate you. Do you? I keep circling and reach my other hand up back under her shirt. I pull the cup of her bra down and roll her nipple between my fingers. Doesn't seem like you do. I don't. She licks her lips. How could I when you're making me feel like I'm on top of the world? We can do better than that. I want to make you see the stars, golden girl. I stop touching her chest only so I can palm myself over my sweatpants. So I can give myself the hint of relief by thrusting my hips against my hand, stopping before I can savor it for too long. I lean forward and kiss her thigh. I drag my tongue up her leg and use my teeth to tug the waistband of her underwear down half an inch so I can kiss her hip bone at the same time. I use 2 fingers to circle her. Madeline cries out. She holds my shoulder and claws at my neck again. Am I wrong for being excited to show off the scratches? Am I allowed to be smug at morning skate tomorrow and let my teammates see? That's I like that. I push up on my knees, dipping my chin and kissing her stomach. Are you going to come for me, Maddie? I slow the circle my fingers are making until Madeline lifts her ass off the counter. My name turns into a rough and low moan that echoes around us when she comes undone, and it's the prettiest sound I've ever heard. I give in to my moment of weakness, hell. my months of weakness, and shove my hand down my pants. I stroke myself and drop my head against her knee as my warm release covers my palm. Holy shit, I curse when I regain control of my body. Are you? Her ankles wrap around my neck. I stutter out a groan, ready and willing to become a permanent resident between her legs. That was, Madeline grins. Yeah, I think we corrupted my kitchen. I glance up at her pink cheeks and messy hair. Not sure I can look at this counter the same way after that. I'm not sorry. Neither am I. Did you? Her eyes flick to my sweatpants. In your cum in my pants. Oh yeah, it's everywhere. Halfway down my leg, probably on my foot. The social media comments would have a field day with me. The NHL player who can't last. The jokes write themselves. I don't care how long you last. Madeline puts her finger under my chin, lifting my head so our gazes meet. My sample size is very small, but no one's ever wanted me in a way where they lose control. I want her more than I've ever wanted anything in my life. I want her again in an hour and in a month down the road. I want her body and her soul, and I'd get on my knees and beg until I had them. Happy to break the streak for you, KG. She laughs, and there's not an ounce of tension between us. It's perfectly normal, like we've done this together 100 times. I'm not going to hide from you, Hudson. She tugs on my shirt and helps me to my feet. I almost stumble, feeling off balance and thoroughly satisfied. I promise. I hold up my hand, smiling when she wraps her pinky around mine. I'm not going to run from you either. Madeline looks at her jeans on the floor and laughs again. I can't believe we did that. We have 2 bedrooms and we picked the kitchen. We're animals. Any regrets? I ask. She shakes her head. None. You? Nope. I put my hands on either side of her and bend my neck so I can kiss her. I'm just getting started with you, Maddie. 38 Madeline Piper. I saw a video of that clinic you and Amelia put on in New York last week. You are a queen. Me Lucy had me download ESPN Plus so we could watch, and I'm in awe of you. Lexi, badass women are my favorite kind of women. Maven, I'm still geeking out that the official NHL Instagram page shared all your content. You're paving the way for the next generation of female hockey players. That is so cool. Emmy, wow. So many nice things, and it's a change from getting my butt kicked in practice by the boys. Thanks, you all. It was fun, and I'm honored I get to play a small role in the future of the sport. Me, is anyone free tonight? I could use some advice on something that happened to me recently. Emmy, I'm in. Piper, me too. Maven, wait. Am I free on a night you all are? And do I actually get to meet Madeline? I've been convinced you're not real. Me, I'm very real, but don't get your hopes up. I'm not that exciting. Lexi, I'm meeting a Tinder date tonight, but you all take priority over Beaumont. Emmy, Beaumont. I just gagged. You all can come here. Maverick has a meeting with Coach Saunders. With it being almost March, I bet they're talking about trades they could make before the deadline. Me, does that happen a lot? Emmy, oh yeah, it's ruthless. I'd say the franchise players are safe, but I've seen what happens in the NBA. These GMs don't give a crap about loyalty. They'll get rid of anyone and everyone if they think it'll help them win. Lexi, it's a cutthroat sport. I love it. Me, hey, hockey guy blonde bombshell, what's up, KG? I'm heading back from the arena in a few. Need anything from the store? Me, I did a grocery run this morning, but thanks for asking. Could you watch Lucy tonight? I'm going to go over to Emmy's for girls' night. The calendar said you're free, but if not, I can bring her with you. Blonde bombshell, I'd love to hang out with her. We'll have some pizza and ice cream. Top-tier nutrition. Me, so much for that chicken on the menu. Just kidding. That sounds like a fun night to me, blonde bombshell, unrelated, but I know we haven't really had a chance to see each other since the other night. I'm leaving tomorrow morning on a 3-game road trip that's going to take me away for a week, but I want you to know I'm thinking about you. Me, is there something in particular you're thinking about? Blonde bombshell, the way your eyes wrinkle when you smile. How your laugh sounds when you're tired. The way you express yourself when you're happy. Me, sounds like you're thinking about me a lot. Hockey guy, blonde bombshell, here and there. Me, I'm thinking about you too. I'm sorry we won't get tonight together, but I'm excited for you to get home from your trip. Blonde bombshell, me too. I curl my feet under my legs and spread pimento cheese over a cracker. I love that you all get together so often. When I was in Vegas, I worked so much, I didn't have time for a social life. It helps we all have similar schedules. Piper takes a bite of her cracker and grabs a napkin. It's 9 months of absolute insanity, then things calm down. And when it's not insane, I'm wishing it was. Lexi swirls her wine around her glass, then takes a sip. Sometimes I can't believe this is our life. I can't believe you're meeting a guy named Beaumont. What a stupid name, Emmy snorts. Sounds like it belongs to a golfer. I think it's nice, Maven Lansfield says, and I'm glad I finally met her. She's the perfect addition to the group I've found myself a part of, and her hug told me she's someone who is kind and special. I bet his dad owns a country club. You're biased because you're married to a man named Dallas, Lexi challenges. The only reason I'm meeting up with him is because he's going to help me relax, and with how many guys on the team are having aches and pains these days, I could use a little relief from my workload. The last thing we need during this stretch of the season are multiple players on the I wrinkle my nose. What does that stand for? Injury report, Piper supplies. It's the list of players who might be out for the night with an injury. It lists their status as day-to-day or out for an extended period of time. I really need to get better about learning these hockey terms. I look down at my glass and grin. Especially if I keep kissing Hudson, Piper screeches. Lexi pumps her fist in the air. Emmy grins and Maven claps enthusiastically. You would think I just announced world peace, not that I told them I had my first physical interaction with a man in years. I beg your pardon. Piper takes my wine from me and sets it on the table next to a bowl of olives. You better start talking right this second, Madeline Galloway. I laugh. I like how warm I feel right now. How it's almost like I'm back in high school and having a sleepover with my closest friends where we talk until the sun comes up. It's easy and fun, and it makes me want to spill all of my secrets. We're going to need the whole story, Lexi says. We can give you the best course of action, Maven adds. Bullshit, Emmy interjects. We just want to know how he is. I dive into the story about New Year's Eve. I mentioned the other night in the kitchen where I was the one to initiate contact and the swift way he lifted me onto the counter. I turn bright red when I talk about the way he touched me, when I talk about the connection we shared. I leave out the part where he reacted while watching me, the secret something I'm keeping close to my chest. God, it was electric. Every touch singed my skin. Every kiss was the sweetest thing I've ever tasted. Seeing him look at me with nothing but admiration and warmth in his eyes was almost too much. I felt beautiful, wanted for the first time in forever, as if I was the most important person in the world. In the kitchen, Emmy asks, my God, I knew that boy had game. It's always the quiet ones. What do I do now? I ask. Getting close to someone is so out of my wheelhouse. And so is living under the same roof as him. I'm clueless. You should be with him, obviously, Lexi supplies, and I choke on a laugh. What? You can either be with him or you pretend like it never happened. But if it's happened twice, it's going to happen again. Do you want it to happen again? Piper asks, and it's an easy question to answer. I stopped caring about the possibility of our working relationship suffering the minute Hudson treated Lucy like she is part of his family. If I'm going to spend time with anyone, I want it to be with him. Yes, I say, I do. Is this a boyfriend-girlfriend thing? Lexi looks at me. Or a physical friends with benefits kind of thing? He told me he doesn't do one-night stands, so I'm not sure how a strictly physical relationship could work. But I'm not sure about a serious relationship either. I have baggage, but I like kissing him. Is there some middle ground that lets us keep doing that without the big, messy emotions that come with dating? I ask. I think there's always an emotional component when it comes to intimacy, Maven chimes in. You can pretend like it doesn't matter, but eventually someone starts to care more than they should. Well, shit, I laugh. That complicates things. Maybe it doesn't have to be complicated. Why not go with the flow and see what happens along the way? Piper asks. You know he's not going to break your heart. Hudson is a one-woman man. No one else is going to have his attention. I want to kiss you because I've been thinking about it for weeks. Weeks. His words on New Year's run through my mind. So do the message requests in his Instagram inbox he's ignored, choosing to spend time with me and my daughter over hanging out with anyone else. I'm for whatever lets you keep building this connection. You said it's been how long since your last relationship? Lexi asks, and I hide my face in my hands. 6 years, I admit. And it wasn't a casual thing. It was my ex-husband, a little different. My God, woman, how many personal messengers have you gone through? An alarming amount. My poor personal messenger's batteries get replaced every few months. My phone lights up on the arm of the couch. I bite my bottom lip to hold back a grin when I spy Hudson's name. I tap the screen and a selfie of him and Lucy pops up. They're both smiling at the camera. There are clips in his hair and a smudge of lipstick on his cheek. He's holding up bunny ears behind her head and she's poking his side. It looks like they're mid-laugh, having the time of their lives, and then a message comes through. Blonde bombshell, hope you're having fun with the girls. We decided to have a girls' night too. Even got my fingernails painted. Me wow. You look really pretty. My daughter has a future in hair and makeup. Blonde bombshell, look out, Broadway. Me, I'll be home in a bit. Blonde bombshell, I'll try to stay awake until you're back. Lucy misses you. I miss you too. My heart almost explodes out of my chest. My cheeks hurt from smiling so hard as I type out my reply. Me, I miss you both. I'll see you soon. Why are you smiling like that? Piper asks, and when I blush and dip my chin, showing off the photo, she laughs. Oh, you're so into him. Is that a bad thing to be into him? If you're going to pick a guy to spend your time with, Hudson is one of the best ones. He'll be gentle with you, she says. I know where things go when you spend time with someone. Feelings get deeper, you become more involved. For as reluctant as I've been to even consider a relationship with someone, I can't deny how drawn to him I am. The subconscious part of my brain that's actively shot down the idea of dating must feel safe with Hudson. I wouldn't have kissed him like that if I wasn't curious, if I wasn't interested in testing the waters of something serious, something permanent. Hopefully not too gentle when you finally get him in bed. Emmy smirks. Women who are mothers have needs too. I'll drink to that, Maven says, and we all laugh. I hand over the bottle of wine and pour her another glass. I don't have everything figured out yet. I don't know where these feelings for Hudson might take me, but I do know one thing. If I'm going to give anyone a chance, there's no one better out there than him. 39 Madeline, me nice goal. Blonde bombshell, I like that you're watching my games, Mads. Your spectating grade is climbing higher every day. Me, I can't wait until I get an A. You'll be home tonight, right? Blonde bombshell, yeah. Late though, we don't land until midnight. Me, Lucy has a sleepover at a classmate's house. I can wait up. Blonde bombshell, you sure? It's going to be past 1 a.m. Me, yeah. I've missed you. The place isn't the same without you here. Blonde bombshell, I've missed you too. How's your dad doing? Me, much better. The tests didn't show any signs of concern, but the doctor still wants him to work on his diet. Blonde bombshell, I'm glad to hear it. See you soon, knife girl. Madeline. I roll over and wrap my arms around a pillow. Is my name coming from a dream, from real life? Maddie. It's louder this time. I yawn and crack open an eye. Moonbeams outline Hudson sitting on the edge of my bed, and I smile. Real life, but one that feels like a dream. Hey, I croak, you're home. I am, and you're asleep. What? No. I sit up and rub my eyes, flicking on the lamp. I was reading my book. In the pitch black, you sure are talented. It's too late for your sarcasm, Hayes. I yawn again. My vision adjusts to the soft glow from the light. It takes a minute for my sleep-fogged brain to catch up, and I realize he's home. He's sitting in front of me with his navy blue suit and his tie half unknotted, and he's so damn beautiful. How was your flight? How was the game? I saw you were winning when I put Lucy to bed. It was pretty boring with a 1-0 score, but we won. He touches my cheek and moves a piece of hair away from my face. I'm sorry I woke you up. I wanted to see you. I'm glad you did. My eyes bounce to his cheek, noticing a welt just above the scruff of his beard. Holy shit, what happened to you? Ah. I accidentally ran into the other team's goalie after a missed shot. His teammate stood up for him and decked me in the jaw. I can't be too mad. I would have done the same if anyone messed with Liam. That looks like it hurts. I should probably get him some ice. The purple and red mark is going to leave behind a nasty bruise. Do you need anything? I'll survive. I'm already feeling better. Hudson rests his forehead against mine and sighs. It sounds like he's been holding his breath for days. I'll let you get back to sleep. Stay, I'm not tired anymore. Are you sure it's the middle of the night? Yeah. I rest my hand on his chest and give him a gentle shove so he stands. I rise to my feet, wrapping his tie around my wrist. I don't want you to go anywhere. Then I'll stay put. He takes off his suit jacket, dropping it to the floor. His attention stays on me when he unfastens the top button of his shirt. Anything in particular you want to do, Mads? I stand on my toes and brush my lips against his, desperate for him. I've been waiting to see him, waiting to see if my heart would still skip a beat when he smiles at me, and it does. My draw to him isn't just lust and infatuation. It's feelings, real and true, and I want to do so many things with him. I want to see him without any of his formal layers. I want to kiss his chest and trace the muscles he spent years perfecting. I want him to hold me like we're going to die tomorrow, but I also want him to touch me like we have all the time in the world. I let out a shaky breath. I forgot how dizzying it is to be around him, how warm and tingly I get all the way down to my toes. It's like I'm drunk, tipsy at the sight of his smile, intoxicated by his piercing gaze. The buzz of anticipation sits at the base of my spine, and the excitement about what we might do, where this is going, sits low in my stomach. Do you want me to make a list? I ask. He runs his thumb down my arm. I've always been a visual learner. I unknot his tie and throw it on the floor with his jacket. I drag my fingers down the front of his shirt and unfasten the second button from the top. Can I? Anything, nothing, whatever you want. Hudson cups my chin with so much care I almost melt because of it. I'm at your mercy. I'm quick to untuck his shirt and undo the rest of the buttons. I push it off his shoulders, watch it fall to the floor. Keeping my eyes on him, I grab the hem of my own shirt and tug it over my head in a split-second decision fueled by an ache and a need I haven't felt in years, if ever. Hudson keeps his eyes on mine when I'm undressed from the waist up. He doesn't blink. He doesn't try to sneak a glance at my body. I notice how red his cheeks are when I take a step back, how he's standing perfectly still, afraid to move, and the way he swallows when I smile. Hudson, I murmur, I want you like I wanted you the other night. I want more than the other night. At some point, we're going to have a talk about what's happening between us. We're going to have to dive into a conversation about the future and where this is going. We'll have to mention the important things, like my hesitation for another relationship and how Lucy will always be my #1 priority. A man will never take her place. That discussion won't be tonight, though, and I'm glad. It's hard to focus on the rational things when I can see the intensity in his eyes. When he licks his lips and concentrates on me with a look so intense, I might combust from it alone. What kind of more? Hudson moves toward me, and the backs of my thighs hit the bed. I sit on the mattress and watch with wonder as he stands between my legs. I remember what he said about making me see the stars, and I hope he takes me there again tonight. I want to make sure I'm not reading this wrong because I've been dreaming about it, Maddie, for goddamn days. I'm undressed and sitting on my bed while my child is at a sleepover. Hudson, is there any other way to read this? Do you want to go play ping pong or take the dogs for a walk? His chuckle dies in his throat when he finally pulls his eyes away from my face and looks at me. A groan, rough and low, works its way from his mouth when he moves from my throat to my shoulders. His hand flexes at his side when his attention settles on me, and I pretend it's his patience slipping away. "Goodness," Hudson whispers through a drawn-out exhale. Lifting a shaky hand, he draws a circle around my shoulder with his thumb. He traces the skin there and groans when I arch my back. "You're going to be the death of me, Madeline. Please be gentle when you kill me." It's impossible to find the words to tell him he's going to be the death of me, because he's holding my cheeks like I'm something delicate and beautiful. He's bending his neck and kissing me so fiercely, I'm afraid I might catch on fire. I wrap my arms around his neck, moving willingly when he eases me farther onto the bed. I lie flat on my back, squirming when he holds his body over mine and dips his head again, pressing his lips to my shoulder. His warmth is intense as he moves closer, and he makes me pant when he gently holds me, and I'm beginning to think Hudson Hayes is an affectionate man. "Hudson." I run my fingers through his hair. I tug on the blonde strand so he knows to stay in place. "I like that." "Yeah." He pulls back slightly and uses his fingers to mimic the same pattern. He spreads his warmth across my shoulders, but I don't care. I want him to make a mess. I want to see a side of him no one else gets to see. "Do you like it?" It's stimulation no experience could ever give me. My entire body is an inferno, and it's hard not to laugh and blurt out a resounding yes. "Very much so, permission to keep doing it." When I look up at him, I catch him staring at the spot below my collarbone. He touches the small tattoo that sits there. "What are you thinking about?" "I've been wondering what your tattoo could be for months." He smiles at the ink on my skin, draws over each number and the small heart at the end. "Is it Lucy's birthday?" "How did you know?" "She's the love of your life. Who else would it be for?" That makes the string inside me pull unbelievably tight. I'll fawn over the romance of it all and his attention to detail later. I might doodle his name in a journal and put 10 hearts around it in the morning. How could I not? But for now, I need him, in a way I've never needed anyone else. I take his hand, guiding it down my body like I did the other night. I don't stop until I reach the waistband of my pajama shorts, and the barrier between us might as well be a scrap of fabric. I stroke my thumb up his arm and look at him with a smile. "Hold me, Hudson," I say with absolute conviction. When I position his hand over the seam of my shorts low enough so he can feel how affected I am and add, "Please," an honest-to-God whimper comes out of his mouth. "Okay, okay. Yeah, that's are you protected," he manages to say, his face red, chest heaving. "Are you on it?" "No, I haven't had a reason to be. Give me a second." Hudson kisses my forehead and disappears, but not before I see him adjust himself. I grin, proud of the effect I have on him, and wait patiently for him to get back. He's not gone long, 90 seconds at most, and when he shuffles through the door, he's holding a box of condoms. "Wow." I smirk and push up on my elbows. "Someone's ambitious." "I, bought these the other day." "Not because I assumed anything would happen," he adds, and I do my best to not laugh at his backpedaling. "Just, in case, wishful thinking. You're a planner, that's a good trait to have, hockey guy." I gesture for him to rejoin me on the bed, and he lays on his side. "What other traits do you have?" "I like to think I know what I'm doing. When we're together, I'll make sure you're enjoying yourself. I'll make sure you're satisfied first, and I'll make sure to talk you through it when we're close." He brings his mouth to my ear, teeth nipping at my skin. "Are those good traits, Maddie?" "Yeah." I lick my lips and close my eyes when he moves his mouth down my neck. "Those are definitely good traits. Can I take these off?" Hudson's fingers dip below the waistband of my shorts. He strokes the skin south of my belly button, and I lift my hips. He doesn't stay on the mattress very long, choosing to drop to his knees on the floor and tug on my calves so my legs hang off the bed. "So I can see you. So I can touch and hold you." "Yeah." I'm affected, so eager for him, but some of my confidence wavers. "But only if we turn off the light." 40 Hudson. Madeline's hesitation makes me frown. I put my hands on her knees and look up to find her chewing her bottom lip. I've never seen her so unsure. The assuredness she usually has is gone, and I'm worried. "Do you want to turn off the light?" I ask. "We can do that." "No, yes," she sighs, conflicted. "I'm sorry. You're the only person I've been this intimate with since my ex, and I'm feeling wildly out of my element. How do I sit? What do I do with my hands and my feet? Do I suck in my stomach? My body is—" Madeline trails off, her bottom lip still stuck between her teeth. "It's not perfect. I'm sure I don't look like the women you've been with before." "What?" I trace over the faded stretch marks on her hips, wondering what it's going to feel like when I hold her from behind and can admire them. I'm imagining the life she lived until she met me. All the incredible things her body has done, and how I'm the lucky bastard who gets to be here with her. "Talk to me, Maddie. I have cellulite, stretch marks, and pregnancy scars." She gestures up and down her body. "I haven't been to the gym in months, okay, years. I'm lying, and I didn't think to shave anywhere other than my legs. I'm so proud of what my body accomplished when I had Lucy, and the years I've spent as a mother. But I know I don't look the way I did the last time I was intimate. I don't want that to be a turn-off for you. You think all of those things would be a turn-off?" I sit up on my knees and kiss the small white scar on her stomach. "They're a part of you, and that doesn't make me any less attracted to you. It could never make me any less attracted to you." "Really?" she asks, breathless. I take her hand in mine. I set her palm on the front of my pants, right over my erection, and she gasps. "Does it feel like I'm having any trouble enjoying this, Maddie? You're so affected." She traces the outline and rubs her thumb over the head. My hips buck forward and I grip the sheets. "And it's all for me." "Yeah, sweetheart, it's all for you. And if you'd be more comfortable with the light off, we can turn it off. I want you so badly, and that doesn't change if I can see all of you or not. We can leave the light on. I want to see you." Her smile curls at the edges. "You can take off my shorts, Hudson. I don't need telling twice." I wrap my fingers around the hem of her shorts, dragging them over her knees. I toss them at the wall, then move my thumbs up her thighs. She puts her feet on the sheets and opens her legs wider. "For me?" Goodness. Blowing out my last bit of sanity, I look at her. I look at every inch of her, and the decision is a terrible idea. The worst I've ever had, because I'm obsessed. Completely captivated, and everything about her, from the tufts of hair between her legs to the faint scars low on her stomach, is beautiful. I can't get enough. "Can I, Madeline? I want to touch you," I rasp. My tongue is heavy in my mouth. I'm so affected. "Please." Delicate fingers wrap around my wrist. They move my hand off the bed and to the inside of her thigh. I'm inches away from where I didn't get to touch her the other night in my kitchen, and I'm going out of my mind. "Right here," she says. I drag a finger through her entrance and she drops her head back. I scramble so I'm closer to her, so I don't miss a goddamn thing, and when I gently push my finger inside her, her moan rocks my world. I watch her, studying her so I can figure out what she likes. She enjoys when I curl my pointer finger, but she loves when I lean forward. When I bring my mouth just above her, and instead of putting my tongue on her, I use my thumb to circle her. "Going to satisfy you first," I tell her, smiling when her legs drop open even wider. "Then I'll hold you." Her giggle is wild, fading into a moan when I add a second finger and slow the circle so she can adjust to the stretch. I knew. She wiggles her hips, asking me to move, and I do. "You'd be like this in bed." "Like what?" "Nice, sweet, good. Is that what you like?" Her eyes flutter open and she stares at me. She clasps a hand over my wrist to stop my movements. "I'd like anything with you," she whines when I pull away. I use my left hand to unbutton my pants and yank my zipper down, watching with wonder when she moves against my fingers. My pants get caught on my knees and I try to shimmy them off. "I want to be good for you, Maddie," I practically beg. "Can you come up here so you can kiss me?" she asks, and I'm moving before she finishes the question. I stand and shove off my pants and briefs completely. Madeline sighs when I'm undressed in front of her. She licks her lips, then meets my gaze with the hook of a smile on her mouth. Before I can ask her what else she wants, her hands are roaming up my chest. They're reaching around to my back and touching my back. She's swiping over the head and tasting the finger covered in precum. I hold myself over her, slipping 2 fingers back inside her and groaning when I find how wet she is. I bend to kiss her, pulling her bottom lip with my teeth. She squirms under me, running her sharp nails down my spine as her breathing turns rough. "You're so wet," I whisper, mesmerized by how she's soaking my hand. "I can't believe I get to have you like this." Her palms move to my cheeks, and she kisses me urgently. Her back lifts off the bed when I keep my fingers in place but add my thumb on her sensitive spot. I start with a slow circle, taking my time, and I hum when she clenches around me. "Hudson." She cups the back of my neck and digs her fingers into my muscles. I can't help but groan. "I want to finish with your mouth." "Yeah." I pull my fingers out of her and stroke up her thigh. Her arousal sticks to her skin, and I grin at the mess I'm making. "Would that make this nice for you?" "Shut up with that word." She laughs, reaching between us. She grips me and gives it a few strokes, and it takes every last ounce of my willpower not to finish right this very second. "Don't make me beg. That's my job." I kiss her neck and work my way down her body. I suck on her nipple before biting it again. I move to her stomach and give attention to the softer parts of her flesh, like the divots in her thigh and the dip in her hip. I look at every inch of her, and when I settle on my stomach between her legs, I kiss the inside of her knee. "God, you're so pretty, so beautiful," Madeline laughs. "I'm surprised. I didn't know if you'd be a guy who liked to please a woman." I finish for her, giving her a wide grin when I see her flushed face. "Why, because I say please and thank you. I thought it might go against your southern hospitality." She runs her fingers through my hair and I melt under her touch. "I'm glad it doesn't. What would you say if you found out it's one of my favorite things in the world?" I grip her thighs and push them open. "What if I told you I'd stay here all night if it meant giving you 3 moments of pleasure? What if sometimes I like this better than anything else?" I lick her and she moans. "Tell me again how nice I am, Maddie. I can't wait to prove you wrong." I bury my tongue inside her and white-hot need pulses through me. I lap at her like she's my last sip of water before I cross a never-ending desert, and the sounds she's making send my mind into overdrive. I thrust against the mattress, and I don't care if I stain her sheets. I'll wash them when we're finished, but I can't lie here tasting her and not have a reaction. She's too goddamn sweet. I love it. She drops her hands to the sheets. She holds them with a vice-like grip, and that must mean I'm doing something right. "I love that you're a good boy with a heart of gold who also wants to be a little bad." "I'll be whatever you want me to be." I replace my tongue with my fingers, and I can tell she's close. She's getting there, and smug pride races up my spine. "Just let me see you come." Soon, she's urging my head back down. She's touching my cheek as I lick her again, and just as I part her with my thumbs so I can get even deeper inside her, she says my name. "Hudson." I drape an arm over her stomach to hold her down, and she groans when she comes apart. She writhes beneath me, and I taste her everywhere. On my tongue, on my mouth when I lick my lips, on my beard when she keeps my head in place and nearly suffocates me as she rides through the orgasm. "So fucking gorgeous. Are you a 2-for-1 girl, Maddie?" I touch her sensitive spot with my knuckles, and she unravels again. "Goodness, you are. Let me get one more taste, sweetheart." "Please," she almost sobs. "I've never, with me you will." I kiss her leg and ease her down from her high. I take my time as I slow my fingers. My touch turns into something teasing, feather-like caresses that have her shifting on the mattress and letting out a needy whine. When she settles down and exhales, I crawl back up her body. Her eyes flutter open and her smile is soft and sated. "Hi," she says, and I drop a kiss to her shoulder. "You're damn good at that." "You think so?" I run my fingers up her arm. She's warm under my touch. "Do you want a taste?" Madeline sits up and eases me onto my knees. She rearranges us so I'm against the headboard and she straddles my lap. I put my hands on her waist, blown away that this is actually happening. When she brings her mouth to mine, she doesn't kiss me. She makes me work for it by lifting my neck, reaching for her, grateful when her tongue moves over my lips. "You're so sexy, Hudson." She puts her hands on the wall behind me. "Thank you for taking care of me." "Thank you," I manage to get out. Madeline lifts up on her knees and rubs the head of my erection over her entrance. "Hang on, Mads. I have 2 brain cells left, so we need to have this conversation quickly. Get talking, Hayes. I got tested after my last relationship. No one since, all clear on my end." "Same here. Do you want me to use a condom?" "Yes, I'm a one-and-done mom. No more kids for me, and I don't want to risk it without protection. At least not until I can get back on birth control. Then you can be with me however you want." I fumble for the box of condoms and nearly knock it over. I'm too distracted, and grabbing a foil packet takes all of my mental capacities. "You're full of surprises, too." "How so?" 6 years, and you know exactly what to say, exactly what to do." I open the wrapper and roll the latex down my length. "Exactly what it takes to drive me crazy." Madeline loops her arms around my neck and smiles. She's so goddamn beautiful. "Go slow with me," she whispers, and I don't know if she's talking about intimacy or whatever happens after. It doesn't matter. I'll give her anything she wants. "I promise," I say, and she blows out a breath. She closes her eyes and starts to sink herself on me, but I stop her. "Open your eyes, Maddie. I want you to watch when you take me for the first time." 41 Madeline Hudson is never bossy, and his tone tells me I should listen. My gaze meets his before I glance down, and the tenderness behind his eyes almost takes my breath away. "Better?" I ask. "Perfect," he says, and that makes me giddy. "If I hurt you, I want you to tell me. We'll stop and readjust so this is good for you. I don't care if it takes 10 minutes or an hour. I've been intimate before I have a kid, for God's sake, but I've never experienced connection like this. It's not just going to be physical. We're going to connect on a soul level, and that almost terrifies me to pieces. I want it to be good for you, too." "Maddie," Hudson smiles, brushes his thumbs along my ribs and drums his fingers against my skin. "This right here, being with you, touching you, breathing the same air as you, is good enough for me. Everything else is a bonus." God damn him for being the most perfect man. I brace my hand on the wall behind the bed. I sink down, the head of his erection pushing inside me. I wince at the first feelings of uncomfortableness. I hiss at the sting of pain, and I shift my position so I can bury my face in his neck. "It's okay, don't rush. If it doesn't start to feel good, we'll try something else," he says softly in my ear before pressing a kiss to my cheek. Soon the pain subsides. Pleasure builds at the base of my spine. I adjust to the new stretch, to the new sensation, and I take him another inch deeper. "Goodness, Maddie, does that so good." I sit upright, relaxing when I circle my hips. "Best I've ever had," he laughs, reaches up and squeezes my breasts. "I'm not all the way in you yet, don't make a snap decision." "I don't care, the award has already been handed out. I present to you the honor of being the best lover of my life." Hudson laughs again, and the sound is like coming home. A Sunday morning in bed and warm coffee when it's cold outside. He drops his head against the pillows, exhaling when I grind against his length. "You're going to give me a complex, sweetheart. I'm going to walk around like some egotistical bastard. You'd be deserving of it." I move my hands to his chest, leaning forward to find a new angle. "God, I'm already so full, Hudson. I don't know if I want to cover your mouth with my hand, because what you're saying is going to make me finish faster than I want." He plucks my nipple between his fingers and twists. "Or if I want you to tell me everything you're feeling." "You can cover my mouth, I'd like to try that." "Christ, okay, we'll add that in next time, but tonight I want to hear you." "Next time. I hope there are 100 more times." His hands drift back to my waist. Carefully, with the most exhaustive restraint I've ever seen, he guides me down his length. He helps me take the first half of him, then 3/4, stopping before he fully buries himself inside me. More, I whine, aching for him. I'm already breathing heavy, already so close, and we've barely started. Almost there, Mads. Are you doing okay? That's a difficult question to answer. I'm stuck somewhere between absolute elation and dreading how empty I'm going to feel when we're finished. Hudson is everywhere, in the scrape of his teeth down my neck and the thumb he presses to my sensitive spot. In his other hand on my lower back, holding onto me while I start to ride him. My breasts bounce. I settle into a rhythm and the ache between my legs starts to grow. Can I go a little faster? I ask. Can you make it a little rougher? Is that what you like? Hudson lifts his hips. I gasp when he pulls me off him before slamming back into me. Hard, rough. Sometimes. It makes me feel wanted. I tilt my head back. Like you're desperate for me. Hudson thrusts into me and his fingers dig into my skin. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek and I lick it away in a passion-filled haze. He groans when I roll my hips and I mimic the sound when he holds me in place. I'm so desperate for you, Madeline. His voice cracks, and when I look down at him, I find a man on the edge of possessed. Can we switch positions so I can show you how badly I want you? All I can do is nod because this still doesn't seem like real life. Hudson slips out of me and I miss the connection between us. He guides me onto my back and draws my knees to my chest. I'm exposed in this position. I'm vulnerable and on display, but I've never felt so beautiful. I can get deeper this way. He puts a hand on my leg and teases me for a minute. He drags his erection through my entrance, then taps it against my sensitive spot. I arch my back, asking for more of him. And I get to watch. Do you like to watch? I love to watch. The sting isn't as noticeable when he pushes back into me, and he was right about the position. The angle is totally different, something new and exquisite that makes my eyes roll to the back of my head. When he bottoms out inside me with his chest against my shins, I realize no one has had me in this particular way so thoroughly and so deep, and he's the first to ever reach these parts of me. I lift my right hand and use it to hold onto the headboard. I'm not going to break. I can take a little more, Hudson. I don't know if he'll give me any more. I'm afraid I'm already pushing him past his limits, but then he squeezes my knee. It's a warning for what he's about to do, and the smile he's wearing is one of absolute assuredness. Like this. He pistons his hips into mine, and my mind goes blank. My limbs get heavy, and I know I'm minutes, maybe seconds away from another orgasm. Look how well you take me. Look at how well we fit together. It's a perfect match. Intense but sweet, and he holds me there while he brings me to the brink of ecstasy. Are you close? I pant. Because I am. I've been doing math in my head so I don't finish too early. He reaches between my legs and touches my sensitive spot at the same time he slams into me with his full force. I'm waiting on you, Mads. You're always going to be first. It's so disorienting. So is the circle he's teasing me with and the consideration of an orgasm order. The next time we're together, I'm going to make sure I get him off first. I don't have time to daydream about it, though, because he's rocking his hips. Hitting the perfect spot my fingers and toys can't reach, and I don't bother to put up a fight anymore. I cry out. His name falls from my mouth like a prayer, and when his groans echo in my ears, a sign he's reached the peak too, I touch him everywhere I can reach. So good, Hudson, I whisper as he collapses forward. I keep a hand on the back of his thigh and stroke along the curve of his muscles when his legs lock up. I've got you. Goodness. Hudson kisses me through it, and I can feel his release filling the condom. I vaguely wonder what it would be like if we didn't use any protection, but that's a far-off thought. I think you killed me. I put my hand on his neck, smiling when I feel his pulse racing. We've got a heartbeat. You're going to live to see another day, Hayes. I haven't. That was. He drops his head back and stares at the ceiling. You haven't lost your touch. I'm incapacitated. Neither have you. That was. Shyness threatens to overtake me. I've never done this with someone who isn't my boyfriend or husband before, and I don't know what comes next. Perfect. I can tell the wheels are spinning. Hudson cracks an eye open and glances down at me. Do you want to go back to throwing a banana at me? No. I laugh and stretch my arms above my head. Hudson tracks my movements and his eyes latch onto my chest. It really was perfect. He pulls out of me and I squeeze my thighs together. There's a spot of blood on the condom, but he doesn't say anything about it. He walks to my bathroom, and when he returns, he's holding a washcloth. Let me clean you up, he says. I drop my feet to the sheets and he climbs back onto the bed. I'm sorry about the mess. Don't be. He drags the rag down the inside of my legs and up my thighs. It's painstakingly slow, incredibly sweet, and this is a new level of care I'm experiencing. I didn't hurt you, did I? I would have said something if I did. I like pleasure, but I like my organs to stay in their proper places more. You're funny. He sets the clean side of the warm cloth on my stomach, and I sigh. And beautiful. What do we do now? I prop up on an elbow, and he lies on his back next to me. What does Hudson Hayes do after he's intimate with a woman? I do a lot of things. Oh, I lift an eyebrow, curious. I'm new to the dating scene. Fill me in on your moves and what I should look for. I'm a recovering cynic when it comes to relationships and feelings. Teach me how to be a romantic. I'd ask if I could hold you. Hudson moves up to the pillows and opens up his arms. I smile and curl up next to him with my head on his chest. His heart is still beating fast, and I wonder if it's because of me. We'd stay like this for a while, and then I'd let you use the bathroom before we showered. Privacy, you know, or a chance to escape out the window if you wanted to run. I don't want to run anywhere. I lace our fingers together and hold his hand against my breastbone. Is it hard to be a romantic, to trust people and give over your heart so easily? It's the worst thing in the world. Hudson kisses the top of my head. It's worth it when you find someone you enjoy spending time with, who treats you with respect and loves you like you love them. Have you done that a lot? Loved other people? A few, yeah. Have you ever thought about proposing to anyone you've dated? No. I've envisioned a long-term future with some of the women I've been with, but something always came up that showed us we weren't compatible. I hope I will one day, though. A wedding would be nice. What about you? He tips my chin so I can look at him. He doesn't seem bothered by my string of post-intimacy questioning. Would you ever get married again? No, but that's not to say I wouldn't want to be in a monogamous relationship with the same person for the rest of my life. Being married doesn't prevent you from heartbreak. If anything, it makes it so much messier when something goes wrong. That's fair. His eyes close and he's quiet for a minute. I trace over the lines of his face and he smiles when I cup his cheek. And you don't want any more children, right? Right. And it's not because Lucy is deaf. It's because being a parent is so hard. Doing it alone is nearly impossible. I'm happy with my life. I'm fulfilled, and what I have is more than enough. Do you want children? I don't think I do. I have the dogs. They make me happy. My friends have kids. I'm fine with being an uncle. Silence settles between us. I kiss the back of his hand and nerves settle on my shoulders when I take a deep breath. Hudson. Yeah, what's going on between us isn't just physical for me, but it's going to take me some time to feel safe enough to let my guard down again. I'm not sure I'll ever let it down after what happened in my past, but I want to try. You believe in soulmates, and soulmates should be sure about each other, right? You should know right away that they're your other half, and I'm not sure about anything right now. If you don't want to wait around, I understand. Hey. He adjusts our position so our chests touch. There's no label here. There's no need to rush. We like spending time together, so we'll keep spending time together. We can figure out the rest as we go. And if we don't, that's okay too. We're friends first and foremost. Okay, I whisper. Thank you for understanding. You really are the nicest man I've ever met. Hudson rolls away from me. He positions himself above me and kisses my cheek, then my throat and my mouth. And I really am going to have to prove you wrong about that word, he says. Well, what are you waiting for? I challenge, and his smile is the most magnificent thing. It gives me hope. 42 Hudson Dad. Hi, son. Will I get a chance to see you when you're in Georgia in 2 weeks? Me, yeah. We get in late the night before, so I won't have time for anything besides the game, but I have a ticket waiting for you at Will Call. I bought the spot to the left of you too. Still doesn't feel right to have you there without her. Dad still doesn't feel right going without her. Can't wait to cheer you on, Hudson. Puck King's Mavi Emmy won't stop asking me who on the team has a piercing. I told her I'd never share because bro code, obviously, but the truth is, I don't know who has a piercing. Me Liam, probably. Sully fuck off Hayes. Mitchie, I always thought it was Grant. G-Money Elmau what? I don't even have a tattoo and you think my body is pierced. Keep those needles away from me, motherfuckers. Connor, does someone really have their junk pierced? Or is it a stupid rumor? Seymour, Ethan is being suspiciously quiet. Easy E, because I was helping an old lady cross the road, jackass. Me, it's 10 p.m. Easy E, you got me there, Huddy boy. Fine. I was saying goodbye to tonight's company, who would be more than happy to confirm I am the lucky bastard with a piercing. Want a photo? Sully, the depths of hell can get even lower. I had no idea. Me, no pictures, Ethan. Mitchie, does it actually feel good? Easy E, best experience of their lives, Mitchie. And mine too, Mavi, huh? Maybe I'll look into it. G-Money lol. Imagine all of showing up to practice with our bodies pierced and coach asking us why we're all hunched over. He'd make us skate laps for days. Sully here's hoping I'm traded before March 8th so I don't have to partake in this activity. Easy E, hey. You don't mean that, do you, goalie daddy? Sully, I've always loved Canada in the winter. G-Money, you're not going anywhere, Liam. You're stuck with us, all of us, forever. Sully, my life. There he is. How are you doing, Huddy boy? Piper smiles when she steps into the renovated recreation room at the arena. It's a new addition after the guys asked for somewhere their friends and family could hang out before and after games. The team delivered with a room that has comfy leather couches and big televisions, and I like to spend time in here when I need a break from my busy day. Hi, little P, I point to the chairs by a window that overlooks the rink and motion for her to sit with me. I'm good, sore as hell from morning skate and dreading our afternoon lift session, but hanging in there. Is that why you're limping? Yeah, took a hit from Mackenzie that shouldn't have been as hard as it was, and now I'm paying for it. I grin and lean back in the chair. Guess that's what I get for calling his blocking atrocious. Chirping always gets me in trouble. Boys. You all are too rough with each other. She opens her laptop on the small table between us. Are you ready for another signing lesson? I've been working my ass off with my tutor. I think I'm doing an okay job. I'm sure I look so stupid signing into my mirror, but it's working. I have the basics nailed down, and every time I've hung out with Lucy since starting to learn, I've wanted to show her what I know. Is it because you're in love with her mom? Piper asks with a hint of humor to the question. I whip my head up and look at her. I narrow my eyes, but her stoic facade gives nothing away. What do you know? What do you think I know? I'm guessing Madeline told you, and probably the rest of the girls she and I have been spending time together. That's an interesting way to put it. Tell me, Hud, what are you doing when you spend time together? Crossword puzzles, Sudoku, maybe word searches. You know, you've gotten pretty damn sarcastic since you started hanging out with Liam. I'm not sure I like it. Do you care that she talks to us about these things? Piper asks, and I shake my head. Not at all. I'm glad she has some women in her life who can give her advice if she needs it. I pause, and there's a moment of panic, of wondering if she needs advice because I'm bad at intimacy or didn't give her what she wanted. I thought the pleasure spoke for itself, but maybe I'm wrong. Does she need advice? Wouldn't you like to know? You know what? Don't tell me. That's between y'all, and I'd never ask you to violate girl code. That Madeline has found a group of women she trusts enough to talk about intimate parts of her life with is a good thing, and I know she won't share anything that would make her uncomfortable. She's protective of the things that are important to her, and I'd like to believe I'm on that list. Got it, Piper groans. Is there ever a moment when you're not so freaking charming and sweet? Sorry, kid. I pinch her cheek. My mama raised me right. You're not going to hear anything shitty come out of my mouth, especially about the woman I trail off, unsure of how to define what we're doing. It's less than dating, but more than casual. I don't know the right word. Spending time with, I repeat, and she smirks. I'm sure your crosswords are very fun, she draws out, and I tap her computer. Enough about what I'm doing when I'm not at the arena. Can we work on some signing now? I only have an hour until film review, then I'm hitting the gym. Piper opens her laptop and pulls up a video. She goes through my tutor's notes, teaching me how to ask someone what they want to eat and how to respond when asked if I'm hungry. I learn a few words: potatoes, ice cream, and cookies, and I struggle with others like apples and oranges. Liam pops in halfway through and joins us, and I'm surprised when Riley and Maverick take the seats across from us and try to mimic our hand shapes. "Damn, Hudson," Riley says. I'm impressed. I'm not sure there's anything to be impressed by. I rewind the video and watch how to sign breakfast again. I'm not doing anything. Bullshit, Liam grunts. This is hard stuff to learn. You know more than I do, and Piper's been teaching me phrases longer than she's been teaching you. It's probably because you constantly have a stick up your ass, Maverick mumbles, which makes Riley snort. I saw some people online talking about how they teach their kids baby sign language even if they aren't deaf, as a way to communicate. I think I'd like to do that with our kid if Em and I become parents. He pauses, glancing at me. This is a cool thing you're doing, man. I'm proud of you. I know you're doing it for personal reasons, but think of how many more people you'll be able to talk to. Riley smiles. And think of all the reporters you're going to piss off by showing them you're not just a big, dumb athlete, but someone who is bilingual like our Sully over there. Huddy isn't dumb. Maverick kicks his feet up on the table in the middle of our group and puts his hands behind his head. You really like her, huh? I make the sign for donut and cross it off the list I'm using to keep track of Lucy's favorite foods. Who? I ask, not really paying them any attention. Madeline. Lucy. Course I like them. Hey. Maverick rolls up a ball of paper and throws it at me. I meant you like them, like you can see a future with them. So what if I do? So what if I have a stupid crush on Madeline like I'm back in middle school? And so what if I slept with her and it was the best night of my life, and not just because the intimacy was out of this world? Are y'all going to tease me? Call me Mr. Relationship like you used to and start planning our wedding? No. Riley puts a hand on my shoulder. We're happy for you, Hud. Yeah, dude. I've never seen you smile like this, and you've been smiling for months. Not just the days after you slept with her. Maverick grins. In fact, I don't think I've seen you smile this much since your mom passed. Liam finishes for him, and Piper and Riley nod. Oh, well, things are good. I shrug and close the laptop. I like having Madeline around with or without our connection, and Lucy is so special. I know what it's like to feel alone after something big and horrible happens to you, and I want them to feel less alone. I shrug again, put on the spot and the center of attention in a way I don't normally like, but with my best friends I don't mind. I want to show up for them like y'all showed up for me. Piper looks at the four of us. Her bottom lip trembles and she buries her face in her hands. You guys are all so wonderful. Jesus. Liam lifts her out of her chair like she weighs less than a sack of feathers and puts her in his lap. He's not big on PDA, but it's nice to see him soft and sickeningly in love. Why are you crying, sweetheart? Because people talk about how shitty professional athletes are, and how all they care about are sports. But then there's people like you guys and everyone else on the team who are so not shitty, and I wish the world could see more of that. Maybe we could pitch a reality television show, Maverick suggests. The cameras can follow Liam around all day. He'd love that. Screw you, Miller, he growls, kissing Piper's forehead. Want to give us one more lesson before we head down to the film room, baby? That brightens Piper up, and she introduces us to signing cat and dog. By the end of the hour, I'm able to sign hello. My name is Hudson, and I have 2 dogs easily, and I'm grinning from ear to ear. That might be a side effect from being around someone like Madeline, eternally optimistic, even when she doesn't have to be. bright and full of life in a way I feel like I haven't been in years. Maybe she and Lucy have been the missing piece all along. 43 Madeline girls just want to have fundamental rights and good connections. Lexi, I didn't think I could meet someone with a worse name than Beaumont, but then I went and matched with Axel. Piper, is he a musician? Lexi, I wish. Me, this sounds like a fun game. Is he a data analyst? Lexi, that would be too obvious. Axel is a mime. Something I learned halfway through dinner when he stared at me and wouldn't speak. Emmy, what the actual heck? I'm so glad I'm married. Lexi, rub it in our faces, why don't ya? Me, I appreciate you taking one for the team and sharing your horrible stories. You've saved me from having to suffer too. Lexi, wait until I tell you about Basil. He was a horse guy. Maven, I love horses. Lexi, he literally thought he was a horse. Emmy, you should write a book or host a podcast. The internet would love it because there's no way this happens to anyone but you. Lexi, I'm a lucky, lucky girl. Lucy takes her usual spot before the Stars game, her nose pressing against the glass and excitedly watching the players skate by. I love that she gets lost in the sport, and I love it even more that each guy from the team approaches her, pretending to bump their knuckles against hers through the glass. I hang back with Lexi, laughing when she touches the sleeve of my new jacket. Get out, she grins. This is amazing. Where did you find it? There's a woman on Instagram who repurposes shirts and jerseys from different sports teams and turns them into outerwear. I spin so I can show off the back and the name across my shoulders. Is it cute? It's so cute. Nice number choice, by the way, Lexi smirks. I'm guessing you went back for round 3 with Hayes, and 4 and 5 and 6. 7-2 last night. You could say that, I admit, which earns me a high five from Lexi. Heck yeah, go get him. She bends to give Lucy a quick hug, then grabs her clipboard currently leaning against the wall. You two have fun tonight. I need to go work on Ethan before puck drop. In any other profession, that would leave me with a lot of questions. With yours, I'll say good luck and have fun. With a wave and a swish of her brown ponytail, she jogs down the tunnel to the trainer's office. I smile, thinking about her comment and the connection I'm building. It's been a week since Hudson and I grew closer for the first time, and not a single moment that's passed has been awkward. It's natural, almost, like the universe has been waiting for us to find each other. We stayed up late talking last night about anything and everything. He asked me about Lucy as a baby, and I listened to him tell me about his early hockey days. We fell asleep at some point, and I woke up in his arms, warm and happy with his presence near me. We shared intense moments under the stars, and again, as the sun started to rise, nice and slow and with less urgency than our first time. I liked how he held himself above me, how he twisted our hands together on the sheets and said my name when he reached his peak. He always sneaks back to his room before Lucy wakes up. He agreed with me when I said I wanted to wait before I told her the two of us were spending time together alone, and I appreciate that he's not forcing me into sharing our relationship with the world. We work, and even though there's not a word attached to what we're doing, I know with the utmost certainty I want to keep doing it with him. I'm yanked from my thoughts of quiet moments and coffee in bed when Hudson skates up to the glass near the tunnel. He lifts his chin to my jacket. Mischief dances behind blue eyes and he leans against his stick. Who are you wearing tonight? He asks over the song blaring from the speakers overhead. Wouldn't you like to know, Hayes? My guess is Grant. I spin and pull my hair away from my back so he can see the number stitched on the fabric. Want to guess again? He doesn't say anything else, and when I look at him over my shoulder, Hudson is gaping at me. His cheeks are pink and his eyes are wide, and I don't know how to read this expression of his. It's mine, he says. You're wearing my number. I told you I always liked being a good student. I shrug and face him again. How's my spectating grade tonight, Hayes? His mouth stretches into a grin and I give him one right back. My name looks good on you, Galloway. You think so? Yeah, better than any of the other women in the arena. You're the only one I want wearing it. It's silly to feel so giddy, but I do. There are butterflies in my stomach, and I'm not sure how I got here, flirting with a professional hockey player, proudly wearing his jersey while thousands of fans watch, and wondering if he'll hold me close while I wear this and only this later. You know this means you have to play well tonight, right, Hayes? I plan on it. He glances at Lucy, lifting his gloved hand in the air. He gives her a wave with a big smile on his face, and she matches his enthusiasm. Did you show him the pictures we took with Gus and Millie today? She asks, and I'm quick to pull my phone from my pocket. I scroll through the photos I snapped of her with the dogs earlier in the afternoon, the ones of the three of them looking at the camera while wearing matching Hayes jerseys, and I hold it up to the glass so Hudson can see. Lucy insisted we order the dogs' jerseys to wear on your game days, I explain. It took me 30 minutes to wrangle everyone into the shirts, but I think it turned out okay. Is this what y'all were doing before you left for the arena? He smirks, cute and cocky. Why you weren't answering my texts? Maybe. I laugh and wrap my arms around Lucy. The meal prepping I was working on for you went out the window when Lucy put her jersey on backward. The dogs, surprisingly, were easier to dress. Send that to me. I love it. Will do. I smile and slip into Simcom. Have a good game tonight. I've got my girls in the crowd wearing my jersey, Galloway. Hudson's face shifts from playful to something soft, a truth he's declaring in the middle of the sold-out arena. I could miss every shot I take. We could lose by 20, and it'd still be a damn good night. I'm on the edge of my seat. I have been for the majority of the game. It's the most physical matchup I've seen since I started watching hockey. Every time a player gets slammed into the boards, Lucy gasps and covers her eyes. I wince and cross my fingers, hoping our guys are okay. I'm still trying to figure out how some aggressive plays end up as penalties and some don't. The hit Maverick took in the second period definitely seemed rougher than the call Ethan got against him at the start of the third, but I'm clueless. At the end of regulation, the Stars and the Longhorns are tied up 2-2. After a 5-minute sudden-death overtime period where neither team scores, we're headed to a shootout. I'm grateful to have Google handy to learn the rules for what happens next so I can explain them to Lucy. Each team is going to have a chance to shoot, I tell her, and she nods. One player goes against the goalie. That must be scary for the goalie. She points at Liam, who is skating back and forth in the blue circle in front of the net. He's talking to himself, and I wonder what he's saying. Does he look scared? I don't think so. This is his job, remember, he practices for it. Who is going to shoot for the Stars? I crane my neck trying to read the jerseys of the three players huddled together near the Stars bench. Their arms are draped around each other and they're deep in conversation. It looks like Maverick, Hudson, and Ethan. I'm nervous. So am I. It's not a line I'm giving to placate her. I'm stressed out. I never thought I'd be emotionally invested in a sports team, but here I am, biting my thumbnail then clasping my hands together. The Longhorns have the first shot, and the enthusiasm in the arena deflates when their player scores on Liam with a hit that's just out of his reach. Maverick lines up for the Stars' first shot. He's like a bullet flying across the ice. I blink, and he's pulling his stick back. He's hitting the puck into the top corner of the net and sending the crowd into an absolute tizzy. The Longhorns player misses on the second attempt, but so does Ethan. The internet told me if the teams are still tied after the 3 attempts, they'll keep doing rounds until someone scores. The third Longhorns guy whacks the puck with a shot that looks like it's headed straight between Liam's legs, but he dives for it at the last second. He stops it with his big glove and holds it in the air. He got it. Lucy jumps up and down as the crowd screams around us. They can win. I'm so nervous. I can barely watch Hudson skate twice around the puck before lining up with the goal. He scans the crowd. I swear he looks our way and gives us the quick flash of a smile before he taps the puck with his stick and glides over the ice. Come on, I whisper. Lucy clutches my side. It's so quiet in here you could hear a pin drop. You can do it. With footwork far more advanced than anything he displayed at friends and family night, Hudson maneuvers across the line at the center of the ice. He keeps his eyes up, his attention trained on the goalie, and I know firsthand how distracting that attention can be. The Longhorns' goalie tracks his motions. He shifts left then right, and I have no clue what Hudson has planned. I'm not sure I'm breathing, and when he pulls his stick to his waist and launches the puck forward, I use everything in my power to will it into the goal. Time stands still. I swear someone hits pause on the next 4 seconds, but when the puck soars into the bottom right corner of the net just past the goalie's pad, everything speeds up. Confetti falls from the rafters. Pandemonium ensues as the entire team piles on Hudson. After they've smothered him in congratulations, they line up to shake the Longhorns' hands before celebrating again. That was amazing. Lucy claps enthusiastically. I want to play hockey just like Hudson. It was such a good play, wasn't it? It's going to be hell to get her to bed and up for school in the morning, but the joy on her face is infectious. I'm not sure I've ever seen her this happy, and I'm not going to be the one to dampen her glee. I take Lucy's hand, but before we can walk down the steps that lead to the exit, Hudson is skating up to the glass in front of our seats. He's ditched his gloves and his stick, and I watch while he scribbles something on a whiteboard he's found. When he holds it up, it's impossible to fight back a grin. "Come to the tunnel," it says. Hudson points to his right and I nod, way too excited to leave without saying goodbye. He erases the words with his sleeve, writing again. "Meet you in 20. Media, SHWR, then I'm yours. That sounds unbelievably nice." Lucy practically pulls me down the stairs again, and by the time we fight through the fans leaving the arena and make it to the much quieter hallway away from the music blaring over the speakers, Piper is waiting for us. "I'm so glad you got to see that," she squeals, hugging Lucy tight. "Wasn't that fun? I'm going to learn to score like that too," Lucy tells her proudly. "I can't wait to see," Piper signs. "Hudson said something about giving her a quick arena tour. I think he wants to see you. He should be out in a minute." "Sure, text me if you need me," I say, and she nods. "We'll be back soon." Piper holds out her hand and Lucy takes it and they disappear around a corner. I wait patiently, smiling at some of the staff who pass me with stacks of papers in their hands. I try my best to stay out of the way, and when a door to my left opens, I jump. "Hey," Hudson says, and I spin to find him grinning at me with wet hair. "Hi," I answer, my breath catching when I get a good look at him. The suit he's wearing must be made of confidence because I'm imagining unknotting his tie, letting him wrap the silk around my hands to keep me from moving and maybe adding a second and third to my wrists so he can hold them close. "Sorry it took me so long. I know it's past Lucy's bedtime and I hate to keep you waiting." He steps toward me, his hand finding my waist instinctively. "I wanted to see you before I got on the plane for Toronto." "That's okay. Piper is giving her that tour of the arena you suggested. I'm sure she's going to ask when she can apply for a job with the Stars." I smile and look him up and down. I make a show of it, admiring the cut of his jacket and how his pants fit him in a way that shows off the toned muscles of his thighs. "You know, Hayes, the social media comments got it right. You really are a bombshell. Means the world coming from you, Mads." He cups my cheeks, stroking his thumb down my jaw. "I'm glad y'all got to come tonight. I know it's a school night, but I like having you here. You were unbelievable, that shot. I got goosebumps, Hudson, and I don't know a damn thing about hockey. I can only imagine how excited you must be. It's called a slap shot. It's not really effective so close to the goal I'll save you from a statistics lesson, but it's what my brain told me to do, so I did. It paid off, I'll say." I tug on his tie, his mouth near mine. "Is that why you wanted me to meet you down here, so you could give me a hockey lesson?" "Maybe." He drops a kiss to my forehead and smiles. "I also wanted to say goodbye before I head to the airport. I'll be gone for a few days and I'm going to miss you. You mean you didn't ask the league to schedule a 2-game road trip immediately after we grew closer? I joke and he laughs. I'm going to miss you too. I'm glad to hear it. He sighs, the ghost of his breath tickling my cheek. I'll let you know when I land. We'll be waiting for you, me, Lucy, the dogs. Hurry home, okay? I will. One more kiss to my cheek and I think my feet have come off the ground. I'm floating, some giddy version of myself I never thought I could be, because this is far more fun than my cynical approach to attraction. Be good while I'm gone, Mads. I nod and pull away. I watch him go, painfully aware of how empty I already feel without him by my side. 44 Hudson. Madeline, sorry about the loss in Toronto last night. Me, it's part of the sport. How are you and Lucy doing? Madeline, she's asleep, but we made paninis for dinner. They were so freaking good. That press came in handy. You know what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. Thank you, me. I'm happy to spend money on things that make you happy. Madeline, are you on the plane? Me, just boarded and Maverick is already asleep next to me. We're off to Georgia, then I'll be home. Madeline, are you excited to visit your home state? Me, I am. My dad is coming to the game. Sucks I don't get to spend time with him outside the arena, but it'll be good to see him. Madeline, I'm so glad. I hope you have fun. We'll be here when you get back. We miss you. Me been missing you since the minute I left you, knife girl. We land in Georgia around 2 in the morning after a flight delay, and I toss and turn fitfully in the hotel bed. I always sleep poorly when I'm here, and I'm hit with the same mix of emotions that creep up: nerves, anger, the dread of knowing no matter how many times I come back, it's not going to change the past. I get up around 6, aware I'm awake hours before my alarm with no hope of drifting back to sleep. I'm tired. My body hurts and my stomach growls, but I can't sit still. I can't turn my brain off, and after 20 minutes of scrolling through rental cars, I snag a truck to pick up 30 minutes from now. I throw on a baseball hat, a hoodie, and jeans. Grabbing my phone, I open the door and stop in my tracks when I find Maverick sitting on the carpet in the hall. His eyes are closed. His head is against the wall and his hands are folded over his chest. I take a step toward him, gently nudging his knee with my foot and waking him up. Hey, Huddy. He groans and stretches his legs. Was wondering when you were going to roll out of bed. What are you doing here? I look up and down the hall, confused. I don't know what I expect to find, but it's empty except for us. Are you okay? Is Emmy okay? Please don't tell me Coach sent you here to break some news about a trade. Come on, man. He holds out his hand and I pull him to his feet. Do you really think I'd let you visit her by yourself? How did you know where I was going? You're my best friend. You're not going to come to Georgia and not see your mom, he says. I figured you'd want an early start because of the skate we have scheduled at noon. I have a car downstairs, coffee in the cup holders, and some flowers I grabbed from a gas station. A weight pushes on my shoulders. The air in my lungs struggles to escape. A laugh rattles out of me and I reach for him. He hugs me tight and I hug him back, not letting go until my eyes stop stinging. Thank you, Mav. I manage to get out, grateful my best friend doesn't say a word about my tears. We're family, Hud. That's what we do. He squeezes me another few seconds, then let's go. Let's get a move on. We have a busy day, and I refuse to lose tonight when your mom is watching. The drive to Kennesaw is quick on a Saturday morning without any traffic. We talk about our game and the upcoming Frozen 4 regional games in a few weeks. He turns the stereo up and we sing along with Noah Kahan and Shabuzi at the top of our lungs while we sip our coffee and pass through half a dozen towns. The sun warms up the earth and makes everything look alive even deep in late February. When we pull up to the cemetery just after 7, I feel good. Great almost. And I know it's because I'm not doing this alone. Maverick puts the car in park and grabs a bouquet from the back seat. It's an arrangement of tulips and daffodils tied together with a nice bow, and I know Mom would have loved the bright colors. I'll wait for you here, he says, cranking up the seat heaters. But if you need me, just shout. Maverick's come to the gravesite with me before, on the 1-year anniversary of her passing and again at year 4. I'm in the mood to talk with her today, though, and I wonder if Maverick can sense I need some time alone. I'll be back soon, I tell him, fumbling for the door. And come get me if Coach moves up practice. Nah, man, he'll understand. Take as long as you need. I slip out of the car and walk down the gravel path I've memorized after dozens of visits. Everything looks exactly the same as it did during my last trip with the tall grass and the big trees. I spot her up ahead and my pace increases. My heart hammers, and when I finally get to her, I smile. Hey, Mama. I set the flowers on her headstone and sit on the grass. The chill in the air is gone, and I'm happy to bask in the sunshine. Sorry it's taken me so long to get back and visit. You know we won the cup, but the summer after was busy. I handled the Junior Stars Kids camp, and then my break was over. I tip my chin up and look at the sky. There's not a cloud in sight, and I wonder if that's her doing. I bet it is. The weather is always nice when I stop by, and I imagine it's her way of asking me to stay a while. I've been thinking about you a lot, Mom. I mean, I'm always thinking about you, but I'm thinking about you more lately. I met someone and I trail off. Incredible seems like such an insignificant word to use because she's so much bigger than that, but she is incredible. Her name is Madeline. She's a single mom and has the cutest daughter. She's also my private chef and living with me. We're friends, but I think we could be more. I think we're on our way there, but I don't want to rush her. A breeze flits through the air, and I smile, pretending it's Mom talking back. She's calling me out on my bullshit line that we're only friends, and I agree with her. I'm learning sign language because Lucy, that's her daughter, is deaf. I'm working with a tutor at Gallaudet University, and it's really freaking hard. They deserve someone to put in that effort for them, though. Remember when you tried to get me to take French my freshman year of college? The only class I've ever failed, and you weren't mad at me because at least I tried. I laugh again. This is so much better than my therapy sessions. It's nice to talk to someone who can only listen. It's nice to spill my guts. I really do miss you, Mama. I wish you were here so I could ask how I can be a better support system for Madeline. You always had the best advice. I've dated a few women since you passed, and the relationships were always fine. I wasn't unhappy or anything like that, but there wasn't a spark, you know. Not like what you and Dad had, but maybe not everyone is lucky enough to have a love like yours. Maybe that's a once-in-a-lifetime sort of phenomena, and us average folks won't ever find it. I sigh and rub my forehead with one of my hands. I cross my ankles and close my eyes. I told Madeline about you. She shared a story about her crappy ex. Sorry. I know you hate when people talk poorly about others, but he's lower than low, Mom, and you'd agree with me, and I told her you got sick. She hugged me after and held me tight. It was nice. She is nice. She loves to cook just like you, and she makes me happy. Happy in a way I'm not sure I've ever been, at least not since you left. I wonder if there will come a time when I accidentally miss a year, the anniversary of her passing. I wonder if soon it'll be 15, 20 years since she left, and I'll start to lose the things I can't see in photographs. I'll forget how her laugh sounds. I'll struggle to remember the traditions she liked to keep at the holidays and what her hugs were like. It feels like I'm drifting out to sea, away from her. The more time that goes by, the more difficult it is to get to the shore. I'm lost in the ocean with no hope of finding my way back to land. Maverick is in the car. He and Emmy have been trying to start a family, but they haven't had any news yet. I hope they do soon. I still don't think kids are for me. Lucy is great, though. I like her a lot. You'd like her and Madeline a lot, too. Maddie reminds me of you. She loves people with her whole heart. She's so kind all the time and such a good darn mom, just like you were. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I know it's my alarm telling me I need to start heading back. Responsibilities are waiting for me, and no matter how long I want to sit here in the quiet stillness with the person I love more than anything in the world, people are counting on me. Fans paid money to see us play, and I don't want to let anyone down. She wouldn't want me to do that either, and I know I need to go. We have a game tonight. The Atlanta Wasps suck this year, so hopefully it'll be an easy win. I'll be back soon. I'll bring Mav next time. Dad, too. Who knows? Maybe I'll have someone to introduce you to by then. My eyes prick with tears. My vision blurs, but I wipe away the emotions before they can fall. I know she'd tell me not to cry over her, but sometimes I can't help it. Life is so freaking unfair. I stand and put my hand on her headstone. I drag my finger over the smooth granite, smiling. I love you, Mama, to the stars, the heavens, and beyond. I take the walk back to the car slower this time. When I climb inside, Maverick doesn't say anything. He reaches over, gives me a hug, and drives us to the hotel. I have an ache in my chest the entire ride back. Hey, Dad. I give him a hug in the tunnel, grinning when he ruffles my hair. Glad I get to see you for a minute. You're too busy for me these days. He laughs and takes a step back. You look good, son. Are you doing okay? Eating right and getting enough sleep? Yeah, I hired a private chef who knows how to do her job. I feel better than I did my rookie year. Wish I found her sooner. You know what they say, everything happens for a reason, even if you don't know what the reason is at the time. I went and saw Mom. I took her some flowers. I lean against my stick, wondering where she's watching from tonight. I'm going to try to get down here more often. You have a lot on your plate, I know that. She knows that. No one can fault you for living your life, Dad says. I want to be better about work-life balance. I'm spending more time at home these days. I never really went out before, but it's so unappealing to me now. Sounds like you have someone special in your life. Tell me about her. I think about the evenings on the couch with Lucy and Madeline. First grade homework on the coffee table and dolls in the kitchen. Carrying Lucy to bed and eating a cookie with Madeline while we split a glass of milk. How much I laugh and how light I feel. Those little moments don't sound special by themselves, but in the grand scheme of life, they're some of my favorite things. What I look forward to on the drive back from the arena, a bright spot after a bad game. Yeah, I do. I smile when I say it, rubbing the back of my neck. We'll see what happens. It's good to see you happy, son. You deserve to be happy. It seems wrong to be happy when others don't get that chance. That's life. Dad shrugs, looking out at the ice. He gives a salute to Liam and Riley and shakes Maverick's hand when he skates by while warming up. What's done is done. Do you really think your mother would want you to stop being happy because of her? No, I laugh. She'd tell me to get over myself and knock it off. Exactly. And you know she was never wrong. 5 minutes, Hayes, Coach yells from the end of the tunnel. Guess I need to head out there. He sounds like he has a stick up his butt. Someone probably pissed him off, I say, and Dad gives me a hug. Thanks for being here, Pops. We wouldn't miss it for the world, Hud. I'm having my best game of the season. I break up every shot the Wasps try to sink into our net. I record 2 assists in the first period and cheer on Maverick and Connor when they both score on pretty wrist shots from 20 feet out. There's energy coursing through me. I'm excited. Eager to stay on the ice, and when Coach tries to pull me with 2 minutes left in the third, I straight up refuse. I'm not sitting, I argue. Hayes, let me finish. I wipe my forehead with my jersey during a timeout, then gulp down half a bottle of body armor. I'll gladly play with the third line. Come on, Coach, it's my hometown. My dad is here. You're messing up my system, Coach grumbles, but when he wipes his whiteboard clean and sighs, I know I've won. Fine. But I don't want to hear any complaining when your legs are heavy tomorrow. I give him a grin and jump back on the ice. We're up by 3. The game is already over, but we might as well have some freaking fun until the clock expires. After the timeout, I line up another assist, a pass across center ice to our third right winger. The crowd groans when we score another goal, but I don't notice. I'm too busy grinning up at my dad, and I swear I can hear my mom cheering for me from the stands. 45 Hudson Puck Kings. Mavi, did you all see Amelia Green out in Denver got promoted from assistant head coach to associate head coach? First woman in the NHL to hold that position. Me whoa, that's awesome. Mitchie took them long enough. She knows her stuff. Sully, I always liked her coaching style. Connor, same. G-Money, where are you seeing that? It's not on ESPN. What's your source? Are you making stuff up? I can't find anything on Instagram either. Maverick. Mavi, why are you yelling at me? G-Money, because you said something and then didn't answer. Mavi, sorry for not getting to your 18 messages while I was taking a piss. I have a buddy who plays for the Goldminers and it was just announced at practice. My sources are good, jerk, and it hasn't been leaked yet. Probably will make headlines in an hour. G-Money, holy crap. Hokey crop. Sully, why are you freaking out? G-Money, I'm not freaking out. Me, you're freaking out. G-Money, I think it's cool the league is becoming more inclusive. First Emmy, now Leah, freaking amazing. Mitchie, why are you calling her Leah? G-Money SRY. Ike, why my phone autocorrected, typing too fast. Easy lol, iPhones are dumb. No one ever wants to say ducking, it's always freaking. Me, we play Denver soon, right? G-Money, March 14th, I think. Me, speaking of women in action doing cool things, don't forget we have Pilates scheduled with Lexi. We said we'd be there and attendance is mandatory. Sully still holding out for that trade. February bleeds into the beginning of March. The weather gets warmer, the sun stays up longer, and that sad winter glow that likes to hang around disappears. We're winning games and sitting pretty at the top of the league standings as we move through the second half of the season. Maverick was one of the NHL's 3 stars for February. I'm getting more comfortable with signing, and our book club is thriving. Things are good. I'm taking my dad's advice to heart. I'm letting myself be happy, and it's a nice change of pace. And Madeline, she makes me really freaking happy. We spend every night I'm home together, falling into each other's beds before one of us sneaks out in the morning. I feel like I'm back in my early 20s when she sends me a photo of her in one of my t-shirts while I'm away, always sending one back of my hotel room bed and writing "Wish you were here." I'm falling for her. Hard. It was bound to happen, something I couldn't have stopped even if I tried, and every minute I spend with her and Lucy is the best minute of my freaking life. Are you going to do that knife thing? I ask Madeline, watching her chop up a tomato and drop it in a glass container. She uses her elbow to turn down the anthem blaring from her phone, and I grin when I hear David Bowie crooning from the speakers. It's been a while. Doesn't it lose its shock value if I do it 100 times? She asks. Nope. Fine, she relents, spinning the knife in her hand. Happy hockey guy, I grin. Very knife girl, you're prepping dinner already. Just the veggies, this part of the process always takes so long. Since Lucy is at school and I have nothing on the agenda, I figured I'd get a head start. What if you put something on the agenda? I grab a water bottle from the fridge, setting it on the counter. I'm doing Pilates with the team, Piper and Emmy. Lexi teaches at a studio downtown and we're going to support her. Want to come? The last time I tried to do a split, I pulled a hamstring. Madeline adds a dash of salt to the tomatoes and covers them with a lid. I should sit this one out. Come on, none of us are good. Liam complains the whole time and Ethan is afraid of ripping his shorts. He did that once and it was the funniest freaking thing. We're worse than beginners, I promise. There are going to be tears, I assure her. You're joking. Nope, I'm not going to name names, but Grant's face turns bright red when he's sobbing. You know what? Her grin is lethal. I'm in the mood to watch Lexi make a grown man cry. Are you heading out soon? In 10 minutes, but I'll wait for you. Leggings are fine. At least that's what Lexi wears when she puts us in our place. Good thing that's half my wardrobe. How long of a class is this? Please don't say more than an hour. It's only an hour and half of it might be spent with my head between my legs while I catch my breath. Really? She wraps her arms around my neck and I give her a squeeze. You're really selling this workout. I'm excited. Wait until you're doing hundreds on the reformer. We'll see how excited you are. Sounds like a tortured device. Madeline grins and heads for her room to grab a change of clothes. I'm in. I freaking hate this. Liam rubs his thighs during a stretching break and glares at Lexi at the front of the studio. If looks could kill, Lexi would be a goner. My butt hurts, my toes hurt, my freaking calves hurt. This is all your fault, Hayes. Whoa, don't blame me. I wipe my forehead with the small towel next to my water bottle. Besides, it's good for us. It's training muscles we don't normally use and we're getting stronger. Why do we have to train muscles we don't use? Grant groans and hangs off his machine. Isn't that the point of not using them? Y'all complain too much. Do you know how lucky we are to be here and doing this? I ask. It's only going to make us better athletes. Easy for you to say. Ethan puts his hands on his knees and dry heaves. You've been looking at Madeline the last 30 minutes. If I had that kind of motivation, I'd be showing off too. Clark Kent wouldn't be able to take me down. Screw you. I laugh, but my eyes dart over to her. How could they not? Ethan's not totally wrong. She really does look amazing in her black leggings. They're different from the pairs she wears around the condo. Tighter and more fitted around her hips and thighs. When she did the elephant exercise on her machine, I had to bite my fist because her form was so goddamn distracting. I've even caught my teammates glancing at her, and I don't even care. They can look at her all they want, but she's coming home with me. All right, kids. Back on the machines, Lexi calls out, and Riley whimpers next to me. I can't do it, man, he says, dropping his voice low. In the second row, Madeline tosses her ponytail over her shoulder and stretches her arms above her head while she chats with Emmy and Piper. I'm imagining getting her in front of a mirror while I pull her clothes, making her watch while I hold her and asking her to return the favor. Are you even listening to me complain, Huddy boy? What? I shake my head and clear the thoughts away. No, what's up? I was saying if I had to spend every day with Lexi and her training plans, I'd probably turn into the freaking Hulk. Riley grimaces and shoves his glasses up his nose. How do people enjoy this? It's not that bad. I lunge down into a Warrior 2 pose and let out a breath. You have to center yourself. Screw your centering, Hayes, Liam says before he topples over. Come on, boys, Piper teases. I'm not sure she's even sweating. Weren't you saying this should be easy since girls can do it? Father Lord, I repent for my sins. Grant closes his eyes and clasps his palms together. I vow to never make a joke like that again if you can take away the pain. Guess the saying is true. Anything they can do, we can do better. Emmy gives us a sharp smirk in the mirror. Maybe if you all smiled more, you'd have more fun. Madeline turns to look at me with a wry smile. I think we can up the intensity, Lexi, she says, and Grant lets out an honest-to-God wail. Just a smidge, don't you think? Game on, Galloway, I say, grimacing when Lexi comes over and pushes on my shoulders, helping me get deeper. My knees shake and my shirt is drenched with sweat, but watching Madeline excel at something is fun. Want to see who can hold this position the longest? Sure. She lifts a shoulder in a shrug. I gave birth to a child, Hayes. My pain tolerance is a heck of a lot higher than yours. Loser does the dishes tonight. You've got yourself a deal. I don't care that I'm openly flirting with her in front of my teammates. I don't care that Maverick is smirking at me and Ethan is pretending to gag. I don't care that Emmy is filming us and no doubt going to upload the footage to social media and title it, Hockey Player Loses to Hot Mom, because this is freaking fun. I know I don't stand a chance of beating her, but I give it my best effort. Piper, Emmy, and Lexi cheer for Madeline while the guys do their best to encourage me. When sweat rolls down my shoulders and tickles my back, I fall out of the position, the rightful loser. Heck yeah, Madeline, Lexi cheers and Madeline beams. I jump off my machine and walk over to her. Nice job, Mads. You gave it your best effort, bombshell. You have some strong legs, I point out. Maybe I can put them around your shoulders when we get home, she tosses back nonchalantly, and I blush. None of my teammates heard her comment, and that makes it even hotter. It's a secret only for me, and suddenly I don't care about the workout. Is that right? I tilt my head to the side, smirking when her gaze bounces to the front of my shorts. Then what are we still doing here? Supporting a friend and contributing to the economy by visiting a small business. Madeline steps toward me. There's still space between us, but I wish there wasn't. Why? Is there a reason you want to leave? I can think of a few things, I tell her, dipping my neck so I can whisper in her ear, and she answers me with a grin. We have the condo to ourselves for a few hours before Lucy gets home from school. Want to get out of here? I make quick work of wiping down my machine and thanking Lexi for a nice class. I ignore my teammates chanting my name when Madeline and I leave, making small talk on the drive home. When we get to the foyer, I lock the door behind us. Madeline kicks off her sneakers and I push her against the wall. "Oh," she breathes out, a devilish grin behind the word. "Someone's feisty. Because I spent an hour staring at you." I curl my fingers in the waistband of her leggings, shoving them down her thighs. "And you have a mighty fine presence. It was fun to taunt you." Madeline wraps her arms around my neck, smiling when I drop to my knees and yank the black nylon all the way off. "I like getting you worked up. That's not fair, is it?" I kiss her hip and lift her foot, putting it on my shoulder. "Especially when you go places without anything underneath. Gosh darn, Mads, are you trying to kill me?" she hisses when I run a knuckle across her entrance. A sigh escapes her when I push my finger inside her, and she moans when I lean forward to press my lips to her stomach. "No bedroom." Her head drops against the wall. "I'm starting to think you have an aversion to beds, Hayes." "It's because I can't keep my hands off of you." I kiss her hip bone before moving my mouth to her core. I swirl my tongue over her, glad to find her wet. "We'll get there after I taste you." "What if heck I wanted to taste you too?" Madeline holds the back of my neck, burying my face between her legs. I grin, licking her like she's my last source of oxygen. "I want to please you, Hudson." That makes me twitch, and I groan when she rolls her hips and doesn't let me come up for air. "Did you see how my teammates were looking at you? How they were freaking drooling over you?" I part her with my thumb, spitting on it. "I can't believe I'm the one you want to come home with." "Because you're my favorite." Her voice hitches, a gasp taking over her words when I put my palm low on her stomach to stop her from moving. "You're the only one who knows what I like. Inside the bedroom, but outside of it too. I've never been the possessive or jealous type. I've never cared if the woman I was dating wore my jersey or showed up to games. But hearing Madeline say I'm the only one who knows her unlocks a new wave of determination in me. I push 2 fingers inside her, stretching her out. She whimpers my name and knocks a stack of mail off the table next to her when she tries to hold on to something sturdy. "Are you going to come, Madeline? You've been teasing me for the last hour." She clenches around me, almost losing her footing, and I hum. "You are, aren't you?" I pluck her apart piece by piece until she's grinding against my face, chanting my name like I'm some merciful god and begging for release. "I'm almost there." "That's perfect, Hudson," she whispers, and it's nearly impossible not to come from her praise. "Please." Almost isn't the word I'm looking for, so I curl my fingers, and that's all it takes for her to fall apart. I hold her steady as I ease her down, letting her ride the wave until her panting turns to gentle sighs and a satisfied smile. With one last kiss to her knee, I gently put her foot on the ground, glancing up at her. Her eyes flutter open, and when I stand, I hold out my fingers. "Suck," I say, watching her eyes dance with glee. Her tongue sneaks out, and she tips her head to the side so she can take my fingers in her mouth. I imagine it's something else instead of fingers between her lips, and I have to pull my hand away. I lift her off the ground in one swoop and put her over my shoulder, smiling when her exhausted laugh echoes down the hall. "Where are you taking me?" she asks. "Where do you think?" I reach up and run my hand along her back. I kick the door to my room open with my foot. "You said you wanted to please me." I drop her on my bed and shove my shorts and briefs off my legs. I step out of them and leave my shirt on, one hand around my shaft. Open up, Madeline. 46 Madeline. There are so many things I like about Hudson, but one of my favorite things is when he turns commanding and desperate, raw and achingly hot. A touch unhinged and possessive over me. He holds himself in front of me, and I lick my lips. I can't believe we haven't done this yet, and that's a testament to Hudson's patience. An ode to him letting me be the one to control the physical parts of our relationship. That makes me want him even more. I take him in my hands and drag my thumb down his length, eager for him. I can't get over how big he is, but it never feels overwhelming. It feels like we're the perfect fit. Do you like this? I run my tongue over the tip of his shaft. I lick up the precum I find and tilt my head so I can have a better angle. Or is it not your jam? I've always liked it. Hudson swallows, and it's like he's embarrassed to admit it. He bites his sweat-soaked shirt and separates his feet so his stance is wide. I always feel like a butt asking for it, though. I can't imagine it's very fun for you. I think it's fun. I hollow out my cheeks and suck on him, getting him halfway in my mouth. It makes me think I'm in control. Because when I do this, I cup his balls with one hand and grip the base of his shaft with another, twisting it, and he groans. I know you'll do anything I ask. Heck, yes, I will, he bobs his head. Can you try to take me again, so we can see how deep I can get? I adjust my position on the bed, and he stands between my legs. I stifle a groan when he strokes his fingers down my jaw. I melt under his touch when he moves his hand to my neck and tips my head back. I thought I was supposed to be the one in control, but here I am close to begging him. Go slow, I tell him. He smiles and drags his thumb across my bottom lip. 6 years, remember. I remember. He strokes my hair, carefully bringing my head to his length. I'll be gentle and I'll stop before you gag. What if I want to gag? What if I want it to be messy? Then make a mess of me, Maddie, he says with a low voice from the depths of his chest. Please. He rests the head of his shaft on my tongue. I lick the tip, tasting his saltiness. I hum when he steps closer to me, and soon half his shaft disappears in my mouth. I put a hand on his thigh. My fingers dance across his skin until I reach his balls again. When I fondle them, learning their heaviness and weight, he thrusts forward until my mouth is at the root of his shaft. Tears spring to my eyes, but I fight through them. Good, so good, he murmurs with a tone of awe. Can you stay there for a second? When I nod, his palm moves between my legs. He touches me, finding me wet, and he hums. You like this, don't you? You like when I use you. I nod again, white-hot pleasure building at the base of my spine. I've never been turned on while giving a blow job before, but there's something about Hudson's words that fuels a fire in me. I'm not going to come in your mouth today, he tells me. Next time we do this, though, I want to watch you swallow. Heavens, I want that too. I do my best to convey it to him by bobbing my head, by licking at him, sucking, and using the hint of my teeth when I add my hand. My mouth and palm work in tandem to find the perfect rhythm that makes Hudson's grunts turn rough and sharp. Drool hangs from my mouth, and he wipes it away with his thumb. When I take him deep again, he tugs on my hair. He pulls me off him and reaches for his bedside drawer. "Want to be with you," he mumbles, voice thick with lust. From behind. "Are you and butt man?" I roll onto my stomach and push up on my knees. I rest my elbows on the sheets, my legs spread wide. "Is that your favorite part of me?" "When we're in bed, yes, but it doesn't hold a candle to your smile." I look over my shoulder and find him sliding the condom over his shaft. "This way I get to see the parts of yourself you say you don't love. The cellulite, the stretch marks. You don't have to like them, Maddie, but I'm freaking obsessed with them. I'll worship them for both of us. God. I'm terrified one day I'm going to wake up, and this will all be a dream. The happy fog that's blanketed my life will get pulled away, because what kind of man says those things and means them? What kind of man makes me feel so freaking beautiful while he's throwing a condom wrapper in the trash? I'm convinced he's the only one in existence. One of a kind, and someone I don't want to let go. "Be with me, Hudson," I whisper, and he grips my hips. I glance over my shoulder, not wanting to miss a moment of watching him in all his splendor. He lines himself up with my entrance and presses a kiss to my shoulder blade. I exhale at the warm feel of his mouth, but it gives way to a moan, to a delighted exhale of a breath when he sinks inside me and fuses our bodies together. We've done this so many times now, but I'm still not used to how good it feels. I might be addicted to you. Hudson reaches around me and rubs my clit with his thumb. I think about you all the time. I think about being with you, about touching you. I can't get you out of my head, Maddie. Haven't been able to since I first met you. A thought enters my brain when he drives into me. It's hazy, far away, and on the cusp of a fantasy, but it's the most powerful dream I've ever had. I could love him. I could love him, and it would be perfect. I think about him all the time, too. I miss him when he's gone. I feel alive when he touches me. Sparks flicker behind my vision when he moves his mouth to the back of my neck and breathes against my skin. I could love him, but could I give him what he wants, what he deserves? I squeeze my eyes closed and focus on the here and now, on the way he's unrelenting with his thrusts, how he moves his hand up to my breasts, giving them a squeeze before returning between my legs. It's like he doesn't know where he wants to touch. My body is a blank canvas and I'm ready to be his muse. Tight. Wet. Freaking perfect, he groans. Mine. That word sends a rush of adrenaline through me. I moan when I slam back on his shaft, wanting to prove I am his, and he is mine too. Are you doing math again? I pant, and his laugh warms me from the inside out. And if so, can you hurry up and solve the problem? Gosh, I like you. Hudson loops an arm around my waist and pulls me up slightly. His fingers touch my chin and his mouth is near my ear. Open your eyes, Maddie. I blink and I'm met with the reflection of us in the mirror hanging above his dresser. I gasp when I see my pink skin and messy hair. My entire body flushes when I notice a hickey on my neck and bite marks around my breasts. We look so good together, I whisper, and he snakes his hand up my stomach to my neck. Electric. Perfect, he supplies, eyes locked on mine. I finished the math problem. Are you ready to come again, sweetheart? Sweetheart makes me think this thing between us could last forever. Maybe it could. Yeah. I lick my lips and drop my head into the crook of his neck. His hands move over me and I can't get over how intoxicating his presence is. How connected we are and how I like seeing us grow closer. I'm there. Me too. Hudson shifts his position and finds a place inside me I didn't know existed. Stars appear and I gasp when he finds it again. So pretty when you let go. That's all it takes for me to let go, and I tumble into a free fall. My body moves on its own, welcoming the sensation and the blissful satisfaction he brings me. Hudson, I whisper, watching him follow me over the edge. His grip on me tightens and his legs tremble as he finds his release. He says my name, a mess of garbled vowels and syllables. When we settle down, our breathing returning to normal and our bodies cooled off, I reach behind me and touch his hair. Sweat clings to my fingers, but I don't care. Hey, he says. Hi, I answer. You're so wonderful. You're going to be my undoing. He hides his face in my neck, the warmth of his skin against mine effervescent. Popped champagne bottles and a million fireworks. My demise. Be gentle with me when you change me, he said, and I hope I can be just as gentle with his precious heart. With a final breath, I shift my hips and move away from him. We both mumble something at the loss of contact, and I flop onto my stomach. I feel high on the endorphins being with him bring me. The mattress sinks beside me, and I turn my head. Hudson disposes of protection and tosses it in the trash can next to the bed, letting out a sigh. Are you doing okay? I scoot closer to him and trace over his stomach. His muscles flex under my fingers, and I smile. Can I get you a water? How am I more winded than you? I'm an elite athlete. He exhales a slow release of air and grabs a blanket from the edge of the bed. He drapes it over me and wraps an arm around me. You look like you could run a marathon, and after Pilates, you're a goddamn superhero. Are you kidding? My legs hurt and it looks like there's a bird living in my hair. He pulls on the tangled strands with a smile meant for only me. Still beautiful. I blush, the compliment feeling far more intimate than what we just did. Thank you. For what? Making me feel appreciated and wanted. I told you I'm addicted to you. It's true. Hudson draws a shape on my arm. He writes a few words and seals it with a kiss. He would be so easy to love, and I'm afraid I might be veering down that road, racing toward it without any brakes. What's for dinner tonight? Of course you're thinking about food right now, I tease, my heart squeezing tight. Only because you rocked my world and I need to replenish all the calories I lost. Nice save there, Hayes. I'm doing a tomato and feta pasta with a side of Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts, damn it. You don't like Brussels sprouts? No, the last 2 times you put them on my plate, I've hidden them under a scoop of mashed potatoes to make you think I ate them. Oh my God. I sit up and look down at him. He's grinning at me, a lazy, unhurried beam that hits behind my ribs. You sneaky little asshole, why didn't you tell me? Because you and Lucy like them. I fake it so you can still eat them. You can have them when you're not here, knucklehead. I grab a pillow and hit him on the side of the head. My job is to make sure you're eating a balanced meal, and I can't do that when you're hiding your vegetables from me like a child, Hudson Hayes. When I try to roll off the bed to get away from him, he grabs me by my waist. He pulls me close to his chest and laughs again. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Maddie. I'm mad at you, but I forgive you. What vegetable do you like? Broccoli. Broccoli it is. I close my eyes and sigh. I should get dressed. I have some chores I need to get done before Lucy's back from school, and that means I need to get my ass moving. How can I help? Hudson yawns and rubs his eyes. Tell me how I can be of service. You can dig through the trash and show me how much food you've wasted by tossing out your source of vegetables. I like when you make jokes after we're close. He kisses me one more time and stands. I admire him before he slips on a shirt and a loose pair of boxers. But only because I like you, knife girl. He heads for the kitchen with a wink, and I'm left staring after him. So easy to love. 47 Hudson, Madeline, Lucy, Gus, Millie, and I walk into Maverick and Emmy's place for team dinner on Monday night. I unhook the dogs from their leashes and let them take off through the apartment. They stop and get head scratches from all the guys, and everyone cheers when they sprint after a tennis ball, ready to play fetch. We're in a rare stretch of the season where we have 4 days off in a row without any games, and it's been nice to enjoy the extended downtime at home. I've always preferred my own bed over a hotel, but I like it even more when Madeline sneaks under my covers once Lucy goes to sleep. Sometimes we're intimate, but other times we stay up late talking, hours passing in what feels like seconds. I'll snap a blurry photo of her mid-laugh. She'll rest her head on my shoulder and ask about my mom, allowing me to tell her about little pieces of my life before she showed up. It's natural now, this thing between us. How we hook our pinkies together in the kitchen while I'm helping her get dinner ready. The way she hugs me from behind and wraps her arms around my waist, kissing between my shoulder blades. There was no hesitation in asking if she and Lucy wanted to join tonight. She even made a pot of carbonara to bring with us, thwarting all my attempts of trying to sneak a bite while she mixed the ingredients together earlier this evening. "What's up, Huddy boy?" Grant calls out. "And hello, ladies. Welcome to your first team dinner." "Hi," Madeline says, slipping into Simcom. Lucy is very excited to hang out with Ethan tonight. She's hoping they can discuss the best condiments for hot dogs. Madeline interpreted for me on the ride over while I watched Lucy's hand shapes in the rear-view mirror, and I couldn't help but laugh at the enthusiasm on Lucy's face when she started signing about pickles. "Easy E," Grant yells. "Get your ass in here." Ethan walks out of the kitchen holding a slice of bread. He rips off a piece and pops it in his mouth, grinning at us. "You summoned me, lads and ladies." I pull my notepad out of my back pocket and chuck it at him. "Lucy wants your opinion on hot dog toppings." "They are her favorite food," Madeline explains. I mentioned there was a player who liked them too, and she was very excited to meet you. No way. He shoves the rest of the bread in his mouth and wipes his hand on his shirt. I've been waiting my whole life for someone to ask me about hot dog condiment preferences. Do I, just write on the paper? Ethan fumbles with the spiral notebook, opening it. I think his hands might be shaking. Sorry. This feels really important and I don't want to mess up. Flip to the back and write there. And remember she's a child, I emphasize. No inappropriate conversations or drawings. I'll kick your ass if you misbehave. All right, Dad, you know I've been around kids, right? I helped you with summer camp in July. He holds up the notebook, using it to cover his hand from Lucy's view so he can flip me off. I'm not totally inept. Ethan surprises me by walking over to Lucy. He squats and gives her a wide smile. She blushes and waves, a hint of shyness she doesn't usually show coming through. Hello there, he scribbles in terrible handwriting. Mustard on hot dogs. Lucy wrinkles her nose and shakes her head. She and I are going to get along just fine, he tells us. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we can trust him alone with her for a few minutes if you're okay with it, I say to Madeline. Do you want a drink? A drink would be great. She glances up at me, relaxed and wearing a smile. Lead the way, bombshell. I put my hand on the small of her back. She steps closer to me as we stop and say hello to some of the other boys on our way to the kitchen. Liam takes the pot of food from her, and Riley bombards her with a string of questions about Greek yogurt in recipes or if it's all a scam. Emmy, Piper, Lexi, and Maven pull her into their group when we finally snag a drink, and I'm left to check out the spread of food lining the counter alone. There's my guy. Maverick jumps in my arms, and I laugh when he spills half of my water on the floor. Gus and Millie are there to lick it up, and Mav dangles from my neck. And you brought friends with you. Ethan brought someone from Tinder last week, so I figured I'm allowed to have the people who are important to me join us. I set Maverick down on his own 2 feet and lean against the wall. Is that a problem? Dude, come on, drop the tough guy act. You know I don't care who joins us, I'm giving you a hard time. Besides, his grin is knowing, a smart-ass comment on the tip of his tongue. You've never brought a girl around the guys before, and here you are doing it twice in a couple weeks. You're so messed up, Huddy. That's not true. I frown, racking my brain. I try to think about the women I've seriously dated. The list isn't extensive, but it's more than a few people. Shoot, I haven't. Nope. I mean, you've brought them to the big stuff like the gala and charity events, but not something small like this where they could ask Madeline what your deepest, darkest secrets are. I want them to know they're part of my life. If we're going to spend time together, I don't want there to be a doubt in her mind how I feel about her, I say. It's pretty obvious how you feel about her, bro. He clasps my shoulder. Speaking of, have you shown her your sign language skills yet? No. I'm waiting until I feel more comfortable, and I don't know how I want to tell Madeline and Lucy. Do I break out into sign language mid-conversation? Do I start adding it in throughout the day until it's obvious I know what they're saying? It's too bad Christmas is so far away. That would have been a good gift. Maverick rubs his jaw. I say you mention you have a surprise, then show it off. That's probably the route I'll take. I pause and sip my water. Madeline doesn't want to get married again. I don't know why I'm telling him this. Maybe because he's full of advice lately and I need someone to talk some sense into me. She was married before, to a jerk I'll strangle if I ever meet. She's against the idea now, rightfully so, and I'm trying to figure out what our end game is if we want different things in life. Oh, shoot. Maverick puts his hands together in front of him and closes his eyes. It's time the student becomes the teacher. I lift an eyebrow. Why are you being weird? He takes a deep breath and smacks the back of my head. You are an idiot. Ow, you jerk. I wince, rubbing my hair. What was that for? Who gives a crap if she doesn't want to get married? Look at me. I was so against monogamy, and now I'm wondering how I can order a casket that fits 2 people so I can hold Emmy's hand when we're dead. Marriage isn't the only path for relationships. You don't need a piece of paper to love her, do you? No, but I'm not finished, Hayes. The teacher is still talking, he says sharply, and I blink. So there's no ring and no wedding. Big deal. You can spend decades together and be just as happy as any other couple who did get married. If she's what you want, the other stuff doesn't matter. Love is what you make it, dipshit. I glance across the kitchen at Madeline laughing at something Lexi is saying. Her shoulders shake, her eyes wrinkle. Her mouth splits into a beautiful grin, and holy crap, I like her so much. It's more than a physical attraction. It's more than a crush. If someone were to try and get my deepest, darkest secret out of me, it would be how much I like her, how much I'm thinking I more than like her, but she's not ready to hear it yet. Doesn't change the fact that it's true. Down the road, if we got to that point, if I'm lucky enough to have more years with her, I wouldn't care about a ceremony or vows. I'd care about her, spending my days with her and Lucy and another set of dogs we rescue from the shelter. Jewelry wouldn't matter, but how I feel when I'm around her would. Like I'm coming home whenever she's in my arms. Like everything in life is finally right after being wrong for so long. My heart thunders in my chest. I'm surprised no one else can hear it. My palms are sweaty, and I wipe them on my jeans. I know she likes me too, but there's a big difference in a nice fling kind of way and want to hang out for the rest of eternity kind of way. We're somewhere in the middle right now, that I enjoy your company, so let's keep doing it way of thinking, but it's so obvious I'm nearly in love with her, I can't deny it anymore. You okay? Maverick snaps his fingers in my face and I blink. You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm okay. I down the rest of my water and notice Madeline heading my way. She makes a pit stop at the carbonara and adds a sprinkle of Parmesan cheese to the top. Better than okay. Maverick follows my gaze and smiles. Amazing how they make us feel better, isn't it? I'll leave you be. Food starts in 5 minutes. Madeline slides up to my side and looks between me and Maverick. Her arm brushes against mine, and it's silly how giddy it makes me. Am I interrupting? She asks. Not at all, Maverick says. Hudson and I were talking about whale populations. Whale populations, she repeats. I didn't know you had an affinity for zoology, Hayes. It's a recent development. I nod to her empty wineglass. Want a refill? No, thank you. That was a heavy pour you gave me, and I don't need to start stumbling. We need you on 2 feet, Madeline. There's a game of hide and seek scheduled after dinner, and the first group of people to be found have to eat a bit of the Jell-O monstrosity Ethan brought, Maverick says. It's a biohazard, so I'd make sure you have a clear head. Thanks for the warning, she laughs. I can't wait. Lucy comes barreling into the kitchen. The dogs chase after her and she's dragging Ethan by the sleeve. When they get close, he throws the notebook at my shoulder. You've all been replaced, he announces. Lucy and I are best friends now. Did you figure out your favorite hot dog toppings? Madeline asks, and she nods when Lucy answers. Diced onions, good choice, baby. She is so your daughter, I say. If you ever need anyone to watch her, I'm happy to jump in, Ethan says, and I gape at him. What? Why are you looking at me like I have 4 heads, Hayes? I'm impressed. 6 months ago, I wouldn't leave Gus and Millie with you. Now you're a natural with kids and animals. I pat his shoulder. I guess everyone is bound to grow up eventually. I'm a full-fledged adult. Hey, G-Money, he yells. Want to see how many grapes we can fit in our mouths? And there we go. It was nice while it lasted, I say, and Madeline giggles. It's amazing how sweet everyone is with Lucy. She strokes her daughter's hair while Lucy kisses the dogs on the head. I appreciate how no one treats her like a burden. A burden? I frown. I don't like that word. Why would they do that? Because she communicates differently. It's what people in the past have implied. Athletic coaches, her friends' parents. The woman at the grocery store who said it must be such a challenge to raise a difficult child. She sighs, disappointed. It's a shame, because Lucy isn't a burden at all. She's a regular kid, and more often than not it's hearing people who don't have the empathy and patience to make room for a style of life that's different from theirs. Listen to me, Madeline. If anyone ever says some crap like that to you again, I want you to come find me so I can give them a piece of my mind, okay? And if any of the players say it, I will have their butts shipped out to Alaska real quick." Madeline chews on her bottom lip. She wrings her hands together, almost unsteady on her feet. "You mean that, don't you?" "Of course I mean it. I'd go to war for your daughter, for you too." "Why?" she whispers, and I think of 100 ways I can answer that question. Because I'm attracted to you. Because I'm determined to show you there are good men out there. Because it's the bare minimum of what you deserve. Because I'm falling in love with you, and I'd let you break my heart if that's what you wanted. Because y'all are mine. I tuck a loose piece of hair behind her ear, and I protect what's mine. 48 Madeline, I've worked in restaurants throughout my entire adult life, so I'm familiar with large groups in small settings. There's always been a camaraderie in the kitchen. There's communication and kinship with long working hours, but I've never experienced something like this. Being at team dinner gives a new meaning to the word family. It's Thanksgiving but amplified, with laughs, jokes, plenty of food, and a ton of love. A dozen conversations happen around me about league standings and playoffs and someone named Amelia Green, but never once do I feel out of place. Lucy runs around the apartment with the dogs, giggling when Riley chases her and lifts her on his shoulders. The girls and I talk about the spring fling dance that June, Maven's daughter, has next week, and we gush over the dress she picked out. It's perfect. I feel welcomed here like I belong, and the togetherness is something I've been missing since leaving the restaurant industry. "Hey!" Maverick whistles and everyone glances at him. Lucy climbs in my lap and I lift my hands, ready to interpret for her. "It's time for our game," Grant groans. "Can't we play FIFA or GTA like we always do?" "Nope. Coach told me he wants us to start doing more team building off the ice as we move toward the playoffs, and that means putting down the controllers. Everyone knows how to play hide and seek, right?" he asks, and there's a murmur of yesies. "Good. You'll be with a partner, and if your team is caught, you join the seeking side. When we get down to the last two people, they win." "What's the prize for winning?" Ethan asks. "That's going to determine my likelihood for participating. Given it's mandatory, if you don't want to join in, I'll kick your butt at practice tomorrow until you're crying in pain, Richardson," Maverick warns. "He runs a tight ship," I whisper to Hudson. "He took the seat next to me 10 minutes ago, his thigh pressing against mine as he listened to us discuss what color hair ribbon would look the best with a bright green dress. You should have seen him 5 or 6 years ago. He missed his alarms and skipped practice. Politely escorting his one-night stands out of his apartment was a regular occurrence for me. Maverick from his first year in the league wouldn't recognize this dude." "Really?" I glance over at him, watching the way he hugs Emmy tight and kisses her forehead. "I've only been around him a few times, but I can't imagine him being anything other than totally in love with Emmy. Times change, and thank God for that." "Are you going to play hide and seek?" I ask. "Of course I am. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in my contract that I have to do anything Maverick says, but even if it wasn't, I'd join. Why the hell not? That means you're playing too, Galloway." "I can be Lucy's partner," Piper volunteers. "Liam adamantly refuses to play anything, and Lucy is going to be much better company than his grumpy butt." "I heard that," Liam says without looking up from his phone. "That was the point." Piper pats his thigh and smiles at Lucy. "Want to be on my team for hide and seek?" Lucy nods. "I'm good at hiding." "She is," I add. "When she was younger, I spent 20 minutes looking for her. She was hiding behind the washing machine and scared the heck out of me." "Genius." Piper grins. "We're so going to win." Lucy climbs out of my lap and joins Piper on the floor. My heart is full while I watch them talk about the headband Lucy is wearing and her pink sparkly shoes. Piper must mention something funny because Lucy lets out a giggle and covers her mouth. "Looks like she's having fun," Hudson says. "She was happy when we lived in Vegas, but she's so much brighter here in D.C. I laugh. "It's probably the dogs." "Why do you think I rescued those two? They're the best kind of therapy." Around us, his teammates start to split up into pairs. I glance up at him and bump his shoulder with mine. "Guess you're stuck with me as a partner, Hayes," I tell him. "It would be an honor, Galloway." "If you open a box that says private on it, I can't be held responsible what you find," Maverick says from the front of the living room. "Emmy girl and I will start and we'll count to 60. Don't touch any of my stuff and you won't get hurt. We're starting now." "Where are we going to hide?" I ask, standing while everyone around us scrambles. "They have a small room in their closet that's used for extra storage. It's not very big, but it's tucked away." Hudson takes my hand and gives it a squeeze. "We can go in there behind a shelf and we'll be good." I'm glad I'm paired with the person who knows the floor plan of this place like the back of his hand. I wave to Lucy and Piper, who take off in the opposite direction. "Were you an architect in another life?" "I spent 7 days helping them move in. I can tell you about every nook and cranny in this place." Hudson leads me down a long hallway, and I smile at the pictures on the wall. There are so many hanging up. One's with a group of guys shirtless and a different one at the beach. I find one with the same group in front of a wedding chapel. Another after what I'm guessing is a big win, because all the Stars players are in a pile on each other. There's a huge trophy being presented to them. "I knew you and Maverick were friends, but I'm realizing how close you two are," I say, tapping a photo of Maverick and Hudson asleep on the floor of an airport. They're wrapped around each other, and it might be the cutest thing I've ever seen. "Did you know him before you were on the team?" "Nope. I thought he was the most conceited jerk when I first met him." Hudson laughs and nudges open a door with his hip. "He grew on me, though. He's like my brother. I'd run through fire for him, and he'd do the same for me. When we were younger, our team sucked. We were the laughingstock of the league. People in D.C. booed us, but we both stuck around. There was an unspoken agreement between us that we were going to bring this team out of the ashes, and we weren't going to leave until we did. A Stanley Cup win later and hopefully heading toward another one this season, and I'd say we did our job. That love is special. It sounds like Maverick might be your soulmate." "Maybe he is, but if that's the case, then we can have 2 soulmates, because Emmy is most definitely his too." He opens another door and tugs me inside. It's dark, and I pull out my phone to use as a flashlight. "It looks like there's space behind that shelf over there." I point to a small metal rack housing cardboard boxes. "We would be hidden from view." "Nice eyes, Mads." Hudson helps me maneuver around a pile of old skates and a box labeled jerseys. When we make it to the other side of the space, I glance around. "It's small over here," I say. "Pretty sure I'm going to have to sit on top of you." "Ah. What a plight for me," he says, and I can hear the grin behind his words. "Let me get situated, then you can sit on top of me all you want, Maddie." I laugh, holding the light up so I can watch him take a seat on the ground. "You're such a gentleman." He opens his knees so there's space between his legs, and he pats his thighs. "Come here." I spin so my back is to him, but before I can sit down, Hudson puts a hand on the back of my thigh. "What is it?" I run my hand over the pleated material. "Please don't tell me there's an army of cockroaches down there." "No." He flashes me another grin I can barely make out in the dark space. "I can see up your skirt, so I'm admiring your outfit." "Oh my God." A laugh sneaks out of me. I shake my head and lower myself to the floor. "You get to see my outfits all the time." "Not when I'm out of town, I don't," he counters. "For what it's worth, it's cute." I blush. I've never cared about what I wear under my clothes or chef's whites. Sometimes it was different styles, other times bikini style. On my period, a ripped pair that sits low on my hips and don't put any pressure on my bloated stomach are my saving grace. Regularly being with an NHL player has made me want to add a few new pieces to my rotation, like lacier pairs. Ones that show off my style and come in a matching set. I know Hudson doesn't care what I wear. He's called me beautiful in 100 different ways, and most of them were when I've been exhausted and worn out, feeling the furthest from attractive. It's fun to put on something nice under my clothes. It makes me feel good, even as the sweater and leggings mom. Thanks, I say, and I hear noises on the other side of the door. It sounds like more people are trying to hide, and I hope no one else comes in here and joins us. I got them for $3. $3. Do I need to up your salary? No, I just love a sale. I pause, biting my lower lip. But speaking about my salary, I think we should talk about that. I love deep conversations when I'm hiding in a closet. What's on your mind, knife girl? Hudson wraps his arms around me, pulling me close to his chest. Tell me anything. I feel like things between us are getting serious. I admit softly, relaxing when his hold on me tightens like he wants me to stay here forever. And maybe I'm reading the time we're spending together wrong, but you're not, he hurries to say, voice hushed. At all. I'm serious about you and Lucy. Y'all are the best part of my days, and I hope we get to keep going down this path. That's why I feel weird taking money from you. I know I'm still cooking your meals, I say before he can interrupt, because I can tell he's ready to protest. But I have feelings for you, Hudson. It makes me uncomfortable to take money from you when what we're doing exists outside the kitchen. It exists in the kitchen a little bit. I did get you close on the counter. He buries his face in my neck and kisses below my ear. I giggle, squirming in his hold. But I understand where you're coming from. Money blurs lines. It does. I'm so thankful for your generosity, but maybe we can think about moving away from a paycheck and instead becoming two people who care about each other, who are living together, and I cook for you because I want to, not because I'm obligated to. Okay, he nods, his mouth moving to my throat. I accept the changes, but only if you accept I'm going to take care of you and Lucy financially. That includes buying you whatever you need, whatever you want, whenever you need it. Okay, I echo, knowing an argument is pointless. Hudson means business, and for as long as I've survived as a single parent doing everything myself, it's nice to have someone waiting on the sidelines and willing to help. I accept that. Thank you, it's been a pleasure doing business with you, Mads. I laugh and stretch out my legs. And with you, hockey guy. Your outfit is cute tonight. He touches the hem of the black skirt I paired with boots. I like how long your legs are. Not as long as yours. I line our limbs up side by side, scoffing at how much taller he is than me. But close. I think I have a problem. Problem? Oh no, do you have to pee? No. His fingers move up my thigh and I sigh. They brush against me and I arch my back. When I'm around you, all I want to do is touch you, be close to you, feel you. I told you I'm addicted. You don't usually act like this when you're dating someone. The word falls out of me, but that's what we're doing. It's wrong to call it anything less. I know how to behave myself with other people. His other hand moves the hair away from my neck so he can kiss me again. I've also never brought anyone to team dinner, and here you are. And here I am, I repeat. The small space emboldens me. The warmth from his body is a heady, dangerous heat, and I act on instinct. I take the hand on my leg in mine. I move it up around my skirt until he reaches me, intentions clear. Yours. I've never been this reckless or drunk on infatuation. But that's the thing about Hudson Hayes. He makes me feel alive in ways I've never been. Are you sure? He whispers, and my heart cinches tight. Of course it does, with his hesitation, with him giving me the power. I want you so bad, Madeline, but I don't want you to think I pulled you into a closet to take advantage of you. Do you want to be close to me? He blows out a breath and kisses my neck again. He bunches my skirt at my waist and pushes my knee to the side. Slowly, so slowly, he moves his fingers up my thigh. I think I might die if I don't. I gasp when he touches me. That would be a horrible tragedy. If someone walks in, they won't be able to see us. The shelf blocks their view, he assures me, but I wouldn't care if they could. Everything he does is torturous. The way he kisses my throat and how he strokes back up my leg. He groans when he adds 2 fingers in me and finds me ready. When I'm with you, I can't think straight. I wiggle my hips and I feel him hard against me. Knowing I have that kind of physical effect on someone like him is invigorating. You really do make me see the stars, Hudson. Let's get you to see a couple more, yeah. He curls his fingers inside me, sighing like he's mesmerized. Shoot, everything about you, really, incredible. His thumb presses on me and I cry out. I don't know what I'm saying, only that it feels so good. To not stop and I can take more. Please, I beg, long past caring how I sound. Hudson, you have to be quiet, Maddie. He moves the hand not between my legs up to my neck, covering my mouth. I don't want my teammates to hear you. They don't get that privilege. That makes me groan against his palm, makes me open my legs wider. This is exactly how I want to go, blissed out, full, wet, and so close to satisfied. Hudson does add more with the softest of laughs, the gentlest of "there you go, and you're doing so well, and I'm glad I can't make any sounds. The noise that leaves my body is out of this world. This is the most sensual, hottest experience I've ever had with a man, and I never want it to end. I could watch you all day." He kisses my forehead, my cheek, along the curve of my jaw. "But I'd really like to see you let go, please." I never believed the women in romance novels who could let go on command, but with Hudson I'm converted. One ask from him and I'm lifting my hips. Letting him touch me and I can't hold it in anymore. I squeeze my eyes closed and give in to the pleasure rolling through me. I grind against his hand. I push myself against him, wanting him to enjoy this as much as I am. And when Hudson kisses my throat and says, "You're so good, Maddie, you deserve this," I lose it completely. Colors explode behind my vision. I bite the heel of his palm. I squirm and ride the wave of gratification until I'm numb and exhausted, made of nothing but limp limbs and an empty mind. "I've got you," Hudson says gently. I open my eyes and turn my chin so I can see him. "Hi, Maddie. Hi, hockey guy," I sigh, relaxing into him. "That was magnificent." He kisses my cheek, lips smooth and warm. "Are you okay?" "You just made me let go in a closet, Hudson. I'm better than okay." He laughs and carefully adjusts me. He lowers my skirt and rubs my knee. I wanted to make sure, was the hand thing all right? "Yeah," I grin, "it was more than all right." "Noted." "Do you want some help with you didn't feel me finish again?" he asks, and when my mouth pops open, he grins. "I'm kidding. I have some control over my bodily functions. Yes, I want help, but no, not right now. I don't think I can be as quiet as you." I'm happy to give you the door to the closet swings open, and I blink at the bright invasion of light. There has to be someone in here. Goddamn skates. A hockey stick goes flying and Maverick appears around the shelving unit. "Aha, found you, you lose, Huddy boy." "Nah," he looks at me, his grin even brighter than before. "I definitely won. 49 Hudson Puck Kings me tonight is the night, y'all. Easy E for what? Are you losing your virginity?" G-Money pretty sure he's having more relationships than you right now, dude. Me thank you for your fascination with my love life, Ethan, but no. I'm going to show Madeline and Lucy the sign language I've been learning. Mavi, hell yeah, man. I'm so pumped for you. Mitchie, dude, that's awesome. Are you excited? Me, I kind of want to throw up. Is this too much? Probably. Sully, no. G-Money, what the hell does no mean? Sully, it means no, it's not too much. This is a good thing you're doing, Hudson. Easy E, I think I might be crying in the club RN. Mitchie, it's noon. Really hope you're not at the club. Me, I don't know why I'm so scared. Mitchie, because you really care about her. Sully, about them. Mavi, you're falling in love with her. Hud, of course you're scared. G-Money, holy crap, is Cap a relationship guru now? Mavi, I might be. They're going to love it, Hud. Me, okay. Yeah, thanks y'all. Mitchie, text us after. G. Money, should we get a ladder, climb up to his balcony and watch? Mitchie, not creepy at all. Easy E, I have a ladder guy. Sully, how the heck do you have a ladder guy? Easy E, wouldn't you like to know? Madeline, I know it's March and still a little cold outside, which is bullcrap, BTW. But Lucy wants to know if we can get ice cream tonight after dinner. Me, do we need dinner? Can we skip straight to ice cream? Madeline, that's not a very balanced diet, Hayes. You know nutrition is important and you're talking to a chef here. No skipping dinner, me fine. Dinner, then ice cream. What's on the menu tonight? Madeline, you didn't look at the calendar I sent you this week. Me, I stopped looking at that months ago. I love everything you make. You're always going to get a yes from me. Madeline, attachment. One image do I get a yes on this outfit I bought, me Christ Mads. You're going to make me have a heart attack. I'm in the locker room and Riley just asked why I turned my phone brightness all the way down. 1,000 yesies. Take my credit card and buy 1,000 more. Madeline, glad you, like. I'll let you take it off me tonight, me sorry what. I'm still staring at the photo you sent, might make it my phone background. Madeline, you would never, me you're right, I wouldn't, but heck do I want to. Puck Kings me, tonight is the night, guys. Easy E, what? You're losing your virginity. G money, pretty sure he's having more relationships than you right now, dude. Me. Thank you for your fascination with my relationship life, Ethan, but no. Me, I'm ready to show Madeline and Lucy the sign language I've been learning. Mavi, heck yeah, man, I'm so pumped for you. Riley, dude, that's awesome. Are you excited, me? I kind of want to throw up. Is this too much? Sully, no. G-money, what the heck does no mean? Sully, it means no, it's not too much. This is a good thing you're doing, Hudson. Easy E, I think I might be crying in the club RN. Riley, it's noon. Really hope you're not at the club, me. I don't know why I'm scared. Riley, because you really care about her. Sully, about them. Mavi, you're falling in love with her, man. Of course you're scared. G-money, holy crap, is Cap a relationship guru now? Mavi, I might be, you're going to be fine, Hud, they're going to love it. Me, okay. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate your confidence in me. Riley, we love you. Easy E, a whole lot. G-money, the trolls on the internet would lose their minds if they found out we told each other I love you. Lol, I love it. Madeline, I know it's March and still a little cold outside, but Lucy wants to know if we can get ice cream tonight after dinner. Me, do we need dinner? Can we skip straight to the ice cream? Madeline, that's not a very balanced diet, Hayes. You know nutrition is important, me. Fine, dinner then ice cream. What's on the menu tonight? Madeline, you didn't look at the calendar I sent you this week, me. Stopped looking at that months ago. I love everything you make. You're always going to get a yes from me. Madeline, attachment. One image, Madeline, do I get a yes on this outfit I bought? Me, Christ Mads, me, you're going to make me have a heart attack. Me, 1,000 yesies. Madeline, glad you like. I'll let you take it off of me tonight. Me, sorry what? I'm still staring at the photo you sent. Might make it my phone background. Madeline, you would never. Me, you're right, I wouldn't. But heck do I want to. Lucy skips ahead of us down the sidewalk with the dogs and Madeline nudges my side. Hey, she says, and I look down at her. Are you okay? What? I scrub a hand over my face, trying to pull myself back to our conversation instead of zoning out like I have been. I'm fine. You were quiet all of dinner and you haven't said anything in 5 minutes. Just have a lot on my mind. I shrug. Hockey, you know. I don't want to tell her I've been a pile of nerves all day. Every time she and Lucy would have a conversation, my fingers itched to join them. I almost started signing when Lucy asked Madeline when my next game is, but I want to make this special for them. No, I don't know, Madeline teases. I can confidently say that's not something I think about regularly. There's only a month left in the regular season, right? Yeah, we're locked in for the playoffs, and we should have home ice advantage for the first round. Y'all are going to come to a couple of playoff games, right? They're way better than the regular season. We can definitely make time for that. Maybe my parents can fly out for one. They haven't been to D.C. yet, and I'm sure my dad could be easily swayed to leave the nice Vegas weather with tickets close to the ice. I laugh. Hey, at least it isn't as gloomy as it was last month. It's still pretty dreary, Hayes. A far cry from the mid-70s they have right now. All right. I'm a little jealous. But your parents should definitely fly out. There's plenty of space in the condo, or if they want some privacy, I can help put them up in a hotel. Plus, I'd love to meet the people responsible for raising you. You really want to meet my parents, she asks. Yeah, I nod enthusiastically. Of course I do. Feels like the next step for us, right? Yeah. Her smile is soft under the late evening sky and she nods. I think it is. We'll plan something. Madeline glances at Lucy, watching her wait patiently for Gus to pee on the grass in the park before patting his head and moving along for the ice cream shop. She's a good kid, isn't she? I mean, I know I'm biased as her parent, but I can't imagine how there's a child out there better than her. She's perfect. I wrap my arm around Madeline and pull her close to my side. Just being near her helps ease the tension I've been holding all afternoon. Just like you. Sounds like you're flirting with me, hockey guy. I'm always flirting with you, Mads. Pretty sure I was flirting with you the first time you walked into my condo. I pause, rubbing her shoulder. Should we tell her about us? You mean how we're close and sneaking out of each other's rooms before she wakes up in the morning? Yeah, I don't know what proper protocol is here. I've never been with a woman who has a kid before, and I want to make sure I'm doing things right. I pause and look down at her. I tuck a piece of hair behind her ear, touching her cheek. And we're not just close. You know this isn't a quick thing for me, right? I know that, Mr. Anti-Flings. Her grin is bright and beautiful. I don't know how I went so long without having it in my life, and I hope I get to see it again when we get back to the condo and I show them my signing. I'd do anything to make her smile. I guess we should tell her. I know it's going to be hard for her to understand because you've already been in our lives for so long already, but I'll do my best to answer questions she has. She's never had a father figure in her life. I'm not saying that's the role you need to fill, but I'm sure she's going to ask what's going to be different from how things are now. I'll be whatever role you both want me to be, and nothing has to change. I don't want to make her uncomfortable. I don't want you to have any uncomfortable conversations, so I'm not going to make out with you in the kitchen. Maybe just, I don't know, we tell her we care about each other. We've done plenty of other things in that kitchen, she says with pride, and I give her a gentle shake that makes her laugh. This is my first time navigating dating someone with Lucy in the picture, so we can work together and figure out what to do. Teamwork, baby. Look at you with the sports terms. Lucy glances behind her and signs something to Madeline. I pick up on bits and pieces: mommy, dogs, ice cream, and I'm really proud of myself. I'm still scared, I still have a long way to go, but I'm proud. I can hold the dogs while you go in. Will you grab me a cup of cookies and cream with extra Oreos on top? So much for your no dessert stance. Madeline pokes my stomach, her touch lingering for a flash of a second, then pulls away. Coming right up, bombshell. Lucy hands over Gus and Millie, and we wait while they file inside. I tap my foot anxiously on the sidewalk, and I practice a few signs with my back turned so Lucy and Madeline can't see. My fingers won't stop shaking, and I don't know how the heck I'm going to get through a whole conversation with them. 10 minutes and 3 cups of ice cream later, we find a bench in the park under a lamppost. Lucy hops on a swing not far from us and kicks her feet back and forth while the dogs sit in front of her and beg for a bite. Are you sure you're okay? Madeline looks at my bouncing knee, then up at my face. You can talk to me, you know, about anything, about your mom, about your games. I want to be a safe space for you, Hudson. She's the safest space I've ever had. I could strip myself down to nothing but my bones and I'd feel nothing but shielded with her. I know I can. I reach over and give her thigh a quick squeeze. And that's why I like you so much, because I can be myself around you. I'm fine, really. I have a surprise for Lucy, for you, I finally admit. When we get back to the house, and I don't know what y'all are going to think about it. Can I tell you a secret? You can tell me anything, Mads. You could hand Lucy a rock and she'd think it's the greatest thing in the world. Whatever surprise you have for her for me is going to be really cool. I can't wait to see what it is. How do you always know the right things to say? I scoot closer to her. She rests her cheek on my shoulder, sighing. Every time it blows my mind. It's because I'm so wise, you're still learning. She turns her face so she can kiss the sleeve of my hoodie. Seriously though, you're the most spectacular man I've ever met. Everything you've done for us up to this point has been thoughtful. This isn't going to be any different. Come on, knife girl, you're putting me on a pedestal. I'm not, Hudson, I mean it. Her words warm me up. They make me hold her a little tighter and a little closer. She could be reckless with my heart, with my feelings, and I'd still find a way to thank her because that's how special she is. I'll take a poll after the surprise, I say. We'll see if your answer is the same. And if it is, I don't know, guess we'll find out. Madeline smiles. Guess we will. 50 Hudson, I've played in half a do-or-die games over the course of my athletic career. I've waited to see what NHL team I would sign with. I've lined up against some of the best athletes in the world when I was kid in his first year in the league. I've never been more nervous than I am right now. I'm practically sweating on the couch. Lucy is next to me, and Madeline is on the other end. Gus is at my feet, and I think he can sense how anxious I am. My knee is still bouncing like it was earlier. I keep wringing my hands together and flexing my fingers. At one point in the princess movie we're watching, Madeline asked again if I was okay, and I'm sure the smile I plastered on my face made me look like a lunatic. I'm going to grab a hot chocolate for Lucy. Madeline pauses the movie and stands. Do you want anything? I'm still full from the ice cream. Thanks, though, I say, and when she disappears into the kitchen, I take a breath. Lucy glances at me, grabbing my notebook off the coffee table. It's the third one I've gone through, and I don't plan to throw any of them away after I show off what I've learned. I like the notes we've written each other. I like her misspelled words. I like how she adds smiley faces to the end of a sentence that makes her particularly happy usually when she's talking about her mom or the dogs, and I like the drawings she's added to the margins. I like that we'll be able to communicate on her terms even more. Where's Millie? She writes, and I point to the kitchen. Following your mom around and hoping for a marshmallow to fall on the floor, I scribble, grinning when she giggles. She said you have a surprise. I have a surprise for you. Do you want to go first? You go first, she replies under my note, and I move the notebook out of the way. Everything okay in here? Madeline leans against the wall and holds Lucy's mug. I know she's waiting for it to cool down, and I smile when she blows on the top of it. Are you all planning to take over the world? Maybe one day. I was telling Lucy about the surprise I have for y'all. Oh, I'm so excited. Madeline crosses her feet at the ankles and watches me. It makes me feel like I'm on a stage with a million people in the crowd. What is it? I'm terrified I'm going to mess this up. I'm terrified I'm going to sign something incorrectly and miss half the words. I take another breath, and faintly, like it's pulled from somewhere beyond Earth, I hear my mom's voice. The echo of her laugh and how she held my hand in the kitchen when I told her about my terrible grade in French. At least you tried, she said with a smile. Imagine how much less exciting your life would have been if you hadn't. You might have failed the class, but you're better off than the people who didn't even show up. At least I tried, I remind myself. At least I showed up for them. I'm always going to show up for them, and that's enough to propel me forward. I turn my body to face Lucy, and she watches me. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Madeline frown. I hope I'll be able to get her to smile again in a minute. I think of Piper's lessons and my teammates' encouragement. I think of Madeline's patience and Lucy's excitement when I showed her the notebook, and I lift my hand in the air. Hello, Lucy, I speak and sign. Her mouth pops open and she scoots closer to me, looking at my hands then up at me. Madeline gasps, but I don't let myself get distracted. My name is Hudson. I have 2 dogs, Gus and Millie. My favorite food is a cheeseburger, and I play hockey. I go slow and take my time to make sure each motion is deliberate. I keep eye contact with Lucy and use lots of expression on my face. I've been practicing my signing. I've loved having you and your mom here, and I hope you'll stick around for a while. You are one of my favorite people in the world, Lucy girl, and I'm so excited we can talk to each other. I might not be very good at it, but I'm going to keep learning for you, okay? Lucy's bottom lip trembles. Hi, Hudson, she answers, and it's not lost on me that she's signing slower than she does when she talks with her mom. My name is Lucy. I'm so glad we're friends. I love your doggies, and you make me happy. You make mommy happy too. How old are you? I'm 6. 31, I say and sign back, and Madeline lets out a choked sob. I jerk my neck up to look at her, and she covers her mouth. She shakes her head and sniffs. I think I made your mom sad, I tell her. Mommy, are you sad? Lucy asks, and I'm so proud I can understand the words. Madeline walks toward us. She sets the mug on the coffee table and kneels on the floor in front of Lucy. No, baby, I'm not sad. I'm so happy. She turns to me, and I want to pull her into a hug. I want to kiss her head and hold her tight against my chest. I want to tell her she's the best thing to ever happen to me, and I want to tell her I'm a little bit in love with her. Where did you learn to sign, Hudson? How, when, why? Piper. I spell out her name, and I'm glad she told me to try speaking and signing at the same time. I've been practicing over the last few months. After practice, online, alone in my room, with a tutor from Gallaudet University twice a week. Anywhere I can find someone to talk to. You did this for Lucy, Madeline asks. Yes, and you. Why? Why not? I don't add the other things, how I really am falling in love with her and her daughter, how I might not be her father, but I'd walk to the ends of the earth for Lucy, how it's the right thing to do, and even if she broke my heart, I'd be glad for my time with them. Her dad, Madeline, buries her face in her hands and sobs again. I hate hearing her cry, and I put a hand on her back. I rub a small circle over her shoulders, smiling when Lucy puts her arms around her mom's neck. It's amazing how she can sense emotion. He didn't want, and I do. I'm going to practice every single day. I won't stop until I know every word, every phrase, every handshape in existence, in English, in Assel, in whatever other language Lucy wants to learn. I still don't know why, Madeline whispers, and she lifts her chin to meet my gaze. You know why, don't you? I love you, I think. I love you, I love you, I love you. Her nod is slow. She hugs Lucy and rocks her in her arms. Yes, she finally says. I do, even if I'm afraid to think about it for too long because it scares me. I don't know what to say. I think I'm dreaming. I can't believe you're real, that you would do this for her, for me. I want to say thank you, but that doesn't come close to how much you've changed our lives. I wanted Lucy to be included. I wanted to show her how much she means to me, and that just because we might be different in a few ways, it doesn't make her any less special. I say and sign, and Madeline cries again. Should I show him his surprise? Lucy asks, and I laugh. You might need to, kid. Your mom has the waterworks going over here. Shut up. Madeline smacks my arm, then helps Lucy stand. She looks at me straight on with big, beautiful eyes, and I feel the love radiating off of her. The love for her daughter. The love she has for me and the life we've built together, even if she's not ready to say the words. There's so much of it, and for the first time in years, I feel complete. Show him the surprise, baby. I think he's really going to like it now. Lucy giggles and pads to the center of the living room. The dogs lift their heads, watching her. She holds out her hand and waves it toward her. Gus and Millie jump to their feet and trot over. When they get close enough, she turns her palm upright toward the ceiling. She lifts it in front of them, and they sit on their bottoms and wag their tails. You taught the dogs sign language, I ask, and she nods excitedly. That is so cool. She's been working very hard, and we're still teaching them the sign for sit and assel, Madeline tells me. Do you want to show him the next part, Lucy? There's more. I'm spoiled, I say, and Lucy shifts on her feet. She almost looks nervous. What is it? She wants to give you a name sign, Madeline explains, and my heart rate kicks up. Do you know what that is? This is the most important moment in my life, bigger than the Stanley Cup win, bigger than any contract I could ever sign, and I'm so excited I'm going to be sick. Kind of. Piper explained it to me. It's a special part of the deaf community. It's how others identify you in lieu of having to fingerspell your name each time. I can't wait to see Lucy, I tell her, and she smiles. Hudson, she spells out, putting her left palm up. Her right pointer finger looks like an upside-down hook, and she moves it back and forth a few times over her left hand. She follows it up with Hudson again. That's the sign for hockey which you did earlier. Name signs can be based off hobbies or what you looked like, so she thought it would fit for you, Madeline explains. I mimic Lucy's movements, committing it to memory. Thank you so much for the name sign. Do you have one? Does your mom? Mommy, Lucy spells, and then she crosses her fist over chest, almost mimicking a hugging motion. Lucy, she does next. After fingerspelling her name, she touches the tip of her finger to the corner of her lip like she's smiling. I'm Lucy. Those are beautiful, Lucy, I tell her. She giggles and sits with the dogs, petting them on their heads. I take her distractedness to check on Madeline. I give her arm a gentle tug, helping her to the couch beside me. I'm sorry, she whispers. It's silly to be emotional over this. Don't you dare apologize. I link our hands together and give her palm a squeeze. I'm on the verge of tears myself. I feel like someone crowned me king of the world, and no high could ever be this good. It's a big day. She wipes under her eyes with her thumb and lets out a soft laugh. I don't think you'll ever know how much it means to us that you did that, Hudson. I could visit 100 different worlds and I'd never find someone as wonderful and kind as you. I was afraid it was too much, I admit. I know I'm some guy y'all are living with, but I wanted to show you that there are people out there who are willing to show up for you girls, that you should never have to settle for someone who can't do the bare minimum. Nothing you do is too much, and you're not some guy we're living with. You're my best friend in the entire world, she whispers, and I drop a kiss to her forehead. I think you're everything to me. You're my best friend too, Maddie, and I was serious when I said I want y'all to stick around. Stay forever, I almost add. Here's my broken heart. I think you're the only one who can fix it. She touches my cheek and her smile rocks my world. I don't think we're going anywhere anytime soon, Hudson. 51 Madeline, I'm falling in love with Hudson. How could I not be? The man learned sign language for my daughter. He spent hours and hours of the little free time he has to figure out how to communicate with her. He put in the effort, did the work, and because of it, he stole my heart. It was bound to happen. If it wasn't this, it would have been something else. Another selfless act of his, because that's who Hudson Hayes is. The greatest man to ever exist. All of this, our relationship, his adoration for my daughter, his adoration for me is something I never let myself think I could have, could want, but hell am I glad I get to have it. He makes me think I'll never have my heart broken again. He makes me realize there's so much good that comes with giving yourself to someone, and maybe one day, after I've been with him for a year or two, I'll never be afraid of the pain that could come from things going wrong. He makes me believe. In love, in healing, in relationships that don't end. He makes me want to take off my cynic-colored glasses and give in to a romance full of respect and communication without the fear of being abandoned. Again, I need to talk about all of these feelings I'm having, though. The ones that make my head spin, make my heart jump with joy whenever he's near. I want to gush and brag and be the one with a story to tell for once, and a night out with friends sounds the perfect excuse. Wow. Hudson leans against the wall to my bedroom and looks me up and down. He stares at my skirt and the boots that come halfway up my calves. He moves to my shirt, a strappy white tank top I paired with a leather jacket. You look like a dream, Mads. I smile and put in an earring before checking my lipstick. I'm grabbing dinner with the girls. Lucy is at a sleepover, so you're on your own tonight, champ. Canned ravioli it is. I grab a pillow from the bed and toss it at his face. You're not undoing the months of food I've made for you in one night, Hudson Hayes. Take the chicken noodle casserole out of the fridge and heat it up in the oven for 20 minutes. Yes, chef. He walks into my room, wrapping his arms around my waist and dropping his chin on my shoulder. His hands squeeze my hips and he buries his face in my neck. Can I see you when you get home? Do you want to see me? I want to see you all day, every day, Mads. His touch dances up my arms, moving to my stomach. He rests his palm on my front and I arch my back with a sigh, wishing I had more than 5 minutes before I need to leave. Is it not obvious? It's obvious. I reach behind me, running my hand over his arm. I'm not surprised to find him already tense with anticipation. "You're so good at treating me right, Hudson. Never thought I had a praise kink." He kisses my throat, then my jaw. "Until you started calling me good." "Yeah." I give him a gentle squeeze and he groans. "You know what would make you really good? Tell me. If you thought about me while I was gone, I like when you get worked up." "Wow." Hudson rests his forehead against mine and he shifts his hips against my palm. "Are you going to think about me while you're out with your friends?" I'll probably talk about you too. Make sure you tell them no one takes care of you like I do." It's his turn to tease and he slips his hand up my skirt. He grazes his knuckles against my side and I curse him for being so cruel. "That I'm the best you've ever had." "Someone sure of himself," I murmur, but any other retort dies on the tip of my tongue when he leans closer. "That's not fair." "What's not fair is thinking about all the ways I'm going to see you when you get home. But I can be good. I want to be good for you, Maddie." "Good." I kiss him and he sighs against me. He sucks on my bottom lip and I whine when he pulls away. "I'm going to miss you." "I'm going to miss you too." He adjusts himself and gives me a smile. "And not just how hot you look. Going to miss your smile too, golden girl. How my heart beats fast when you're around." "It does not." "Does too." He takes my hand, resting it on his chest. I feel it beating rapidly and it makes me blush. "Told you. I'm definitely falling in love with this man." It's not an if but a when, and the idea of something being so good, so perfect scares the absolute hell out of me. "I'll be back soon." I stand on my toes and kiss him one more time. "And if you feel like sending me a message, I won't be mad about it." "You can't say that to me right before you leave." Hudson drops his head against the wall. "You're evil, Galloway. You'll survive." I touch his arm and he looks at me. "See you soon, hockey guy." "Have fun, sweetheart." Piper, Lexi, Emmy, Maven, and I sit at a booth at the back of a restaurant and my stomach hurts from laughing so much. "Can't say I've ever seen a tattooed well, you know," Emmy tells us after Lexi finishes up another terrible hookup story. "I feel like you can't do that unless you're really packing." And this dude was not. Lexi takes a sip of her wine and glances my way. "Are you going to tell us how Hayes is, Madeline?" "Nope. But he did do something really special for me." I nudge my water glass out of the way and rest my elbows on the table. "He learned sign language." "What?" Maven asks. "It's true," Piper tells the group. "He came to me one night and said he wanted to learn. I've been helping him in between practices and games, but he's done more than just that. He watches videos on our plane rides and meets virtually with a Gallaudet student twice a week. He's been really determined to communicate with Lucy, and I know how hard he's worked to get there." My eyes well with tears. It's different hearing about this from Piper because she's not underselling his effort. She knows the time and energy it takes to learn a new language, especially at our age, and hearing the ways he's gone above and beyond makes me want to scream from the rooftops. "I think I'm falling in love with him," I blurt, and the four women blink at me. "Obviously you're falling in love with him," Emmy says with a smile. "You two have been getting close for months now, and I see the way he looks at you when you come into a room." "He looks at you all the time," Piper tells me gently. "I'm not sure there's a moment when he's not looking at you." My mind is running a mile a minute. How long has he felt like this? As long as I have. Longer. Why hasn't he said anything? Why haven't I? I'm scared, I admit. Because of how much he means to me. Because I know what can happen on the other side. "I need you all to tell me it's going to be okay." "None of us can tell you that," Maven says, voice gentle. "Relationships end. People fall out of love, and that's scary to think about when you're with someone you care about. But instead of thinking about the what if, I think you need to figure out how you feel in the moment, you know. Are you happier when he's around? Does your life feel more complete when he's in it? If those things are true, all you can do is enjoy what you have while you have it. I can't do another heartbreak. And I won't put Lucy through that. She's attached to Hudson. She loves him so much, and I know he'd never intentionally do anything to hurt her to hurt me," I say, my voice barely above a whisper now. I have to consider that when I'm thinking about long-term plans, and I've never had to do that before because I've never brought a man around her. You've seen how Hudson is, Piper tells me. You've been around him for months. When he loves people, he loves them with every part of himself. Is it a flaw? Maybe, but you know you're never going to doubt his feelings for you. What they're saying is true. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and when he does something, he does it with all that he has. Nothing, not a single action of his, is a half effort. I know his love for me would be the same. I know if we ever got to a point where things were strained, where the love wasn't mutual and something needed to change, he wouldn't let it fester into destruction. He wouldn't walk out without talking with me, without giving every part of himself to what we had. If we went down, we'd go down fighting like hell to stay afloat, and there's a comfort in that. He's not Clark. He's not afraid, he's not scared. He's seen my past, the fears I carry, and he's still here. He's still the golden boy smiling at me like I'm the brightest star in the sky, and that might be enough. I think if I were to fall for anyone, it would be him. He learned sign language for a girl who isn't his. Her own father wanted nothing to do with her, and here's Hudson, letting her paint his nails, treating her like she's a princess and not batting an eye. How could I not love him? I croak. One time, some of the other players joined in when I was teaching Hudson some asshole, Piper says. You all should have seen him, Liam, Maverick, and Riley sitting around and talking with their hands. I think it's important to remember there are men out there who would do things if they wanted to, and these guys do. The title of dad doesn't have to apply to the person who's biologically attached to a kid. It can be someone else who's willing to step up and fill that role. I close my eyes and imagine us 10 years from now when Lucy is in high school. We're sitting at the kitchen table and watching her get ready for a dance. We're meeting the person she's in love with and giving her advice on bad first kisses. Hudson tells her if the guy doesn't bring her flowers, he's kicking him to the curb. I tell her to protect her heart, but to not be afraid to live. There's more Christmases, more dogs, more memories. Laughter and tears and battles we'll have to face together, and I can't picture anyone else in that future besides him. Thank you for listening to me, I say to the girls. I know some people fall in love a half a dozen times in their life, but that's never been me, and I want to make sure when I do, it's right. You deserve the world, Madeline, Emmy says, and a huge upgrade. Emphasis on huge, Lexi jokes, breaking the tension, and I laugh. He is all of that, I tell them, and I wonder if there's a message in my inbox waiting for me. I wonder if I'll get to see him thinking about me and then be the one to finish the conversation when I get home. And more, he's perfect. God, I think I love him. I think I love him with my whole heart. Hudson loves you too, Piper says, and he's going to be willing to wait for you until you're absolutely sure. Yeah, I smile. I know he would. The conversation moves away from me to talking about Emmy's team battling for a playoff spot. Maven tells us some of her photos were picked up by App for Sports Photographs of the Year. Piper gushes about the program she's working on with the Stars management team, an internship program that focuses on young girls in sports and filling office roles with people other than white men. Lexi nervously shares that Sports Illustrated wants to do a write-up on her, highlighting her role as the first woman to hold the title of head athletic trainer in the NHL, and the program she's creating that helps rehabilitate athletes after accidents like Achilles tears and acromioclavicular joint injuries. I'm proud to sit beside them. I'm honored to call them my friends, and I know no matter what happens with Hudson, I've fallen in love with 4 women I'll have in my corner for the rest of my life. 52 Madeline, you sure look fancy in your suit, I tell Hudson from the couch, and he tosses a grin my way. You flirting with me, Galloway? Maybe. Blue is definitely your color, it matches your eyes. You're going to make me blush. He fixes his tie and grabs his bag, sliding a beanie on his head. You have the tickets I sent you, right? Yup, I already downloaded them. Thank you for changing our seats again. Lucy is determined to figure out what spot in the arena she likes best. I think it's going to be against the glass like the last game we went to, but only time will tell. I smile at him and rest my elbow on the cushions. I hope you have a great game. I've got you to look at in the stands. Of course it's going to be a good night. He bends down to kiss me, and I grab his collar so he can't get away. He laughs against my mouth, kissing me again. Mav is picking me up so you and Lucy can take the car to the arena. I'll ride back with y'all after. You know she's going to want to stop for a treat on the way home. Girl after my own heart. Hudson moves his lips to my forehead, kissing my bangs. Call if you have any trouble getting in, okay? We will. And don't be mad at Lucy if she's not wearing your jersey tonight, I add when he heads for the door. She has a new obsession with Grant. As long as you show up wearing my name, I'm happy. See you soon, sweetheart. Hudson flashes me one more grin, gives the dogs a pat on the head, then slips out the door. I watch him go, giddiness bubbling inside me at the thought of seeing him again in action tonight. Lucy skips into the living room decked out in her Stars gear, and she hands over a hairbrush. Could you do braided pigtails? Of course, baby. I pat the floor in front of me and she sits. Do you want them high on your head above your ears? Or down low? High please, she tells me, and I smile. We get to see Hudson play tonight, right? I set the brush down and lean forward so she can see me. We do. I think he's going to have a great game, don't you? He's the best. The Stars are going to win the Stanley Cup. I laugh at her enthusiasm, braiding the left side of her hair and loving how much she looks like me even from the back. I attach the hair tie, then move to the right side, making quick work of it until she's ready to go. We're going to leave in an hour so we can get there early and watch the warm-ups, I tell her. Can we get chicken tenders too? Course we can, baby. She's always had an elevated palate for a kid. Last night she stole some of Hudson's honey sriracha chicken, but every now and then she wants to take it back to basics. Chicken tenders, hot dogs, frozen pizza and frozen vegetables, and I'll never deny her a meal just because I didn't make it. I spend the next hour feeding the dogs and taking them on a short walk with Lucy by my side. She makes me watch clips from the last time the Stars played the Hurricanes. It was the night Hudson got hurt, and I fast forward through the video that shows his injury so she can't see him lying on the ice. When we get to the arena, we grab some food and head to our seats halfway up the section. Lucy settles in and waits patiently for the guys to come out for warm-ups, and when they take the ice, she jumps up and down. I like being closer to the ice more, Mommy. I'll make sure to tell Hudson that for the next game. I point to Liam in the goal, grinning when Lucy waves even though he can't see her. Do you like their jerseys? They're wearing blue tonight. I like the white better. She finishes her chicken tenders and fries, squealing when Hudson skates up to the glass in front of our section. I follow behind her as she barrels down the stairs to the glass, putting her hand against the barrier. He takes off his gloves and puts his before pulling away so he can sign. Seat's okay, he asks, and she shrugs. Last month was better, she tells him bluntly, and when his eyes meet mine, I grin. Kids, I yell over the crowd starting to fill the arena, and he chuckles. They'll say the darndest things. Hudson turns his head and nods at something one of his teammates is saying. Got a jet. Hope my favorite girls have fun. Score a goal for us, I say, and the wink he gives me makes me feel like I'm dating the biggest athlete on campus. If I do, I'll make sure to point my stick right at y'all. With one more wave, he joins the line of his teammates taking their turns shooting on goal. Lucy and I climb the stairs back to our seats, and she rests her head against my arm. I scan the building, trying to see if I can find Piper or Lexi, but I don't spot either of them. Madeline. Hearing my name makes me turn my head, and when I do, I blink, convinced I'm imagining things. There's no way what I'm seeing is really happening because Clark is staring at me, here, 5 feet away, at a hockey game in D.C., when I haven't seen him for years in Las Vegas. Everything happens in slow motion. He walks toward me with a hesitant smile on his face. I wrap my arm around Lucy out of instinct, and she looks up at me with a frown. His eyes drop to my daughter, and my blood turns to ice. "Hey," he says when he gets close to me. I've dreamed up 100 different things I'd say to him if I ever got the chance, but I'm coming up short. I'm striking out because all I want to do is scream. I want to give him a shove and tell him to never come near us again. "What the heck do you want?" is what I wind up saying, and the woman in front of me with a child of her own turns to give me a nasty glare. "Hey," he repeats, his gaze bouncing to Lucy. "Mommy." Lucy tugs on my shirt when he looks at her. Who is that? Do I tell her who Clark is? Do I pretend like he's someone I've never met? Do I pass him off as a friend? "He's someone Mommy knew many years ago," I tell her. "Is he nice?" "He's okay," I sign, not wanting her to be scared. "Look at Maverick on the ice." Her attention temporarily diverts to the players running a drill, and I feel like the scum of the earth for not including her in my conversation. "What do you want?" I ask, doing my best to keep my voice even-keeled. "Is that Lucy?" "No, this is another kid you abandoned," I deadpan, and he winces. "What are you doing here? You didn't try to track us down, did you?" "I had no clue you'd be here. I'm in town on business, and my buddy and I decided to come to the game tonight. Realized it was you when I saw you talking to Hayes." His mouth twists as he says it, and I realize he has a very punchable face. Decking him between the eyes has suddenly become my lifelong dream, but I know violence isn't the answer. "What's that about?" "My personal life doesn't concern you." "It does when our daughter is involved." "Our daughter?" "I must have missed all those times you helped me change a diaper in the middle of the night or sat by Lucy's side when she was sick. I hate that the people around me are close to seeing me have a breakdown. I hate that because of this I'm going to have to find somewhere to hide so I can cry out my anger. I hate that after the hell he dragged us through, Clark is going to go to sleep tonight without a care in the world, and I hate that I won't be able to think of anything else. Except," he winces. He rubs the back of his neck and blows out a breath. "I deserved that," he mumbles. He deserves a lot more than that, but I don't have the energy for a fight. I didn't then all those years ago when he left, and I don't now. "Yes," I say, "you do. Madeline, I don't have anything to say to you." I turn my attention to Lucy, stroking her hair. "Let's go visit Piper for a few minutes, Peanut," and she lights up. "I have to get us out of here before she sees me crack in two. We'll try to find her before the game starts. I bet she's in the tunnel. That's where she always hangs out. We only have a few minutes before the national anthem, and the last thing I want to do is draw more attention to us." Lucy stands, and I try to usher her to the stairs as quickly as I can. "Where are you going?" Clark asks, and I hate that he sounds concerned. "I hope you're happy, Clark," I say, proud of myself for taking the high road, "because we've never been happier." Before he can get another word in, I take Lucy's hand in mine and walk down the stairs. I check over my shoulder to make sure Clark isn't following us, and when I make it to the tunnel that leads to the locker room and the season ticket holders lounge, I spot Piper. "Hey," she smiles at me while she fixes her earpiece. "What are you two doing down here? Is it time for some ice cream?" I gulp down a lungful of air. It feels like the walls are caving in. It's hard to breathe and my chest hurts. "My ex, he's here. I can't media room." Piper puts a hand on my lower back and carefully guides us down the hall to a small room tucked away from the noise. "Are you okay, Mommy?" "I'm fine, sweetie. Just a little tired," I tell her, and she nods. "You need a nap." I laugh at her innocence, glad she's never had her heart broken and stomped on. "I'll do everything in my power to make sure that never ever happens to her." "I think I do." "How would you like to be my right-hand girl tonight, Luce?" Piper asks. "Do you want to hold a microphone and get close to the players?" "Really?" Lucy looks at me with expectant eyes, her little body buzzing with excitement. "Can I go? That is way better than our seats." "Of course you can, sweetie," I tell her, and she practically leaps with joy. "Thank you," I say to Piper while Lucy runs to the door. I didn't want her to ask questions, and I need a minute to process everything. Understood. Take the time you need and I'll check back during intermission. She bends down to give me a hug. And if you want me to get arena security to throw him out, I will. I choke on a laugh and hug her back. No, I'm going to take the high road, which doesn't involve murder, and that should be celebrated. If you need me for anything, send me a text and I'll be right back. The station can survive without a player interview, and Lord knows Liam will be happy. Piper squeezes my shoulder one more time before pulling away. You're going to be okay. I know. I nod. I will be. Lucy blows me a kiss and Piper gives me a sad smile. I watch them disappear out the door and then I shatter into a million pieces. 53 Hudson. I can't find Madeline and Lucy anywhere, and it's distracting me. Every time I look up at their seats during a stop and play, they're not there. They haven't been there since before puck drop, and I'm starting to worry something happened. I play poorly each time I'm on the ice. Coach calls me out for being slow, for lacking aggression, but I don't care. When the horn sounds at the end of the first period, I'm heading toward the tunnel before any of my teammates. I spot Piper leaning against the wall with Lucy by her side, and that's when I know something is wrong. Madeline would never leave her daughter unless it was an emergency, and the same fear I had when Coach pulled me off the ice to tell me about my mom settles like a brick in my stomach. Where's Madeline? I ask and Piper's smile falls. There was a situation. What kind of situation? I look down at Lucy, who seems unharmed, but that doesn't bring me as much relief as I thought it would. Is she okay? She's fine. No one is hurt, she tells me, and I let out my first breath in what feels like hours. Her ex, well, he's here. I swear to all that is holy, my vision turns red. I grip my stick so tightly I don't know how it doesn't break in two. Fury like I've never experienced before races up my spine, and I force myself to take a breath before I say something I might regret. What did he want? I ignore my teammates passing us on their way to the locker room. I ignore the fans yelling my name, and I keep looking at Piper. Is she with him right now? God, no, Piper says, and that makes me feel marginally better. Hi, Hudson, Lucy signs, and I give her a smile. Hi, Lucy. I'm Piper's assistant. You're doing such a good job, kid. Lucy turns her attention away from me when Liam walks down the hall. One look at Piper has him marching over to us with all his gear. He holds out his arm and Lucy giggles, holding onto his blocker and letting him lead her toward the locker room. Where is Madeline? I ask. She needed a minute alone, so I took her to the media room. I didn't get the full story, but she was shocked to see him. She waves at Riley and holds up her microphone. Give her some space, Huddy. She'll be okay. The last thing I want to do is give her space. I want to track down the piece of trash who hurt her and teach him a lesson. I know I have a job to do, but hockey is the last thing on my mind. For years I've given everything I have to this team, and I hate that I have to pick between the sport I love and the woman I'm gone for. Hayes, Coach barks out, and I jerk my neck up. Enough socializing, get your rear end moving. Yes, Coach, I mumble. Heaving a deep breath, I trudge to the locker room. When I make it inside, I throw my stick at my locker. I grip the wood sides of the cubby and rest my helmet against my nameplate, seething. Maverick is at my side in an instant. Dude, the heck is going on? You're playing poorly tonight. Madeline's ex is here, I manage to get out. Like here, he asks. Like found her in the stands and talked to her here. Shoot, is she okay? Are you okay? I'm seconds away from losing control. I close my eyes and try to practice centering myself like my therapist taught me. I try to shove away all the external conflicts and distractions, but I come up short. How the heck am I supposed to focus on hitting a puck when the man who divorced the woman I love sits in the stands without getting a piece of my mind? He left them because his daughter is deaf. Do you know how horrible he is? The woman you, obviously, I practically yell. How can I not love her? She's perfect. I sit in my down and throw off my helmet. I yank off my gloves, pressing the heels of my palms into my eyes and groaning. I love her and her daughter, and while I'm mad as heck she ever had to go through any of that pain, I'm glad she did because now I get to have her and I'm never letting her go. Who the heck is this jerk? Grant asks. I'll go take care of him right now. Sit your rear end down, Everett, Maverick orders, but Grant's offer makes me smile. What do you need, Hud? I never thought I could hate someone I've never met, but I despise this dude. I move my hands away and look at my best friend. I don't need anything, the venting helped. Yeah, he smirks. Are you going to track her down and yell at her how much you love her? Not sure she's ready for that, not yet. I roll my shoulders and tilt my neck to the side. I want to finish this game then get out of here, so if we could hurry up I'd be really grateful. The second period passes in a blur, and it's like I slip into a trance. It's the same thing that happened when I played while Mom was sick. I know I'm here. I know I'm getting slammed into the boards and assisting Ethan on a goal, but it doesn't really feel like I'm here. Each timeout my mind wanders, and I want to know what he said to her to make her so upset. When I collect a rebound off a missed shot by our opponent and take it down the ice to score during a power play, the celebration doesn't mean anything because Madeline and Lucy aren't there to see it. We make it to the third with a 4-2 lead. I check my phone, and there's no word from her. Knowing she's okay gives little solace, and that's only thanks to Piper, who stopped me in the tunnel on our way to intermission to tell me she checked on Madeline and she was doing better. I barely pay attention the last 2 minutes of the game. I play good defense. I support my teammates. I do what I'm asked to do, but when the buzzer sounds, I'm heading off the ice. I feel like a jerk for not showing any sportsmanship to our opponent, but I'm hoping Maverick can come up with an excuse for my quick departure. Where is she? I ask Piper, and she gestures down the hall. Still in the media room, she tells me, and I grab a pair of skate guards from our equipment manager. I cover the distance in what feels like 5 steps, and when I swing the door open, Madeline looks up at me. Her eyes are red and her cheeks are puffy and there's mascara near her nose. Sweetheart, I say. She stands and charges toward me, not stopping until she throws her arms around my neck and buries her face in my jersey. Her shoulders shake and I stroke her back, but I stop when I hear her laughing. What's so funny? This jersey smells awful. Madeline pulls away from me and I'm glad to see she's smiling. My goodness, Hayes, this is from 60 minutes of playing. My socks smell even worse. Don't even try to get your feet close to me. I smile and cup her cheek. What happened? I ask. Did he come here looking for you? Nothing like that. Madeline shakes her head. He's here on a business trip and saw me in the stands. He came up and tried to talk to me, but I shut it down right away. I got out of there as fast as I could. Did Lucy see all of this happen? Yeah, he asked if that was her. He tried to call her his daughter, and that's when I snapped. I didn't want to cause a scene. I was so caught off guard by seeing him. I didn't know what else to do. She sighs and unbuckles my helmet. I'm sorry I missed your game. I heard you scored a goal. It's not important. What can I do to help you, Mads? I want to go home, she says, and I love that's what she calls the condo. I love that she feels like the place is hers because it is. Please. Let's go. I need to change, then we'll head out. Lucy is with Piper. She's doing okay. Liam even stole her away for a minute, and I think he might have been smiling, I say, and that gets a laugh out of her. Heck is freezing over. She has a way of nestling her way into your heart, doesn't she? Madeline tells me. She can break down even the grumpiest people. It's my turn to laugh, glad to hear her making jokes. Let's get our girl, I say, draping my arm over her shoulder, but she shoves me away. You do not get to touch me with that funk on you, Hayes. So I need to shower before I'm allowed to leave. Got it, Galloway. 2 showers would be preferable. We walk to the door and I put my hand on her lower back. When we get close to the locker room, Madeline freezes. What's wrong? I ask, and when I follow her gaze, I see a guy standing in the tunnel with some other fans lingering around the lounge. His khakis are too short. His polo is an obnoxious shade of yellow, and I hate the stupid tennis shoes he's wearing. His eyes dart between me and Madeline, and he frowns. Is that Fark? Yeah, just my luck the friend he's with is a season ticket holder. She steps closer to me. I'm fine. I can't bring you into the locker room with me, but I need to get my stuff. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be right out. It's okay, Hudson, really. She smiles up at me, and the jerk of her ex comes walking toward us. He puts on some nice guy act with the security guard, pointing at us over his shoulder, and when I hear my daughter come out of his mouth, I want to deck him in the jaw. Where did Lucy go? Clark asks, and I step forward to create a buffer between them. You can't be down here, man, I say. He rolls his eyes and tries to get around me. I'm just asking about my daughter. Relax, man. Back up, I tell him, and when he doesn't listen, I throw off my gloves and shove him against the wall. I said back the heck up. Hudson. Piper runs over, and out of the corner of my eye I see Lucy watching all of us. Enough. What are you doing? Lexi, can you get Maverick for me? I wanted to apologize, Clark says. You don't get to talk to her. I keep my arm against him, and that's when I see the first moment of panic in his eyes. Don't look at her. Don't talk to her. You go through me, buddy, and guess what? I don't want anything to do with you. I was young and stupid. He closes his eyes. It was a mistake. Hudson. Madeline touches my arm, and I relax under the press of her fingers. Let him go. I don't want Lucy to see you like this. It's not who you are, Lucy. I'm sorry. I drop him from my hold and take 4 steps back. I know. Her smile calms me down. It makes me take a deep breath, and I huff. You protect what's yours. I remember. Mine. Lucy and Madeline are mine, and I'll do anything it takes to keep them safe. Yeah, I mumble, and when Maverick makes his way into the tunnel, I shake my head. I do. Madeline turns her attention to Clark. She puts her hands on her hips and stares at him. You're years late with an apology, she says to him, and I don't know how she's keeping her voice so calm. We're fine without you. We've always been fine without you, and I never want to see you again. Do you understand me? Yeah, he hangs his head defeated. I understand. Lucy is not your daughter, she's mine. Your money means nothing to me, and you don't get to call her yours, Madeline adds, and my heart swells in my chest with her fierce tone. Okay, Clark shifts to his left, moving away from us. I got it. Hey, she calls out, and it's pathetic how quickly he turns around. Why did you like my photo on Instagram? What? His brows furrow. I didn't do that. On my chef page. You liked a photo from a year ago. I don't know. Clark shoves his hands in his pockets. Stupid khakis. It must have been my girlfriend's kid when he was messing around on my phone. Girlfriend, Madeline snorts. Right. Maverick gives me a look, and I nod. Piper mentioned something about taking Lucy into the lounge for a candy bar. The second Clark is gone, I'm reaching for Madeline, holding her against my chest and not caring how horrible I smell. Are you okay? I ask into her hair, and she nods against my jersey. That was cathartic, closure almost. I don't have feelings for that man. I haven't had feelings for him in years, but to see him and know I survived all the hurt he put us through. Madeline tips her chin up to look at me. It gives me hope. It tells me my heart has healed. That I could. The sentence hangs between us unfinished. Love you. Spend the rest of my life with you. Be with you until my dying days. I want you to know I'm going to spend every second I'm on this earth proving to you that I'm not him. I untangle our limbs and cup her cheeks. I stroke my thumbs over her skin, smiling when she sighs and melts into my touch. I will never be him. I will never leave you and Lucy, and I promise you won't ever doubt my love for you, I want to say. I swallow it down, but she nods, eyes bright. I know, she whispers. I know that. I've never doubted you for a second. I'm not scared, Hudson. I just go slow with me, please. We'll go as slow as you want, sweetheart. I touch her chin, tilting her head back. I kiss her, not caring who is watching. I sure hope Clark is. It's you, me, and Lucy for as long as you'll have me. Her grin is my favorite thing. What a team we make. 54 Hudson. Madeline has been different in the week since Clark showed up. She's smiling more. She's lighter, like this enormous weight has been lifted off her shoulders. The change is contagious, and every day I'm with her, I fall more and more in love with her. What's that smell? Madeline sets 2 bags of groceries on the kitchen table and shrugs off her coat. Are you cooking dinner? Trying to. I grab a colander and put it in the sink. We'll see how it turns out. Are you ill? Wow, Mads. I laugh and drain the pot of pasta. You wound me. Seriously, what's the occasion? I don't know. I make room on the counter and set the pot on top of a holder, dumping the pasta back in. Lucy is at a friend's house for the night. I leave tomorrow for 4 days. You've had a long week. Have I? She arches an eyebrow and puts a gallon of milk in the fridge. Remind me what happened. Your ex-husband happened. Madeline grins and stands on her toes to kiss my cheek. Seeing you that protective was intense. Hopefully he learned to not mess with what's mine. You haven't heard from him, have you? I ask. I know she would tell me if she had. I'm not worried about any lingering feelings or dredging up past emotions. I just want to make sure I don't need to actually kick his butt. Nope. I made sure to block him on social media so he doesn't have access to any parts of my life, and I'm going to reach out to my lawyer on Monday about what happened. That's why I wanted to cook dinner for you. You have a lot going on, and I wanted to do something nice. I dump the pasta back in the pan and turn off the stove. You deserve it. She buries her face in my shirt and sighs. That's very nice of you. Thank you for thinking of me, Hudson. I'm always thinking about you, sweetheart. I kiss the top of her head and give her backside a light tap. But don't get too excited. I used sauce from a jar instead of your homemade vodka sauce. I'll overlook the travesty. She tips her chin up and kisses my jaw. Is that garlic bread I smell? Oh no. I give her a squeeze and untangle myself from her. Grabbing the dish towel from my shoulder, I use it to pull out the sheet pan from the oven. I can work with this. It's not too burnt. This half is salvageable. Look at you. You're getting better every day, she teases, and I reach for her again. I love how confident you are in the kitchen. I bend so I can kiss her neck and she relaxes against me. It's so attractive. I chop cilantro, Hudson. I'm not out there finding world peace. Don't care. It's attractive. I run my fingers along the hem of her shirt and she sighs. Pretty sure I have a response to you picking up a knife. I get instantly excited, might need to have my head checked. Yeah, she reaches behind me and holds up a butter knife in front of her. Should we test that theory? Baby, you can do whatever you want to me, I say, and when she gently presses the cool silver against my neck, I let out a rough breath. I definitely have a thing for knives. That's new. And so attractive, she whispers, touching the edge to my skin. I can't help but groan. I don't want to hurt you. I told you you can do anything to me. I wrap my fingers around her wrist and keep her there. Just be careful. Madeline laughs and kisses me. Her mouth is hot against mine, and she slides her free hand under the back of my shirt, pulling it off by the collar and letting it fall to the floor. She drags the knife down my chest, and it's embarrassing how I'm practically panting. It's embarrassing how worked up I am, and when she unbuttons my jeans, I almost lose control again. I like how much I affect you. Madeline takes a step back, and I take the opportunity to adjust myself. It makes me feel beautiful. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen, I say, and I'm glad the stove is off. Dinner is the last thing on my mind. I close my eyes and see you, Madeline, and when I open them, there you are, even more gorgeous than when I saw you 10 seconds ago. A blush creeps up her chest to her cheeks, and it matches her red shirt. She sets the knife down and slowly lowers the zipper of her jeans. When she steps out of the denim and reveals a pair of black underwear, I get even more worked up. Touch me, she whispers, and I shove my jeans down my legs and step out of them. I lift her by her hips and set her on the counter, putting my hands on either side of her thighs as she drapes an arm over my shoulder. How do you want me to touch you, sweetheart? I trail my right hand up her arm and across her chest. I pinch her nipple and she moans. Like this, right here. Yes. Madeline wraps her legs around my waist. Her heels dig into my spine and she tips her head back. But I want more. I can give you more. I move my hand down her stomach. Her skin is soft and warm, and I smile when she wiggles back so she can open her legs wider. Can you say please for me? Please. Please, Hudson, she practically begs, and when I press my thumb against her, her groan echoes around the kitchen. There you go, baby, that's what I like to hear. I pull her underwear off and I run my finger through her folds. She's drenched, so wet already, and I smirk. Looks like I'm not the only one who likes when you play with knives. Thoughts race through my head. I wonder what it would be like to be with her like this. I wonder what it would look like, and satisfaction rolls through me. My teammates have no clue I'm the furthest thing from a prude. I like you, she says. I push a finger inside her and am rewarded with a whimper. And anything you do, that includes playing with knives. Yeah, are you going to like it when I get you almost to the edge then stop like you made me during girls' night? That's not fair. You're getting my hand all wet, sweetheart. We're past fair. Oh my gosh. What else are you going to do to me? Are you going to like it when I make you eat dinner because taking care of you is another one of my kinks? I kiss her, making sure to bite her bottom lip. After, we're going to your room and we're going to try something new. Something else I think you'll like, and I'll finally let you finish. And when all of that is said and done, I'm going to put you in the shower and wash your hair because I'm not going to sleep until you know just how much you deserve to be treated right. Hudson, you are SHH, Maddie. I put a hand low on her stomach and add a second finger inside her. I use my hips to push her legs wider, and she leans back on her elbows, giving me the perfect view. Oh my gosh, look at you. I'm going to like this. A laugh falls out of her, but it's quickly replaced with a moan seconds later. I move the hand on her stomach to around her back so I can help keep her upright when she reaches for her chest, squeezing her breasts. It's not going to take me long, she warns, and I don't tell her I'm minutes away from losing control myself. My briefs are soaked and I ache. Guess I really want to try some of that pasta. It's my turn to laugh. I put my mouth on her neck, kissing her there. Your sarcasm is one of my favorite things about you. What else do you like? Your perfect body, your smile, your hips when I hold them. How you do this small laugh right before you finish, and the way you whisper my name when something feels really good. I add a third finger to her tight core. She cries out, but I kiss the sound away, only pulling back so I can tell her how good she's doing, how perfect she feels, and all the ways I want her when we get to her room. Madeline writhes on the counter and pinches her nipple. She yanks her sleeve to the side so she can touch herself under her bra, and when I pull my fingers out from inside her, circling her with a slow and steady circle, her breathing turns sharp. Please let me finish, she whispers, and her legs tremble. I want to finish, Hudson. No, sweetheart, I say. When she lifts her hips off the counter, desperate for more friction, I have to bite down on my cheek to keep it together. I promise I'll let you finish soon, okay? Her sigh is irritated, and when her eyes flutter open, she narrows them at me. You're cruel. Is this okay? I brush a piece of hair from her sweat-soaked forehead and cup her cheek. If you don't like this, if you're uncomfortable with it, I'll help you finish right now. No, her nipples are hard under her shirt and she groans. This is the most intense thing I've ever done. It's more than okay. Yeah, I stroke along her collarbone and smile. You'll tell me if you don't like it. I will. She puts her hands on my shoulders, dragging her nails down my back, and I shiver. I like everything we've done in the bedroom, but this, she gnaws on her bottom lip before talking again. I really like this. I didn't know if I'd be into something so intense, especially because you're the kindest man I've ever met, but it's exciting. Her head lolls to the side and a shiver racks her body. I like seeing this confident side of you. I like thinking it's a part of you only I will ever see, and I want more of it. I'm not traditional in relationships, but I'm not as wild as some of my teammates. I usually go off what the woman wants, something adventurous now and then. This assertiveness is new for me, something I've been wondering if I'd be into, and wow, do I like it as much as she does. Take off your shirt, I tell her, rolling with what feels right. When her mouth curves into a wicked grin, I know I've said the right thing. "Sit down and I'll bring you a plate." "Yes, chef," she murmurs, and she makes a show of pulling her shirt over her head. She cups her hands together, her eyes on me when I have to grip the counter to keep my composure. "You always know how to make me feel good." It's almost impossible to walk away from her, but I do. I busy myself with making her a plate and cutting 3 slices of garlic bread. I focus on her, sitting beside her at the table so I can keep a hand on her thigh just because I want to. She's perfect and mine, all mine, and that makes up for the pasta that's gotten cold. "What do you think?" I ask, twirling a bite of spaghetti around my fork. "Grade my food, Maddie. It's delicious." She takes a bite of garlic bread and sighs. "I'm really proud of you, Hudson." That makes me want to puff my chest out. A good dinner and getting to share this moment with her. It's a night of wins. "Thanks. I know I'm not going to be replacing you anytime soon, but I'm glad to know I'm self-sufficient now. I can put together dinner for Lucy and me without being afraid of burning this whole place down." "You did really well, sweetheart." Madeline touches my cheek and I grin at her praise. "I can't wait to see what you make next." We talk while we eat. I tell her about the team we're playing the day after tomorrow. She mentions Lucy has a show and tell day next month and is hoping I could come visit her class. I keep a hand on her thigh the whole time, dragging her chair until it's right against mine. This is the single most intense thing I've ever done in my life. When Madeline takes her last bite, she leans back in her chair and puts her hand over mine. "What's this new thing you want to try?" she asks. "Does it involve something adventurous?" "No, do you want it to?" "Maybe. I've never done that before." "We'll table it for another time." I scoot back and grab our empty plates. "Can you wait for me in your room?" Her eyes twinkle and she glances up at me. "How do you want me to wait for you?" "On your bed, against the pillows, but don't start without me." "This sounds fun." She stands and I can't help but drag my gaze down her body. She really is a dream. "I hope you're not going to make me wait too long." "I'll be there soon." I kiss her forehead and move to the sink. "Don't worry." With another smile, she heads down the hall toward her room. Just before she disappears, I grin. "Hey, baby," I call out, and she looks at me over her shoulder. "Do me a favor. Grab that personal massager I know you keep in your bedside table and make sure it's charged up." 55 Madeline, I don't know what's gotten into Hudson tonight, but I love it. And when he mentions my massager, I almost combust. I don't know how he knows about it, but I can't wait to find out. I'm practically shaking as I pull out the device and set it next to me on the bed. I lean against the pillows and spread my legs, anticipation and excitement settling low in my stomach. This is my first time experiencing this kind of buildup, and as frustrating as it was in the moment, I know it's going to pay off when he gets in here. I'll be shocked if I last longer than a few minutes thanks to the tension we had in the kitchen. Footsteps make their way down the hall, and I sit up. I rest a hand on my chest, teasing myself when Hudson walks in. His eyes meet mine and he blows out a breath. "Do you want me to stop?" I ask, and his throat bobs. It kills me to say no, but I'm going to say yes. He walks toward me, his gaze moving to my massager. "I have a confession to make. It's a secret I've been keeping for you for months." I lick my lips, nervous. I'm open-minded when it comes to intimacy, and I don't know where this is going. "Okay, what is it?" "I heard you one night." "What?" My mouth drops open. "When, months ago, I heard your device through the wall and I listened." "Holy shit." I reach for him and he climbs on the bed with me. "Why didn't you say anything or join in?" "We weren't there yet." Hudson sits next to me and picks up the device. "I thought about the sounds you make for goddamn weeks." I can't believe I missed out on experiencing that with him. I can't believe I missed out on sharing that moment with him. "You should have come to my room or stood in the door and watched." Trust me, I was tempted. He clicks on the device and a shiver runs through me. His thumb runs over the head of it and he sits up on his knees. "Can I help you with this, Maddie, and then be with you?" "Do you think I'm going to argue with that? I've never been this ready before." I blush at the moisture on my thighs and the small damp spot on the sheets. If you use the device, I might react more strongly than usual. I really like the stimulation. Yeah. Hudson trails the device over my chest and circles my breasts. I close my eyes and sigh when the vibrations roll over my skin. This is exactly what I do when I'm alone and my body is already responding to the sensations. I'd like to see you react. I'd like to help you. His words turn me on, and when he drags the silicone down my stomach, I'm already stifling a groan. Wow, baby, you do like it, don't you? Open your legs so I can see. Can you hold under your thighs? He doesn't need to ask because I'm already spreading my legs. I'm gripping my thighs and lifting them off the mattress. I'm sinking into the pulse against me, and I feel like I'm weightless. Right there, I say, licking my lips when he keeps the device exactly where I want it. God, it's even better when someone else does it. You've never used a device with a man before. Hudson clicks up the speed, and my back jolts off the bed with the increase in pressure. He never got to have you like this. No, I whimper, Hudson's confident side making me feel a certain way. Just you. Better make sure I do this right then. When I glance down at him, he's studying the device and adjusting himself. His face is red and he looks thoroughly wrecked even though I haven't put a hand on him. You can use it on me, I say, gasping when the intensity bumps up again. That's what you heard me do when you listened. Hudson adjusts the device and slowly applies it. The vibration stays against me, and I'm overwhelmed by the feeling. When you use this, what do you think about? He asks, and he's positioned himself on his stomach between my legs. Do you think about me? I do, I admit, giving my nipples a quick pinch. The things I've fantasized about are intense. Him walking in and finding me using a device, then taking control. Him watching while someone else tries to touch me, then taking over because he knows he can do a better job. Wow, Maddie. He kisses the inside of my thigh and moves his mouth closer. Adjusting the position of the device, he angles it so he can circle my sensitive area with his tongue, and I'm certain this is heaven. I let myself enjoy this bliss. I let myself embrace my sexuality and the years I've spent trying to figure out what I might like. It's this right here. Hudson looking up at me, his lips close to me and his hand pinning me to the mattress. The way he finds the spot inside me that makes my toes curl and how he stays there, only pausing to tell me how good I taste and how he hopes I enjoy this moment. I'm so close, just on the brink, when I feel him shifting against the mattress. Do you like this, Hudson? I ask, threading a hand through his hair. Do you like to watch me react? I'm so ready, Maddie. He groans and buries his face between my legs. Tell me what you need to finish, baby, because I need to get you there so I can have my turn with you. One speed higher, I say, moaning when he increases the device one more time. And your tongue, please. I like that you need me. Hudson licks me, and watching him run his tongue along the edge of the device so he can taste me is mind-blowing. So sweet. His words, combined with the pressure inside me and the weight of his tongue against me, is what sends me over the edge. My entire body reacts, and I cry out, holding his head in place so he doesn't stop too soon. It's the most intense release I've ever had, and I swear my vision goes fuzzy when he keeps the device against me. Tears roll down my cheeks, but I circle my hips. I chase the friction and high until I'm totally spent, and when he finally clicks the device off, relief and contentment floods my bones. Oh my God! I groan and try to straighten out my legs, but everything is heavy and aching. Are you doing okay? Hudson rubs his thumb along my hip bone, and I glance down at him. Was it too much? It was perfect. Everything with him is perfect. It always is. His cheeks are red and he's still staring between my legs. He licks his lips and grins. You reacted strongly when you finished. I didn't know if did that feel good? I did. I touch the sheets under me and cover my face with my hands. Oh my God, I've never done that before. I'm sorry. That's the hottest thing I've ever seen, he finishes for me. Look at me, Maddie. When I lower my hands, he's smiling from ear to ear with messy hair and a mark on his neck. "Hi," I whisper. "Hey, pretty girl." Hudson kisses my thigh, then sits up on his knees. "Don't be embarrassed. That was a first for me, and we're going to find out how to make you do it again." I liked it. I liked it too. I swallow and lick my lips. My attention moves to the front of his briefs and his hardness straining against the fabric. "Stand up, Hudson." He tosses the device on the mattress and does so without a second thought. He stretches out his legs and looks at me. "What next, sweetheart?" "Take off your underwear," I tell him, and his mouth quirks up. "Yes, chef," he tells me, then he hooks his thumbs in the waistband of his briefs, shoves them down his thighs and kicks them away. "Want me to get on my knees and beg?" "No." I scoot to the end of the bed and stand, but I'm going to. His laugh is sweet, and when I kneel in front of him, he touches my chin. "You don't have to. And if I want to, then go ahead, Mads, but I'm going to stop you before I finish. While I love to watch you, that's not where I'm finishing tonight." I grin. "Fine by me." I kiss his stomach and tilt my head to take the head of his length in my mouth. Salty pre-fluid leaks on my tongue, and I hollow out my cheeks so I can put more of his length in my mouth. I love how well we know each other's bodies now. I love how we can read body language and know what each sound means. From the way he's panting, Hudson is loving this. "Wow." Hudson cups my cheek and groans. "You're too good at this." I never used to like this, but I like to do this for Hudson. I like watching his thighs flex and his hips buck when I drag my tongue up his shaft. I grip the base of his length and stroke him up and down, smiling against him when he hisses. I pop him out of my mouth and use saliva to help jerk him off. "Look how hard you are," I say, and I trace one of his veins. "I've barely touched you. I could have finished just watching you react." He whimpers when I take him in my mouth again. "It doesn't take much when it comes to you. Do you want to be with me?" "Please, Maddie," Hudson begs. I give him one more lick and then stand, walking to the edge of the bed where I sit on the mattress. Condoms are in the drawer. He practically sprints to my bedside table, yanking the drawer open and grabbing a foil packet. He opens it and rolls it down his length, blowing out a breath when he makes his way back over to me. "How do you want it tonight, Mads?" he asks, holding his length in his hand. "Intense, slow." "I want you to be with me like I'm yours," I say, and his face softens. "Like you're going to stay with me until the end of time. However that looks, that's what I want." Hudson nods and points to the pillows. "Get on the bed, sweetheart." We adjust our positions so he's on his back. I throw my legs on either side of his and hold myself above him. When I look down, he reaches up to cup my cheek. I turn my face and kiss the inside of his palm. Without words, I lower myself onto him. We groan in unison, and he grips my hip so tight I know I'm going to have a mark in the morning. I'm slow to take every inch of him, getting used to the stretch and being so full. When he's fully buried inside me, I bend to kiss him. My tongue brushes against his and his hands roam over my back, keeping me close to him as he lifts his hips to tries and get another inch deeper. I pretend like each thrust is an "I love you." I pretend like each time our eyes lock, he's whispering those 3 words to me, because that's what this feels like. A promise of forever and why he's nothing like the man of my past. Hudson grunts when I sit up, then slam back down on him, riding him like he's going to steal my last breath. It's brilliantly messy in the best way, the kind of intimacy I wasn't sure existed, and when he sits up so he can kiss my chest and my neck, I know the only thing that would make this better is coming undone with him. "I'm close, sweetheart," he whispers, licking away a bead of sweat from my breast. "But I don't want to go without you." "Me too." I close my eyes when he touches my sensitive spot and pleasure builds in my belly. "That's perfect. You're perfect." He presses his thumb against me and I moan. Ecstasy starts to pull at my spine, and it doesn't take any more than that. "I've got you, Maddie, now, forever, I promise." Tears prick my eyes, and I'm not sure if they're from the overwhelming sensation of feeling so good or the weight of his words. Maybe it's both, because I welcome the bliss. I ride the wave, electrified when I feel him pulse inside me as I combust. Our staggered breaths match each other, and it takes a minute for our movements to slow. He stops thrusting into me and I stop rolling my hips. My eyes flutter open and Hudson is already looking at me, awe etched on his face. That was, I gasp for air and exhale, the best moment of my life. The standard is going to be unbelievably high from now on, isn't it? He rubs his hand up and down my back and I sigh. How are you doing? You're God's gift to women, I say, and he chuckles against my chest. Flirt, he murmurs, and when he tips his chin to look at me, there is wonder in his eyes. You know what happens now. Round 2. Those were the most intense 2 hours of my life, sweetheart, and I'm a professional athlete. I'm going to need a minute before we go again. I giggle then wince when he gently pulls out of me and lifts me off his lap. He sets me on the mattress and lies on his back. What happens now? I ask as I shimmy down the sheets and rest my head against his chest. When I have enough oxygen in my lungs, we're going to take a shower. I'm going to wash your hair and wrap you in a towel, then we're going to fall asleep until I wake you up in the middle of the night to do that again. In the morning, we'll pick up Lucy and grab some donuts on the way home. Thoughts? Wow. I smile and close my eyes. Sounds like you want to keep me around. How long is all this spoiling and pampering going to last? Forever if you'll let me, he says, and my heart skips a beat. And then some. Okay, I say, and his hold on me tightens. Forever sounds really nice. 56 Hudson, I appreciate you pulling double duty today, Madeline says from the stove. She flips the eggs she's making in the pan and grabs a bowl of green peppers. Show and tell and then a playoff game. You've got a busy day. Happy to do it. I pop a bite of toast in my mouth and polish off my orange juice. What time do I need to be at Lucy's school? It starts at 1. I know you have morning skate, so if you're a few minutes late, I'll be there at 12:59. I smile and hop to my feet, giving the crust left on my plate. What should I bring? My jersey, my Stanley Cup ring. Do kids even care about that stuff? Bring whatever you want, she tells me. Seriously, you're already making her whole year by agreeing to come by. Anything else is extra. I make a note to text our equipment manager on the way to the arena to see if we can sign 24 pucks. They're small enough for the kids to take home, and I like the idea of them having something tangible to keep from my visit. Y'all are coming to the game tonight, right? I ask, and Madeline beams. Of course we are. Who cares if it's a school night? She grabs a plate from the cabinet, doling out the eggs for herself. Lucy has a new jersey she's excited to wear, and so do I. It better not be Mavericks. I walk around the island so I can kiss her forehead. You know how jealous I get. Yeah. She tugs on my shirt and brings my mouth close to hers. I do, but you're hot when you're jealous. It kind of makes me want to find out who your biggest rival is and wear their jersey to the arena. Easy there, romance reader. I don't have any rivals, so you're stuck wearing mine. There are worse things in life. Madeline smiles and kisses the corner of my mouth. Have I told you today how grateful I am for you? You did. When I handed you a coffee at 6 and you pulled the covers over your head. Is that still the case, Galloway? Yeah, seems like it. She pauses, putting her hand on my cheek. I don't know what Lucy and I did to deserve finding you, but I'm so glad we did. Thank you for loving her like she's yours. Thank you for treating us right. Thank you for giving me hope that good things are worth the wait. I smile and turn my head to the side. I want to scream out that I do it because I love her. That I'm head over heels for her and would do anything she asked. But I know how this story goes. She needs to be the one to say it first, not because I doubt her feelings for me, but because I love her so unbelievably much. The last thing I want to do is scare her away. I'm patient. I'm perfectly content never hearing it. Madeline shows me she loves me in so many other ways, like how she stitched a pink ribbon for breast cancer on the inside of my jersey. In the way she sends me photos of her, Lucy, and the dogs whenever I'm away so I don't get homesick. The words would just be extra. There's never going to be any doubt in your mind when I'm around, Maddie. I kiss her forehead and pull away. You still haven't heard anything from Fark, have you? Nope. My lawyer made a note of his behavior in case something like that ever happens again. I know it won't, but I have to be safe. I have to protect Lucy. I'm kind of glad I saw him, though. It really proved how happy I am without him. I've learned how to, Madeline swallows. Her eyes meet mine. To have those deep feelings again, that I'm capable of them, that I want them. It's the closest she's come to an "I love you," and it makes me feel like I'm on top of the world. So does her smile, and I swear to all that's holy I don't need anything else in life besides her. "Do I make you happy?" I ask, voice low. "You make me so happy I could burst," she whispers. "You make me so happy I'm terrified because good things like this don't last forever." "Hey," I hold her to me, kissing the top of her head. "With us they do." "Yeah," Madeline nods, resolute. "I think you're right. I'm going to head to the arena. I'll see you in a few hours. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. You sure will, bombshell." With a wink, she dives into her breakfast. I'm already counting down the minutes. I didn't think I'd be more nervous to stand in front of a bunch of first graders than our playoff game tonight. But here we are. I'm pacing up and down the hallway, anxiously waiting for Madeline to slip out of the classroom and welcome me in. I'm even more nervous I'm not going to be able to answer the kids' questions in the ways that I want. Madeline told me there will be plenty of help with interpretation, but it feels like it's my job to show up prepared, and I feel really unprepared. Before a fresh wave of panic can set in, the classroom door swings open. Madeline grins at me from the entryway, and I instantly relax. "Hey," she beckons me forward, and seeing her helps me take a deep breath. I match her grin with one of my own. "Sorry to keep you waiting. We were getting the snacks set up for after show and tell. There was a graham cracker incident, but all is well now." I laugh and adjust my bag of gear on my shoulder. "Is it safe to come in?" "Yeah." "The kids are so excited to meet you." "The pressure is on, isn't it?" Madeline touches my hand, smiling again. "You're going to be great. Thinking about playing in front of 20,000 fans in a few hours doesn't have me stressed out, but this does. I'm sweating through my shirt." I touch my Stars t-shirt and grimace. "Disgusting." "They're 6, Hudson. You know how ruthless kids are." I step into the classroom, and 20 heads turn and look at me. I wipe my hands on my jeans and clear my throat. "Hi everyone," I sign. I've been working with another student at Gallaudet in anticipation of today. They've helped me learn all the phrases I'll need to know for the questions the kids might ask, but it feels like everything has gone out of my head. All of the kids wave back. Lucy jumps to her feet and runs toward me, throwing her arms around my legs. I drop my bag and lift her up, holding her against my hip. "Hi." "Hiya, Luce. Is this your classroom?" "That's my chair over there." "Do you see my drawings on the walls?" I glance around at the dozens of pieces of artwork plastered on every available surface. I spot one that looks like it might be hers, complete with 3 stick figure people and 2 dogs. My goddamn heart smiles. They are perfect. I set her down. Lucy's teacher smiles at me, and Madeline pats the stool in front of the classroom. "Come on over, Hudson," she signs, and I'm doing my best to not panic. With a nod, I take a seat on the plastic stool. I unzip my bag and set a puck on my lap. "Does anyone know what sport I play?" I ask, and a dozen hands fly in the air. I point to a girl in the second row, and she gives me a toothless grin. "Ballet." Madeline holds back her laugh next to me, and I can't help but chuckle. Almost. I hold up the puck and show it off before handing it to Madeline to pass around. "I play hockey." The kids ooh and ah over the puck, and someone else raises their hand. "Will you help me?" I ask Madeline out of the corner of my mouth, and she puts a hand on my shoulder. "Of course I will." She smiles at the boy, and he starts to sign. I can only pick up a few words. Hockey, defense, champion. When he puts his hands back in his lap and looks at me expectantly, Madeline slips into Simcom. "Jesse wants to know if you've always liked playing hockey, what position you would play if you didn't play defense, and if you go to Disney after winning the championship." "Good question," I sign slowly. "I love hockey. I've been playing since I was a kid. If not defense, I'd be in goal. I like blocking shots. I take a second to try and process the translation between the two languages. No one rushes me, and I'm grateful for the chance to get this right. I did not go to Disney. That would have been fun. I move to the next kid who asks me about my favorite players and who on the team I like the most. Another says their dad likes me but he prefers Riley instead, and I let them know he's a great choice. Madeline jumps in and helps interpret, giving me an encouraging nod when I answer and not getting upset if I use the wrong words. I put my bag in the middle of the room and the kids rifle through it, pulling out the pucks I brought for everyone and an old pair of gloves. One girl holds up a stick that's taller than her and asks me to show her how to hold it the right way. Two boys beg me to arm wrestle, and I make a show out of losing so everyone knows they're strong. Hey! Madeline appears at my side with a bottle of water an hour later. She hands it over and I down half of it in 3 gulps. How are you doing, champ? Good, yeah. These kids are something else. Lots of energy. It's also giving me an idea that we need to make our summer camps more accessible. I'm sure there are some students at Gallaudet who skate. I'm going to talk to our community outreach folks and see if we can hire a couple of the college kids to come up and assist us so we can get more campers involved. I finish off my water and toss the empty bottle in the trash can. They all deserve a chance to play. I'm pretty sure you're the most amazing man I've ever met. Madeline loops her arm around my waist and rests her cheek on my shoulder. I like you very much. I love you, I think. I love you so much my wasted heart is finally healed because of it. I turn to kiss her forehead. She's smiling when I look down at her and it's truly a magnificent thing. I like you very much too, Maddie. I hate to leave, but I need to get going. I should try to get a nap in before the game and Lucy appears in front of me holding my gloves to her chest. Someone tried to take these. She frowns and shakes her head. I told them they aren't theirs. Thank you, Luce. I smile and she hands over the gloves. I'm about to leave because I have a game tonight. That's okay. I'm going to eat a cookie. She looks between Madeline and me. She signs something and Madeline's cheeks turn pink before she answers. What's going on? I ask, nervous when Lucy claps excitedly. Lucy asked if you and I special friends. Madeline uses Simcom to explain her blush. I told her we care about each other very much more than friends do. Could you cover your eyes for a minute, Mads? I want to have a private conversation with Luce, I say, and she laughs, obliging. Mommy looks silly. She does, doesn't she? Can I tell you a secret, Lucy? Sure, she grins. I love secrets. I love your mom very much. I'm going to tell her soon. Do you think that would be okay with you if I was around more, like a dad? My friends say their daddies love their mommies. I've never had a daddy. Yeah, I swallow, like a dad. Yes, she tells me with tears in her eyes. That would be okay. Mommy and I love you too. I'm glad. I nod and tug on Madeline's hand, letting her know it's okay to look. We're all good. I don't like sneaky secrets, she teases, but her face softens when Lucy pats my knee and heads for the snack table. Guess our relationship is out in the open, I say. Glad to know I'm your special friend, Mads. Shut up, she elbows me. You're so much more than that. You're the love of my life, my everything. I know, I say, and she blinks at me with wide eyes. Slow, and whenever you're ready. I'm there, but I'm a patient man, sweetheart. Thank you. We can't wait to cheer for you tonight. I can't wait to see y'all. I kiss her forehead. I need to run. I'm leaving the car so you can take it back to the condo when you're finished here. Are you sure? Positive. With a squeeze of her hand, I head for the door. I look back, finding Madeline smiling at me, and I hear those same 3 words. I love you. I love you. I love you. It might be a big game for us tonight, but I don't care. I'll have those 2 in the stands, which means I already won. 57. Madeline. April turns to May. The Stars are playing unbelievable hockey, winning their first-round playoff series in 4 games and earning an extra few days off before the next round. Lucy is thriving at school, happy and settled, and over the moon with the friends she's made this year. Hudson and I are good. Every day we're together, I come dangerously close to telling him how much I love him. It almost slipped out 2 nights ago when he was braiding my hair, wanting to learn how to style the long strands so he could help Lucy if she ever asked. I chickened out, snapping my mouth closed and pretending like I had to hiccup. From the smirk he tossed my way, I think he knows what I'm trying to say. I like that he's not rushing me, though. He's letting me do this on my terms, and I love him even more because of it. I wake up to an empty bed on Sunday with sunlight streaming through the curtains. I pop up on an elbow and look around, wondering where Hudson is. We don't sleep separately anymore. Now that Lucy knows about us, he stays with me every night. We just make sure to lock the door. We fell asleep wrapped around each other last night, my leg thrown over his and his hand on my waist. I woke up in the middle of the night and kissed down his chest, smiling when he groaned and wrapped his fingers in my hair. I tap my phone, shocked to see it's past 8. It's later than I normally sleep, and I sigh, stretching my arms over my head. I'm reluctant to climb out of the warm sheets, but life must go on. Before I can stand, a knock on the door makes me pause. There are footsteps. A laugh followed by a softer giggle I'd recognize anywhere. I check to make sure my pajamas are back in place after Hudson took them off me last night and grin. "Come in," I call out, and the door flies open. Lucy charges to me and jumps on the bed, arms wrapping around my neck. "Happy Mother's Day, Mommy." "Oh, thank you, sweetheart." I kiss the top of her head, laughing when she leans against me with such force we tumble onto the pillows. I glance over at the door, finding Hudson there. He's holding a tray stacked with plates and a cup of orange juice. There's a single flower in a small vase, and when he smiles at me, I can't help but smile back. "We brought you breakfast." He walks into the room and Lucy scoots over so he can join us on the bed. Lucy and I made pancakes and bacon, with a side of mashed potatoes because they're your favorite food. He sets the tray in my lap and I notice 2 cards next to the plates. "Happy Mother's Day, Maddie." "Thank you," I whisper, wiping under my eyes. "How early did you all get up to do this?" "Early," Lucy tells me. "We were in the kitchen by 6:30. Hudson wraps an arm around me, pulling Lucy and me close. He's gotten more open with his affection lately, and I like that he's showing Lucy the right ways to be treated. "I let you sleep in so you didn't see our surprise." "It's the best surprise ever." I grin and open the card from Lucy. There's a drawing inside, a heart made of her handprints and what must be a whole bucket of glitter. "Wow, this is beautiful. We made it in art class at school. Ms. McNair told us to write our favorite things about our moms, and I wrote how much you love me." Lucy taps the card and I see her list also includes things like my long hair and the cookies I bake. I said I have the best mom. "You're so sweet. I love you, Lucy. Thank you for making me a mom." "I love you too, Mommy. I'm going to go play with the doggies." She slides off the bed after giving me another hug. Her little legs take her down the hall and I glance at Hudson. I don't miss the way his shoulders seem heavy, how he almost hangs his head. There's a smile on his face, but it's strained. I reach over and take his hand in mine. "I got you something," I say, and he frowns. "You got me something for Mother's Day?" he asks. "It's small." I lean to my right and rifle through my bedside drawer. I find the package I'm looking for and hand it to him. "You told me your dad used to buy your mom flowers whenever she had a hard day, so I got some seeds for you. I thought you could build a flower bed on your balcony and plant the seeds. You could have flowers whenever you want, and it could be like your mom is here with us all the time." He takes the seeds and runs his fingers over the letters on the packaging. You did this for me. I'm sure today must be hard for you, and I wanted to do something to make it less hard." Hudson closes his eyes and lets out a breath. He clutches the seeds like they're the most important things in the world to him, and when he glances at me, a tear rolls down his cheek. "Thank you," he whispers. "This is perfect. I'm so glad you like it." I take his hand and run my fingers over his knuckles. "There's something else I want to say to you." "I love you," he says all of a sudden, and I freeze. I love you so much. You and Lucy are the greatest things to ever happen to me, and I love you so much it hurts, Maddie, to think about my life without you in it. I can't hold it in anymore. I know I said I'd be patient, but you need to hear it, and I love you too, I blurt out, a sob escaping me with the 4 words. I love you so much, and I've loved you for so long, even when I didn't know what the feeling was. You've done so much for me and for Lucy, and I just want to make sure you're sure that this is really what you want, because there's not going to be a wedding. There aren't going to be more kids. It's going to be the 3 of us, and I want to know if that's enough. Enough. He takes the tray from my lap and shoves it on the bedside table. Sweetheart, you are everything to me. I want you, and I don't give a shit about anything else. You'd be okay without a wedding. I don't need one. What if you want to be a dad one day down the road? Lucy is a gift, and I'd be a lucky guy to be in her life as a father figure. No one's loved me in a very long time, and I'm not sure it's going to be easy with all my baggage, I whisper. Loving you is easier than anything I've ever done. It's like breathing, something that comes naturally because I don't have to think about it. You're just there, perfect and wonderful in mine, made for me, I think. I think he was made for me, too. I've dreamed about what would have happened if Clark and I stayed together. If we worked out and he didn't run, but in every version of that dream, I come up short of a happy ending. We would have split up eventually because of something else. When I think of Hudson and me 15 years down the road, I think of how happy I'll be. The ways he'll make me laugh and all the ways he'll show me how much he cares. It's the most perfect image. True romance and everything anyone could ever want in life. Can you? Another sob racks my body, and he's there in an instant, scooping me in his lap, kissing the tears away, being patient and wonderful, and I know he's always going to be there. Steady, sure, unrelenting. Can you say it again? Yeah. Hudson's smile is soft and slow, the beautiful kind I've felt in my soul from the second I first met him. I love you, Madeline Galloway. I've loved you from the moment I laid eyes on you. I love how strong you are, how wonderful of a mother you are. I love your sarcasm, but I also love when you slow things down. You make me feel things I've never felt before. And if there's ever a doubt in your mind, I want you to ask me, because that means I'm not doing a good enough job of showing you how gone I am for you. God. I hiccup, then laugh, fresh tears falling. That was like a poem, Hudson. It's true. He moves my hair away from my forehead, kissing me there next. Every word. I love you. I think I've loved you for months, but I finally let myself accept it, you know. I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. You're right on time, sweetheart. I sigh. My tears turn happy, elated, and optimistic about the future. I've never felt this confident about anything in my life. What do we do now? I ask, glancing up at him. We get Lucy back in here. We tell her I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, and then we'll go get some dirt so we can plant some flowers, but only after you eat your breakfast, Mads. I roll my eyes, reaching for the food. Bossy. Bossy, yeah, but also obsessed, Hudson says. Just like I was when you made that chicken curry at Piper and Liam's. Are you sure you love me and not my cooking? I tease, squealing when he rolls himself over me, mouth inches away from mine. Yeah, he murmurs, a grin to rival the sun. When I'm with you, I'm the most sure I've ever been about anything in my entire life. 58 Madeline, the Stars have a horrible Game 5 in the Eastern Conference Finals. All the players had an off night, but Hudson struggled the most. Liam got pulled in the last minute of the third period, an act of desperation by Coach Saunders to do something to change the outcome, but Hudson let a puck sneak by him. The other team scored an empty net goal, and that was that. Now they trail the series 3-2, and I can see the disappointment on Hudson's face when he gets home. He shrugs off his suit jacket and tosses it on the couch. He runs a hand through his hair and sighs when he sits on the bar stool in the kitchen, scratching Gus and Millie's ears with an exhausted frown. His shoulders are curved in, making him look small and weak. He's hanging his head, and I can't focus on cooking anymore. Not when he's hurting, so I shove the cutting board away. I walk around the island and I give him a hug. I'm sorry tonight didn't go well, I say gently, not quite sure how to navigate this situation. The Stars had the best record in the league and they only lost 17 games all year. The trouble the Detroit Owls are giving them this series is surprising. Are you hungry? No. He squeezes my hip before pulling away, and I'm glad to know he's still in there under all his sadness. I brush a lock of hair out his face and he sighs. But thank you. You need to eat something. I slip my apron over my head and tie it around my waist. I move to the fridge and pull out the rotisserie chicken I picked up yesterday. And if you don't tell me what you want, I'm going to decide for you. That's fine, he mumbles, and I hate how defeated he looks, like the loss is entirely his fault and not the result of the team playing poorly all around. You're going to get Brussels sprouts, I warn, and even that doesn't make him laugh. It's late, you should go to bed. I'm not tired. I really don't want anything. Too bad. I grab the cutting board and my chef's knife. Cooking is one of the ways I take care of the people I love, so I'm going to put a plate in front of you and you're going to eat it. Because I love you, Hudson, no matter what the score was tonight. Knowing he's watching me, he's always watching me, I spin my knife in my hands, just how he likes. When I glance up at him, the hint of a smile pulls at his mouth, and he crosses his arms over his chest. I know what you're doing, he says. I'm not doing anything, I say innocently. I'm making you food. You're bossy. I have to be when you're being stubborn. I pull the chicken apart and cut the meat into small pieces. Do you want to talk about it, or should we talk about something else? A soft laugh escapes him. That's what my mom would always ask after a loss. Really? Yeah. As for tonight, I'm disappointed. We had the chance to take the series lead, but now we're going to be fighting for our lives. I should have been more aware of my surroundings. I should have tracked the puck better, and I should have moved left, like my instincts told me, instead of switching to the right. I nod and pretend like I understand what these words mean. And Liam could have stopped the 2 goals the Owls had in the second period, I say, and the ghost of another laugh falls out of him. What's so funny? Nothing. You're doing exactly what my mom would do with me after a loss. I am? Yeah. I have a habit of blaming myself when things go wrong, and she'd always pull out a piece of paper. She'd go through minute by minute and tell me all the other mistakes that happened during the game, the ones I didn't make, and remind me I might be messed up. But I didn't do it alone. I'm going to spend the rest of my life disappointed I'll never get the chance to meet Sarah Hayes. If I could spend just 30 seconds with her, I'd tell her how good of a job she did as a parent. How strong and self-aware her son is without being cocky or overbearing. I tell her how he loves everything in his life with his whole heart, and he holds himself accountable when the situation calls for it. I'd let her know he's emotionally mature, breathtakingly beautiful, passionate and proud, humble and gracious in moments of defeat. I set the knife down. I wipe my hands on my apron and walk to him. My fingers curl under his chin, and I tilt his head back until we're looking at each other. I'm so proud of you, I say. That doesn't change when you win or lose either. I'm always going to be proud of you, Hudson, and so is Lucy. She even made you a card. She did. He perks up, and I tap the folded note to the left of his elbow. He opens it up, huffing when he finds a stick figure and the words "Go Hudson Go" written across the top of the paper. She's a goddamn artist, isn't she? I like that you're not wearing any clothes, but you do have on skates, I point out. I love you. He sighs again and rests his forehead against mine. Thank you for the pep talk and telling me to get my head out of my ass. I never said that. No, but I heard the undertones. He gives me his first real smile of the night, and all is right in the world. I'll be okay. When things like this happen, I forget who I am besides a hockey player, and it makes me think I don't have anything else going for me. Like my livelihood is tied to wins and losses. Which, yeah, winning is nice. It keeps me here in D.C. and the paychecks coming in, but tomorrow I'll remember it's not the end all be all. It's funny you say that. I nudge his hands out of the way and sit in his lap. You see yourself as a hockey player. That's like fifth on the list of ways I'd describe you. What would be 1 through 4? He asks with a hint of amusement. A loving best friend, a gentle romantic partner, a teammate. I take a second to collect my thoughts. A father figure, I add softly, and he wraps his arms around me. The people who love you, me, Lucy, Maverick and the boys, your dad, your mom, we see you as so much more. What did I do to deserve you? You mean besides being the best guy in the universe? Hush, he rests his chin on my shoulder. I've waited a long time for this, Maddie. What, to have someone sit in your lap, your Instagram DMs tell me you could have had this whenever you wanted. I meant you. I didn't know if my heart could take losing my mom. There were so many days where I pretended I was okay, where I'd smile and laugh at practice with the guys, then come home and cry myself to sleep because I was so sad. I haven't been sad since meeting you, though. You've poured love into the cracks I've tried so hard to fill myself, and I think I'm finally whole again. Maybe you weren't ever broken, I whisper. Maybe you just needed someone who could help put the pieces back together. And I'm glad I could be the one to do it. Thank you, he murmurs, voice thick with emotion, for loving me, for lifting me up when I'm feeling down. This game won't matter in 20 years, but you will. I don't know anything about sports, but this could be a turning point for you. You can gather all the emotions you're feeling and turn into a beast on the ice. Is that a thing? I ask. Maybe. They'll call me the comeback kid. Oh, I like that, but I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you, hockey guy. You're not a kid anymore. Shucks. He kisses my throat, his lips warm on my skin. I'll think of something else. Are you okay? We can talk about the game more if you want. I'll nod and make it seem like I understand what you're talking about. No, Hudson smiles and points at my knife. I want you to do your trick again. I groan, pretending like it's a big deal, but inside I'm grinning. Fine, but I'm going to need to hear the word please. Please, Maddie, he says, for me. I'd do anything for you, I tell him softly. I spin the knife again, and I love how his attention makes me warm and happy. And on your worst days, I'm going to be right here, whenever you need me. I love you, he says, looking brighter than before, and I'll never get tired of hearing it. 59 Hudson, I think I'm more nervous to meet your parents than I am for Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight. I rifle through my gear bag and try to find my mouth guard. Sorry, I'm only going to get a few minutes with them before I have to head to the arena. Pretty sure playing in one of the biggest games of your career is a valid excuse for not having hours to spend with them. Madeline rubs the counter with a paper towel for the 10th time in 5 minutes. And they're going to love you. Yeah. Is that why you're still cleaning the same spot? I grin and zip up my bag before rounding the island and wrapping my arms around her. You sure they're not going to think I'm an idiot because I hit a puck for a living? What? No, she frowns and touches my chest. They don't care about that. You could be unemployed and it wouldn't matter. You love me, you love Lucy, and that's what is important to them. Damn, Galloway, I slide my hands in the back pocket of her jeans, squeezing her ass. You're going to make me get emotional over here. Shut up. Madeline kisses my jaw and pulls away. And stop feeling me up. They'll be here any minute. Yes, chef, I murmur, grinning when her cheeks turn pink. Lucy runs into the kitchen and I lift her off the ground. She giggles and sticks her hands out to the side like a helicopter, and I spin us around until I start to feel dizzy. Are you excited your grandparents are coming to visit, Luce? I ask her and she nods. Grams and Gramps are the best. They let me eat cookies before lunch. They do. We're going to get along. There's a knock on the door and I set Lucy down. She takes off and I reach for Madeline's hand. I love you, I tell her. I love you too. She gives me a wide smile and pulls me into a hug. And I'm serious when I say my parents will adore you. Did they like Clark? I ask, teasing her. No, Madeline snorts. My dad thought he was a pretentious bore. I love your dad already. The front door opens, and I do one final check around the kitchen to make sure it's neat and organized. I fix my shirt, smoothing my hands over the front and hoping there aren't any wrinkles. Two people who look just like Madeline walk into the kitchen with Lucy holding their hands, and I grin at them. "Mr. and Mrs. Galloway, it's an honor to meet you." I step toward them and offer Madeline's dad my palm. "So glad y'all could make the trip out here." "Doug." Madeline's dad shakes my hand, giving me a warm smile. "And this is Julie. Thanks for having us. We've been wanting to visit for a while, and I'm glad it finally worked out." Julie reaches for me, hugging me instead of going for a handshake. "Your place is beautiful, Hudson." After a round of hellos and hugs with Madeline and Lucy, everyone settles at the kitchen table. I hand out drinks and a cheese plate Madeline put together. When I take my seat, Lucy jumps into my lap and rests her head on my chest. Her eyes close, and I think she's seconds away from falling asleep. "How was the flight?" I ask. "Long." The person behind me kept kicking my chair, Doug says. I almost turned around and gave him a piece of my mind. "Dad," Madeline rolls her eyes, "it's a confined space with the traveling public. Sometimes you just have to deal with it." "Your game is tonight, Hudson?" Julie asks, ignoring her husband's complaining. "And which number is it?" "It is Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. This is for all the marbles. Whoever wins this wins it all. It's going to be tough, though." Lowe's Angels didn't have their best player the first 6 games, but he's back tonight. It's going to make things interesting. "Hudson scored a goal in the last game," Madeline says proudly. "A one-timer." "Wow." I toss a grin her way. 8.5 months living here and you finally learned the term. I'm proud of you, Maddie. "I've been studying up." She sticks out her tongue and turns her attention to her parents. "We have the guest room set up for you all. Tomorrow is Lucy's first grade graduation, which will be rough depending on how tonight goes. I thought I could show you around DC after the ceremony." "We'd love that," Julie says. "I can't believe how big Lucy's gotten since September. She looks just like you, Madeline." Madeline smiles and glances at her daughter sleeping against my chest. She nods and reaches out, taking her small hand in hers. "Doesn't she? She's starting to act like me too with her mannerisms and the way she holds herself." "Everything is moving too fast. What did you do for Mother's Day? You sent me a picture of some flowers." Julie smiles at me. "Did you get those for her, Hudson?" "I did. My mom loved flowers, and I wanted Madeline to know how celebrated she is. We're going to start growing some flowers out on the balcony, and I can't wait to be able to pick some and give them to her on a random Tuesday afternoon," I say. "You were raised right, son," Doug says, and Madeline nods in agreement. "He really was. I planned on a casserole for dinner tonight," she says, switching gears, "and I'm grateful I don't have to share the story about my mom so soon into meeting Madeline's parents. I'm sure you all are tired after your travel day, so I can have it ready in an hour and a half, then we can get ready to head to the arena." "Sounds good to me." Julie yawns and I stand, moving Lucy to my hip. "Do you mind if I lie down for a few minutes? That plane ride wiped me out." "I'll put Lucy in her room, then show you to yours. Y'all are next to each other," I say, and Julie follows me. "And leave the bags, I'll grab them in a minute." "You're sweet, aren't you, Hudson?" Julie smiles as I lead her down the hall. "I can't thank you enough for hiring Madeline and taking her and Lucy in. You changed her life, you know, not just with cooking but with other things too." "Ah," I nod, a blush creeping up my cheeks. "They changed my life too. I always pretended I was happy, and then they came along. I finally learned what it really meant to be happy, and it wouldn't have happened without them. She's been through a lot. I know you know that, but I can't tell you how much it means to me to see you step up and help with parts of her life you don't have to be a participant in. I wouldn't consider it stepping up because I'm happy to do it." I nudge Lucy's door open and carefully put her in bed. "I'm lucky I get to be involved." "I want to be involved. Madeline told me about your mom." Julie gives me a sad smile. "I hope you know she'd be proud of you." "Yeah," I nod. "I do. The arena is the loudest I've ever heard it. Our hometown crowd is fueling us on, invigorated after we clawed our way back to win the Eastern Conference Finals. They've been supportive in all the games we've had at home in this series, too, and now we're minutes away from the season being over. Piper grabs me for an interview before I can take the ice for the last time this year, and I smile when the camera turns on. Hudson, we're heading into the final period of Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. You've been here before. What are you feeling right now? She asks, holding out her microphone. Nerves. I laugh. And not wanting to be complacent. We have pressure on us because we want to repeat last year's result, but we can't get cocky. We have 20 minutes left and that's it. We need to focus. Speaking of focusing, what are some areas you all are going to work on as we head into the third period? Teamwork and not being selfish. When we get excited, we all want to take a shot, even if it's not the best available shot. We need to look for the open man. Thanks, Hudson. Enjoy the rest of the game. Great job, little P, I tell her, joining my teammates back on the ice. We fight like hell for the first 18 minutes. Los Angeles is brutalizing us, and how we've kept this game tied is beyond me. They're more aggressive, winning each face-off and shooting down the ice like a bullet. We've had some shots on goal, but we can't get anything in the net. On our end, Liam's been unstoppable, sacrificing his body to dive after dive to keep us alive. If we pull this win off, I'm buying him a really nice gift. With 60 seconds to go, the Bulls work their way down the ice. My chest is heaving, and I motion for Riley to track the player on his left side. I extend my stick, reaching for the puck but coming up an inch short. I curse, taking off after my opponent as he charges for our goal. The defender pulls back, but before he can get a shot off, I steal the puck from between his skates, passing it off to Maverick to the delight of the crowd. I know I shouldn't, but I turn my attention away from the ice for half a second. I look to the row of seats where Madeline and Lucy are. Her parents are next to her, with Duke on the other side. She's watching me, her hands on her chest and sitting on the edge of her seat. I see her whispering something to herself, and when she notices me watching her, she breaks out into a wide grin. She stands and turns around, showing off her sparkly jersey with my name across her shoulders. That lights a fire in me. Gritting my teeth, I move down the ice. I accept a pass from Riley before dropping the puck back to Maverick and applying pressure to the defense. There's 20 seconds left on the clock now, time ticking down when Maverick passes it back to me. Dumping it back to Ethan will give Los Angeles a chance at a breakaway with no one back to help protect Liam, and I can't chance it. I exhale, gripping my stick and guiding the puck to my right. I look up at the rafters, a beam of light guiding me, and I smile. For you, Mama, I whisper. I pull my stick back to my waist. I hit the puck as hard as I can, getting it off just before the defender can steal it from me. It hits the left side of the goal, a bounce off the post before crossing the goal line under the goalie's knees as the buzzer sounds, ending the game. Let's go, Maverick screams, jumping on me. I tumble to the ice, laughing as my body is nearly crushed under the rest of my teammates. Back to back, baby, Grant yells, and there's a stick pressing into my back. Champions, Ethan bellows, and confetti falls in my eyes. It takes me 5 minutes to get back on my feet. The second I'm upright, I'm charging for Madeline. I'm banging on the glass and motioning for her to walk to me. You did it, she yells when she makes it to the boards. She puts her hand on the barrier between us, and I see tears in her eyes. Holy cow, Hudson, you are the comeback kid. Get Lucy and walk to the tunnel. I want to bring y'all out here, I yell back. What? She laughs, head shaking. No way. Get your ass over here, Galloway, so I can celebrate with my girls. She buries her face in her hands for half a second before she sprints up the stairs, picking up Lucy and hustling through the masses of people celebrating our win. I met her at the tunnel, watching her flash her VIP badge and grab a stick off the ice. Hold on to this, I sign, and they grab it. I guide them to the center of the rink where my teammates are. Riley scoops up Lucy and puts her on his shoulders, and Madeline gives me a tight hug. I'm so proud of you, she whispers, and your mom is so proud of you. That goal was for her, felt like the perfect way to end the best year of my life. I take off my helmet and throw it on the ice. I cup Madeline's cheeks and kiss her forehead. God, I love you, Maddie. I love you too, Hudson, but you should be with your teammates. You all have worked so hard this season. I'm in the way. No. I grin at her on top of the world. You're exactly where you should be.